Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. It's election day, we made it. Here we go. It is going to be a long night, so I want to talk about a lot of what we can expect this evening. Give me a thumbs up, let me know that you can hear me, that everything looks okay, sounds okay, and we'll jump in here. Hope everybody is caffeinated up for tonight. Ready to go. Okay, so as we jump in here, a few points. We are first of all going to have live returns. The map that you see right next to me on this screen is courtesy of Decision Desk HQ. It is the same map that you'd see on mainstream media, but very smartly, DDHQ has decided to test out with streamers a little bit. So I know a lot of people are able to get their news just from YouTube, from Twitch, from Facebook, and don't turn on TV. So this is a great opportunity to move what has been, solely the territory of mainstream media onto digital. So very excited about this opportunity to run this map right now. First returns that we should expect to come in that we're going to be looking at in terms of swing states. If we head over to this map right here, that is Georgia, where polls close at 7 p.m. Just a flag for people watching right now. What we should expect in Georgia is what we're going to call a blue mirage. And so you'll hear me use the words blue mirage and red mirage throughout the night. That means that the first votes in are going to be heavily blue in a blue mirage because these are overwhelmingly mail ballots, early votes. And then as election day votes get counted more and more, the wave of blue ballots kind of dissipates in favor of more Republican-leaning election day votes. So as I said, especially for Georgia, most of the counties are going to be reporting in-person and mail ballots first for the early votes, and so even though it's in person, it's still any votes are going to have an early lean toward the Democrats. Looks like we might have someone coming in soon. I will have guests joining me throughout the evening to let me know how things are looking on the ground. But as I said, most counties in Georgia, which is going to be the first state that we're going to be looking at, are going to have blue votes first, and then that lead will kind of dissipate in favor of Republican-leaning election day votes. So we should see a shift from blue to red in Georgia, and of course we'll stay on top of all of that, as well as any updates we get here from Twitter. We'll do as much as we can here on all the different platforms. So let's see where we are at right now. By the way, if you have questions, you can throw them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them as well. Let's see if we can go to some details. Whoops. Let's see. Joe, are we good to switch to Twitter? Okay. Just something quickly that I wanted to point out from Pennsylvania. This is from Weijia Zhang at CBS. New details out of Pennsylvania. The Harris campaign is seeing high Puerto Rican turnout in Philadelphia. Also, as far as I was aware, Philadelphia is having extremely high turnout, which is obviously good for Democrats. That's the vast majority of our vote sync basically comes out of Philly. As of midday, the 3 wards that contain the highest concentration of Puerto Rican registered voters in the cities were already at 79% of their total 2020 turnout. Obviously significant in light of Donald Trump's previous, his campaign's previous embrace of the comments that were spattered off just about a week ago at his Madison Square Garden rally. Across the board, they're seeing very high enthusiasm among college students, another good sign for Democrats. In Pennsylvania, lines on the campus of Lehigh University are up to 7 hours long. Here's why that is so significant. I went to Lehigh University. That is my alma mater. The only thing you could get Lehigh students interested in was Natty Light. That's it. The fact that we have 7-hour long lines at Lehigh blows my mind, and I think is a major testament to the enthusiasm that we are seeing out of Pennsylvania. So some good news there from Pennsylvania. Let's see, do I have enough caffeine with me? Well, we've got this, so this should last me a couple of hours here. So Georgia is going to be the first state that we are looking at in terms of the swing states. Shortly thereafter, at 7:30 is when the polls close in North Carolina. I know a lot of you are wondering whether we're going to get results tonight. So the most likely results that we'll have tonight, and if you look on the screen, you will see that North Carolina and Georgia are both on the East Coast. They are both the swing states. Both of those should give results early. The only way that we might not have results early is in the event that the margins are so close that it'll take going to provisional ballots, for example, before we have these results. But I do anticipate that of all of the battleground states that we're looking at, Georgia and North Carolina are the most likely to be able to report tonight. When it comes to the blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, it is less likely that we'll have those results by tonight. Of course, it's possible. Anything's possible, depending on what the margins are. Everything is going to depend on the margins. Less likely that we'll have those results tonight. More likely that we'll see a Wednesday situation as far as Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are concerned. And then, of course, when we get to the West Coast and look all the way out to Nevada and Arizona, for those swing states, it is unlikely, to say the least, that we'll have those results by tonight. Nevada could take up to a week, depending on how close those results are looking. But again, we are about we are about an hour and 15 minutes away from the first polls closing on election night here. I hope that everybody watching has had the opportunity to vote, to tell your circles of people to vote if they are online. Of course, as the saying goes, stay online, make sure that you are doing your thing out there. And I think we may be ready to bring our first guest in. How are we looking on that end? Good to go? All right. We are very lucky to have Ben Wickler, the superstar chair of the Wisconsin Democrats. Ben, thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely. So fired up to be with you here.
All right. Well, the question that everybody's wondering here, is how is it looking on the ground on Wisconsin?
It looks good on the ground in Wisconsin. I feel like we're going to win the election. I'll be completely honest. The energy that we're seeing from Democrats is just through the roof, and we are not seeing the same thing on the Republican side. I've been in probably visited 10 different canvass launch locations since I woke up this morning. Everywhere, in every stop, I've asked whether they've seen more Democrats going over to Trump or more Republicans coming over to Harris. In every place, they said they've seen no Democrats defecting to Trump. Normally you see some, and they see multiple Republicans coming over to vote for Harris today. It looks like we're going to have serious turnout. I don't want to make any predictions on the record yet about how that will be relative to records, but it feels really good. And the things that you would see if things were going wrong, we're not seeing. So the report from the ground in Wisconsin is this is the place to be. And the things that I'm hearing from Pennsylvania and from Michigan also make me feel like tonight could be a night of tremendous celebration.
Excellent. And do you have any update on what it's looking like on college campuses?
College campuses have been just massively turning out. We saw that during the early vote. We're continuing to see that. This young people really, really don't want somebody who wants a national abortion ban. They want to live in a democracy. They want to live in a country where you can be who you are and love who you love and make the decisions
Shocker,
about
right?
you.
These are crazy standards, crazy bar we've set for ourselves here.
Who would have thought? The other thing that I love is that students are same-day registering. In Wisconsin, right now, someone can go to the polls for the next 3 hours and 12 minutes, bring their student ID, their proof of residence, they can pull it up on their phone, and they can register to vote then and there. And in the early vote period, out of the whole state of Wisconsin, the 5 wards that had the highest rate of same-day registration were all on the UW-Madison campus. Those 5 wards by themselves were bigger in terms of same-day registrations than any city in the state other than Madison, Milwaukee, and Kenosha. They would have been the 4th largest city by themselves, the UW-Madison wards. And if you look across Dane County overall, that's where Madison's located. 10% of the voters were same-day registrants. Milwaukee's 13%. There's a ton of people who've never been polled who are same-day registering and voting. And we're seeing this in places that are suggest to us they're very likely to be voters casting ballots for Kamala Harris.
Okay, let's talk about the gender gap. How is that looking in the state of Wisconsin? Because obviously that's super indicative of how things are looking here in an election where it's largely a referendum on women's reproductive rights.
That's right. And it's big. The gender gap is significant. And what's interesting to me is the Republicans have been kind of celebrating and crowing about how there's high turnout in traditionally Republican areas like Waukesha County. But if you look at who did the early voting in Waukesha County, there's more women than men, and not by a tiny bit. And that suggests to us that there's a serious number of people who heard the message from Vice President Harris, which I should note, Vice President Harris came to Waukesha County, the red heart of Wisconsin, or the heart of red Wisconsin, I should say, and kicked off her Fight for Reproductive Freedom tour right there in January. And she's been communicating with voters there all the way through. So I think some of the folks that Republicans are counting on might actually be voting for Harris this time and voting for their own freedom and the freedom of their families and their daughters and a brighter future for everyone. I like it. It just feels really good. And when you talk to the Waukesha Dems, the energy is just on fire. They're having so many conversations at doors that historically would not have gone the right way that are going the right way right now.
Ben, give us an indication of what we should be looking for in terms of the counties. So there are the WOW counties, which are generally the bastion of Republican support. So what should we be looking at as far as the returns when they come in tonight?
Well, Joe Biden got just shy of 39% in Waukesha County. If Harris is breaking 40%, that's a really, really good sign that her campaign is going to overperform in an area that Trump needs to claw support back. You want to look at the raw number of votes cast in Dane County and Milwaukee County. Those are the biggest kind of furnaces for Democratic activity. If you want to look at the kind of bellwether counties, I would say the 2 counties that are most likely to, whichever way they go, is most likely to tip the whole state. I'd probably choose Sauk County and Columbia County. Those were both right around the predictive line. Door County is another good one. They have followed the national winner in all 6 of the last presidential elections. But my kind of feeling is that they might be a little bit bluer than the state this year, based on everything I'm seeing there. So I would say Sauk and Columbia counties are good examples that have a lot of rural areas and smaller towns and can give you a sense. And then, boy, the places that have the biggest student populations are really ones to watch. They'll also tell you what's happening in terms of the turnout that can help win the state legislature. So look at Winnebago County has UW Oshkosh. Look at Green Bay. Brown County has Green Bay and UW Green Bay. Dane, we've already talked about. You could look at La Crosse and Eau Claire, have two of the biggest UW campuses. If the margins are looking better this year in those places, that's a really good sign for Harris and Walz and for Tammy Baldwin and for Rebecca Cook for La Crosse and Eau Claire. She's running for Congress in one of the most competitive House races in the country. And there's pivotal state legislative races in those places. I think there could be a whole bunch of great news that we see later today, but no one's taking anything for granted. And it's because no one's taking anything for granted that I feel like it's going to work out.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game here, is no complacency. Ben, what should we be looking out for in terms of when we're going to get results and which results are going to come in first? Like, give us a lay of the land.
Yeah, so this is a really important thing. In Wisconsin, ballots are processed at the municipal level, at the level of the cities, and different cities have different systems. There are 43 out of the 1,850 cities in Wisconsin, or municipalities. There are 43 that process their absentee ballots separately. And the biggest of those is Milwaukee. So in Milwaukee, they've announced they have more than 100,000 absentee ballots. That's both early vote and mail-in votes. Those ballots will not be released or will not be counted, and the totals will not be released until probably 2 or 3 a.m. And those are votes that are overwhelmingly, by every predictive factor we can see, overwhelmingly going to be Harris-Walz votes. So that means that if Trump is up by like 20,000 votes before the absentee ballot numbers from Milwaukee are reported, probably Harris-Walz are going to win, because the margin that comes out of those votes is likely to exceed that. Nobody knows for sure until you actually count the vote. That's why you should wait until you see the number of votes to know who the winner is. But that is the most likely thing. And I will say, we saw what Trump did last time. Like, I can expect that far-right groups are going to start freaking out and claiming that something's amiss when the system is working exactly as the Republicans intended it to. Republicans had a bill. It was a bipartisan bill that would have allowed earlier processing of absentee ballots, and Republicans in the state legislature killed that bill. So this is what they chose, what they wanted, is to have those ballot counts released later. Do not let them try to claim that it's anything other than what they intended, and do not let anyone claim they know the winner until we see the actual votes.
So when do you expect we'll have final results from the state of Wisconsin? And of course, I know all of this depends on what the actual margin is going to be, because if the margin is so great that it's actually exceeding the votes that are remaining for whether with regard to absentee or provisional ballots, then they'll be able to call it. But generally, if it's give us a lay of the land with if it's a close race or if it's a blowout, when we would be likely to see results in Wisconsin.
So 4 of the last 6 presidential elections here have come down to less than 1 percentage point. And if it's that kind of margin, that's probably like 35,000 votes. And that is a margin that is absolutely contained within absentee ballots in places like Green Bay and Milwaukee County. Or in the city of Milwaukee, excuse me. So if it's that kind of close election, probably, the numbers start flowing out at 2 or 3 a.m. And we know, like 4 or 5 a.m. Now there's the Dave Wasserman I've seen enough call on Twitter, and he might conclude that he's seen enough based on returns from fully reporting counties, like 11 p.m. or 11:30, something like that. But if it's really down to the wire, it could be early tomorrow. My guess is we will basically know who's won by early tomorrow, maybe well ahead of what happens in Pennsylvania, and then the official count call by the AP. I think it happened on Saturday in 2020 after the Tuesday election. So, you have to decide for yourself whose word you're going to trust on making it official. Yeah. And then the actual, results are certified and canvassed and all that kind of stuff after that. But I think by tomorrow morning, when folks are waking up or going to sleep, in maybe in my case, I think we're going to have a pretty good sense of who's won. And right now, I feel like pretty good. This is going to be a blue year in Wisconsin.
Ben, talk about the fact that you have been the authority when it comes to keeping this operation running all year round, and I think this is especially important because when you're looking at the difference on the ground between the ground game that the Harris campaign has and the Democrats have versus the ground game that Trump and Republicans have, you have kept WisDems running all year round. Talk about why that's significant and the impact that that's had in this election, this idea of not starting all the way from zero every single time an election is going to come around.
We in Wisconsin have been organizing on a year-round basis since before I was chair, the spring of 2017. I fell in love with the year-round organizing model and ran for chair in 2019 because I thought this was so exactly right on, and we've been expanding it dramatically ever since then. We are in every corner of the state, in small towns, rural areas, bigger towns, and suburbs, and we do this in school board elections, to get out the vote in general, primaries, constitutional amendments that happened in August this year. We do it all the time, and the reason why it matters is twofold. The first reason is that we are able to clean up the data. So we know who is who. We know who might be drifting away from us. We know who's moved and who has moved in. We know who's passed away. We know who's had a kid. We know which kids have turned 18. And then we're able to go back to the exact people that we need. And the second reason is that we build relationships with voters. We understand what it is that they care about. So we're able to be more effective when we go during the GOTV period and ask people to cast their ballot in the final moment. All of that adds up to conversations that are more effective and happen at a larger volume than we see on the Republican side. And if we win by a field margin today, it'll be the thousands of volunteers who've been doing this in rain and sleet and snow and baking hot summer days all year round, every year of the Biden administration, and well before that, who've made this possible. I'm so grateful to all of them. So many of your viewers and fans have been volunteers and donors supporting us. This is a team effort, and it could be the team effort that saves democracy.
Well, Ben, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you with this. First off, I know that you have just thanked everybody, and everybody absolutely does deserve thanks. But you have been instrumental in turning WisDems into the strongest state party for Democrats in the entire country. I would ask you, tongue in cheek, how we replicate you, but in reality, I mean, that is a fair question. How do we replicate, and are we replicating what's happening in Wisconsin in other states? So that we can see this kind of success in places like Ohio, for example, places like North Carolina, where we do need to bolster the Democratic Party's infrastructure.
So those are two great examples of places where dynamite chairs are doing exactly that. Liz Walters in Ohio has a year-round organizing program that carried forward from last year's constitutional amendments to this year's Sherrod Brown Senate campaign. In North Carolina, Anderson Clayton is just a dynamo, and she was organizing in municipal races last year, building a year-round organizing structure that will continue after November in rural North Carolina and all over the state. In Michigan, I learned so much from Lavora Barnes, just an amazing chair there. The first thing I would say to any state where you're thinking about trying to build a year-round organizing infrastructure, make your state chair position a paid full-time role. That allows you to have a chair that then can go out and raise funds and spread the word to then support a year-round staff. I think if we do that year over year during the Harris administration, that can help us in the midterms and help us in the re-election, and we can have a blue time for years to come. With that, I got to jump off. Thank you so much.
All right, Ben, we hope to have you later on today. Thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for the work you're doing. We'll see you soon.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you so much to Ben Wickler. Obviously, a huge, a massive asset that we have in the Democratic Party, and hopefully, to his exact point, we can see more folks like him moving forward. So let's see. We are now in. We've got this live map with obviously no results in right now. Again, the first results that we're going to be seeing are coming in 1 hour here. 1 hour. But let's talk a little bit about what to expect in these first states. So a little bit about what to expect is, again, we mentioned Georgia just before. So Georgia, we can expect the first votes in are going to be blue votes. They're going to be early in-person and mail ballots first. That will cause something of a blue mirage. And then the statewide results are going to move toward election day results. So we should expect to see bluer votes first in Georgia, and then those will slowly turn into red votes as election day votes start to get counted. The other East Coast state that we're going to be keeping a close eye on is North Carolina. We will also likely see a blue mirage because the mail ballots are going to be reported first, then in-person ballots are going to be tabulated after the polls close today. So we can expect those to start coming in, those in-person early votes to come in around 8 o'clock Eastern, which is about a half hour after the polls close. If folks have questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them if there's something that you want to know as we stare down the barrel of first polls closing 1 hour from now. Let's see, let's go to our forecast here. So if we look at the forecast, this is what we're looking at right now. This is just the forecast based on polling. This is obviously just the forecast. This doesn't bear any resemblance to reality in that we haven't gotten these results yet. But I want to give some indication of what it would look like. For example, I'm going to go out on a limb here and do my predictive ballot here. So this is what it's going to look like if my ballot is accurate. Let's do this. Let's go to predictions, and I have Michigan as blue. I have Wisconsin as blue. I have Pennsylvania as blue. That right there, as you can see, will be enough to tip the election here. You can see that I have Georgia. Let's see. If we do Georgia as light red, North Carolina as light blue, Arizona as red, and Nevada as blue. This, and I'm going to throw a curveball here. Iowa as blue as well. That puts us into 307 territory. Honestly, I'm less certain about Georgia than I am about Iowa, but obviously we're looking at a 300 plus if my predictive map is correct. And of course we can go back to the normal map after that. So this is what we are looking at right now. Again, for those just tuning in, we have about less than an hour until first polls close here. And I do hope that we will be able to bring more folks in here this evening. Let me just very instructive in I think a lot of the predictions is that Ann Seltzer poll showing Iowa, Kamala leading in Iowa 47-44. Just an indication, just to give you an indication of how accurate Ann Seltzer has been, you would have to go back 20 years to 2004 to find the last time Ann Seltzer missed on a presidential poll. So right now she has Kamala Harris up 47-44. What I think is happening across the country is that pollsters overweighted the Trump appeal, the Trump support in a lot of these polls, so as to kind of, I think this was more about the pollsters kind of trying to reclaim or maintain, hold on to some of their reputation among Republicans because they missed in 2016 and missed in 2020. And so I think both times overstating Democrats' support. And so I think that they're just overweighting Republican support here. So I do think that we are going to see a bluer election than we have before. We're also seeing a high turnout in urban areas. We're seeing high turnout among students, as I mentioned before. And as anecdotal as this may be, to see a university like Lehigh out in Northampton, Pennsylvania, which is a major bellwether county to be keeping an eye on, that is going to be instructive. Let's see if we can pull Northampton up here. Let's see how good my memory is, if I can remember right off the bat where Northampton is. Oh, hey, Joe. Are we seeing... oh, sorry. I think we're good. There we go. I was close. Okay, so Northampton is where Lehigh University is located. Talk about a bellwether county here. 51-49. This is the win probability for Kamala Harris. If we can do a historical comparison here, Joe Biden won this county by 0.7 of a point. That is, again, where Lehigh University, where right now we are hearing reports of 7-hour lines among the student population there. That is where Lehigh University is located. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on Northampton County as the results come in tonight. And of course, to the surprise of exactly no one, let's switch over to Twitter here. We have Donald Trump saying, Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. This is based on exactly nothing. He posted something earlier today, maybe about an hour ago, about law enforcement heading to Philadelphia. Caution against believing anything Donald Trump says about any nefarious activity happening at any of the polls. What he is trying to do right now is what he tries to do every time, which is to give the sense of nefarious activity that will eventually serve as the predicate for him to be able to cry fraud. There is no reporting, no indication of heavy police or law enforcement present at any of these places. He is again spouting absolute BS to help him when he inevitably cries fraud later on. Let's see, can we do, hey Joe, can we do Twitter and DD? Okay. Let's see if we can go to, there we go, perfect. All right, so we have Right now, of course, we'll just put the forecasted map on the screen because we have no results in yet. Again, the polls are going to close in less than an hour here. We have about 50 minutes until the first polls close. The first state, again, that we're going to be keeping an eye out for is going to be Georgia, where the polls close at 7 o'clock. I do anticipate that we'll see a pretty fast count in Georgia. In 2022, about 90% of the votes were counted in Georgia by midnight. 99 were counted by 3 a.m. So it is likely that we can see a very quick count in Georgia. I would not be surprised if we have results from both Georgia and North Carolina this evening, depending on how quick these votes come in. Those are the two states that I think will have the fastest amount of returns this evening. The second tranche of those states are going to be the blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, where we may see something close to relatively complete results, but I think this is more of a Wednesday situation. You heard Ben Wickler, who was just on a few moments ago, discussing the prospect of early tomorrow morning having a better idea of who is the winner in the state of Wisconsin. Just some points on Twitter that we're looking at right here. Ohio counties are reporting record turnout. Good sign in Ohio, record turnout. High turnout, again, is something that we like to see here. So as I was mentioning before, these are two tweets that we're seeing from Donald Trump. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. There is no indication that law enforcement is heading anywhere because of massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is a lie that he is perpetuating to give himself a predicate later on to claim that there was fraud. Then you see a second tweet, Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. This is, again, not true. This is straight BS being spouted by Donald Trump because he thinks that he can help himself later on if and when he loses this election. Here we go. We're looking at some numbers for Clark County, which is the biggest county in Nevada. I believe that's where about 70% of the votes are going to come in. Right now, it's looking like Election Day votes are skewing more and more Democratic throughout the day. So at about 8 o'clock in the morning, they were even, Democrats to Republicans. Since then, Democratic turnout has been higher throughout the entirety of the day. Good news for Democrats out of Nevada. Some exit polling out of North Carolina here, as you can see. Is Trump too extreme? The majority of people are saying yes, and those are folks that are voting in North Carolina, a crucial swing state that Donald Trump needs to win as part of his path to the White House. This is a state that he did win in 2020, and I think a tale of, or an indication of how his campaign is doing is the fact that he spent the last day on the campaign trail in North Carolina. Exit poll from NBC out of Nevada. Is democracy threatened? 72% said yes. The Harris campaign, amid notes of good news around Philly and college campuses, urges caution about reading too into results from Florida. Okay, so again, for those just joining, we are about less than 50 minutes here from the first polls closing on the East Coast. Let's do this. Let's take this opportunity to answer some questions that folks might have, so you can go ahead and throw them in the chat here. Are we going to be getting early exit polls? I presume so. As soon as we have any of them, we're following Twitter, and we've got the live map up on this screen. So as soon as we have any indication here. Looks like we have first results coming in from Indiana with less than 1% in. Less than 1% in, so only 8,000 votes from Indiana. But here we go. We're off. We are off. Polls are closed in the state of Indiana. I think this is going to be especially helpful here. John Ralston from the Nevada Independent says just under 4 hours left in Nevada and Clark County, which is, of course, where Las Vegas is located. That is the stronghold of Democratic support in the state. 70% of the entire votes from the state are coming from Clark County. Democrats need to drive up turnout, but it's already exceeded its 2020 final election day number. So on a good track. If you are in Nevada, if you know somebody in Nevada, make sure that they go out and they vote. So we have first votes coming in very slow from Indiana, but we will check back here in Indiana. This is the gubernatorial election. I know I said, I just got the question, who's winning? Right now we don't have any results. So we have nobody winning at this point, but we will have some answers very soon. So the numbers, by the way, that you are seeing up on the screen for the presidential race is the first votes in. First votes in. So I would not worry about that. Trust me, right now we're at about 40,000 votes in. I think we're going to be at 160 million by the end of the night. So 40,000 is probably the least of your concerns at this point. But right now, 6:15 p.m. Eastern, we have Kentucky and Indiana. Those polls are closed. Also, by the way, if you look on the Twitter screen on the bottom, you'll see that with regard to Donald Trump's tweet about a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. Then we have the Republican Philadelphia City Commissioner, Seth Bluestein, says there is absolutely no truth to this allegation. It is yet another example of disinformation. Voting in Philadelphia has been safe and secure. The Philly DA, Larry Krasner, has responded by saying, the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. There is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath. So again, the biggest purveyor of disinformation here, per usual, is Donald Trump himself. Now, if we want to head over to the counties where, let's see, where we have some live results, and that is Indiana, where the first small inkling of votes. There we go. Might be a little bit easier to read Twitter now for folks who are watching. The first inkling of votes that are coming in from Indiana, and also the first inkling of votes that are coming in from Kentucky. And of course, these are coming in from small rural counties. We have Laurel County with just about 20,000 votes, and right now, Carter County with just about 10,000 votes. So the first votes trickling in from the first two states that have their election results here, and that is Kentucky and Indiana. So we'll put this on the screen. This is just the forecasted votes. Do not pay attention to the actual electoral votes as it stands right now. This is just based on polling. If I were to go to the live results right now, we, of course, don't get much information there. All it has is the 5,000 votes that Kamala has secured out of Kentucky and Indiana, and the 15,000 votes that Kamala Harris has secured out of Kentucky and Indiana. We do have reporting from Jonathan Martin at the New York Times that sources in Georgia are saying that there are bomb threats coming into heavily black polling stations there. We do know that there were 2 bomb threats earlier this morning, and both were found to have come from Russia. So no surprise here. This is part of the disinformation campaign that is being waged by both Russia and pro-Russia forces, even here within the United States. The time is 6:20 Eastern, 3:20 Pacific. In about 40 minutes, we will see polls close in the rest of Kentucky. Right now, polls have closed in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th districts. Polls will close in Kentucky's 1st and 2nd districts. We'll also see polls close in Georgia, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and Florida. So something to keep an eye on as we head toward the end of the first hour of these major polls closing. Okay, let's give a quick lay of the land in terms of what folks can expect this evening with the states that we are going to be keeping a close eye on as it relates to the presidential election. I'm talking about the 7 battleground states here. So the first ones to close are going to be Georgia. That's going to close at 7 p.m. Georgia should be a relatively quick counting state. In 2022, just this past election cycle, we saw 90% of the votes counted by midnight Eastern and 99 counted by 3 a.m. So by 3 a.m. this evening, which is about 9 hours from now, we should know who won the state of Georgia, which will, of course, be very telling in terms of who won this election more broadly. We should expect to see something of a blue mirage in Georgia, which means the votes are going to come in heavily blue in the beginning because these are early votes that are going to be counted first. So we should see absentee early vote ballots first, and once those are counted, within about an hour of polling, then we should start to see the election day results slowly start to come in from there. But we should anticipate election night results out of Georgia. Donald Trump did win Georgia by 5% in 2016. He lost the state by 0.2% in 2020. It was the closest state in the entire country. 0.2 of a point separated a Biden win from a Trump win in the state of Georgia. Obviously, both candidates have spent a lot of time there this election cycle, and we will most likely have those results in Georgia this evening. Once these votes start coming in, we'll go through the counties and talk about what benchmarks Kamala Harris has to hit in order to retain any victory for Democrats in the state of Georgia. From there, 30 minutes later, polls will close in North Carolina, another state where we'll get results quickly. We should have some results coming within 10 minutes of polls closing, and we expect 99% of election night results. So that is another state where we can expect a blue mirage, meaning the first results are going to be absentee early vote ballots. Those are going to skew heavily Democratic. And then as in-person votes continue to come in, we should expect that margin to get redder and redder. This is a state in North Carolina that Trump won in 2016 by 3.5% and only 1.5% in 2020. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to win the state in 2008. He did so by 0.3 of a point. Republicans have won every single federal race since in North Carolina. But there are some indications as to why North Carolina may have a favorable, at least demographic makeup. It is one of two substantially black states, and that's along with Georgia, helps Democrats. The electorate is about a quarter black in North Carolina, which of course is the base of the Democratic electorate. Something interesting here worth taking a look at. They've done some exit polling with NBC. What should happen to most undocumented immigrants in the U.S.? You'll note that a lot of Trump's campaign has been predicated on mass deportations. We're seeing 57% should say they have a chance at legal status, 39% be deported. Trump's campaign, again, is predicated on this idea that we have to mass deport immigrants in this country. If that's garnering not even 40%, that does not bode well for somebody whose campaign, again, is built on this idea that all of these people should be deported. First numbers trickling in from Kentucky and Indiana, whose polls closed at 6 o'clock. We have Donald Trump leading with 0% of the vote, 70 to 26. Again, it's not even really worth looking at these numbers because there remains so much of the vote outstanding still in these states. Have a live election map courtesy of Decision Desk HQ. This is the first time that they have made their foray into streaming here. This is usually the technology that's used for mainstream media. So we're able to see county level data and basically get an idea of how things are looking as the results come in. So right now, of course, we have just a win probability that's based on polling. It has Kamala Harris up 51-49 with no actual votes in Pennsylvania thus far. But when we do get these results, we'll be able to look at each county, for example, and take a look at the historical comparison so we have an idea of what the benchmarks we're going to have to hit are. So we look in Philadelphia County right now, we see that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump in 2020, 81.5 to 17.9. Because that state was so close, a lot of the benchmarks that Kamala Harris will have to hit in that state are pretty much based on the 2020 numbers. If we're seeing her doing at or better than the numbers that Joe Biden hit in 2020, then we have an indication of how well she's going to do in the state more broadly. But as soon as these results come in, we'll be able to bring you county level data. And there's some counties in the state that are going to be good bellwether counties to determine how the state goes. Like, for example, I'll be keeping a close eye on Northampton County, where I went to college. And that is about as close as it gets, 49.8 to 49.1 in 2020. So we'll have an idea of how that state is going. Joe, do we have a sound issue? Okay. Okay. Let me know if we have any audio issue. We're working on audio right now, if the audio is cutting out for some folks. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Going back to the map more broadly, again, the first state that we're going to be keeping a close eye on right now this evening is going to be Georgia. The polls will close in Georgia in 30 minutes. Of course, if people are online, they should absolutely stay online. The polls, everybody will have the opportunity to vote if they are online, but we'll keep a close eye on what's happening in Georgia. This was the closest state in the entire country in 2020, just separated by 0.2 of a point. Just over 12,000 voters made up the difference, in case there was any idea about any doubt as to the agency that people have in this election. By the way, while there's so many people and before we have our actual votes, what do you say I give a quick prediction of my own? Here's what my prediction is going to be for this evening. I may come to regret this. I hope that I don't. This right here, and I posted this on Twitter too. This is not my prediction map. I think we have one slight issue here, and that is South Carolina. Okay, if you want to refresh this feed, that should fix it. For anybody here having an audio issue right now, just refresh the feed, refresh on YouTube, refresh on Twitch, wherever it is, and the audio should be okay. I believe the audio issue is on YouTube's side. Yeah, because it looks like a lot of people are having no problem with the audio and some are. So just refresh the YouTube feed and you should be okay. Okay, excellent. It looks like that works for a lot of folks. Okay, so looking at this map right here, this is my prediction for this evening. This carries no weight. This and $5 will get you a foot long at Subway. This is just what I think is going to happen. So if this gives you some momentary comfort, then this is my predictive map. Okay, great. It looks like a lot of people have refreshed the feed and that worked. So we are good to go. If there are any more audio issues, just let me know, throw it in the chat, and we will be good to go. By the way, I should note again that this is the first time that Decision Desk HQ has afforded this this kind of technology to a streamer. So this is the same kind of technology that we're going to see on mainstream media, for example, all the way down to the states. So we know that, as they're counting, we've got 3% reporting out of Kentucky. Kentucky, not exactly what I would call a swing state here, so we're likely to see a heavily Republican vote totals coming in. But these are the first results coming in from the country. Again, we're looking at Kentucky. We're also looking at Indiana here. Indiana. This is what it looked like in 2020. Trump was able to take Indiana by a 16-point margin. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw something similar out of Indiana this evening. But of course, our attention is going to be mostly focused on the swing states here. So the first state that we're keeping an eye out for, where polls are closing in 25 minutes, is going to be Georgia. Again, polls closing in Georgia at 7 o'clock Eastern. Something to keep an eye out for in Georgia, for those who are just joining, we will see blue votes first. The majority of the counties in Georgia are going to report their early in-person and their mail ballots first. So we'll see blue ballots first, since those are overwhelmingly used by Democratic voters. That will cause something of a blue mirage, and then the statewide results are going to move forward as the election day votes come in toward Donald Trump. So we will see a little bit of a ping-ponging back and forth, because eventually they'll have to count late arriving mail ballots, so that will give a little bump to Democrats. So it's not to say that if it starts blue and goes red, that we won't see the opportunity for Democrats to take the lead again. But as it stands right now, expect blue ballots first and then red election day votes to chip into Kamala Harris's lead in Georgia. Georgia and North Carolina are going to be two of the quickest reporting states in the country this evening. Two of the only states, really, where battleground states where I expect that we will get the results tonight. It's highly possible that with regard to the 7 battleground states, and I'll throw those on the screen right now, the 7 battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, that the only 2 that will get this evening for sure are likely to be North Carolina and Georgia, depending on how close the election is. Also possible that we won't get those results. But if we are to get results this evening, depending on how the margins break down, it'll be from North Carolina and Georgia. May take a little bit more time from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And of course, when it comes to the West Coast states of Arizona and Nevada, those could take days. And I believe Nevada allows votes to come in for several days after the election is actually over, as long as the votes are postmarked by Election Day. Let's see if there's anything that we can glean here from the live results out of Indiana. So what's interesting here, if we look at Morgan County in Indiana, we're seeing a swing to the left by a couple percentage points here in Kamala Harris's favor. So this is, I mean, we've got 63% reporting out of Morgan County. This is a county that Joe Biden only had 21.5% in. We have a 3-point bump in Kamala Harris's favor. So that is a move to the left, even in this small rural county in Indiana. We're seeing the same thing out of Rush County, where almost 40% of the vote is in. A 4-point swing to the left for Kamala Harris, and a 4-point swing back for Donald Trump. So we're seeing a pretty consistent swing thus far. Half the vote in Fayette County, a 2-point swing toward Kamala Harris from Joe Biden's margin here. So all across the state of Indiana, a little bit of something that we can glean from these numbers is about a 1.5 to 3% swing in Kamala Harris's favor over Joe Biden's margins in 2020. If we head over, let's see, we have 0% reporting, so it's not worth going into any detail there. Allen County, another rural county. Actually, not rural county. This is 100,000 people, but we have about half the vote in almost. And look, we have a 3-point swing, almost a 4-point swing toward Kamala Harris from Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. So something seems to be happening in even these red counties in Indiana, where we're already seeing vote totals move toward Kamala Harris in the state of Indiana. Head over to Whitley County, small rural county. We're again seeing Trump's margin from 2020 to 2024 shrink about 1.5 points. Kamala Harris is gaining on Joe Biden's numbers meanwhile. Head over to Marshall County here, and we're seeing again several point difference here. Half the vote reporting in Pulaski County. Again, we are seeing chipping away, about a 1 point lead taken away from Donald Trump and toward Kamala Harris. So over and over and over in almost every county that I click on. Look at this. This is 62% of the vote reporting out of White County in Indiana. Trump had a 71.3 margin. Now it's 67.8. It won't matter much in a state like Indiana, but if we are seeing these results replicated, remember, Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden by 0.2 points in Georgia. Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by 0.6 points in Wisconsin. Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by a point in Michigan. If we're seeing these results replicated throughout the entirety of the country, and we're seeing swings of 1, 2, 3%, like we're seeing right now in Indiana, then I think that's pretty indicative of the kind of night that I think that would bode quite well for Kamala Harris. And again, if you look at the breakdown here, these are not urban areas. These are not heavily black communities. 88.7% in White County, which is aptly named. If you have almost 90% of the vote is white in White County here, and we are seeing among these people a turn of about 3 points in the Democrats' favor. Let's click another county here. Look at this. Vermilion County in Indiana, another county. Let's look at the census data here. We're looking at 98% white. And in a county like that, where we're seeing Joe Biden's margins at 28.7, Kamala Harris at 32.7, with 37% of the vote reporting here. I think that's, again, a sign in Kamala Harris's favor. By the way, if anybody is having any audio issues, all you got to do is refresh the YouTube stream. We've got almost 90,000 people watching live. Let's take a look at some of these counties again. Right now, Hamilton County, a major population center here. We don't have any percent reporting, so we will leave it there for right now. But again, I think that a lot of the numbers that we're seeing out of these small rural counties in Indiana, while of course I don't expect any kind of Kamala Harris win, we are seeing, if you take a look at the numbers from Joe Biden's margins in 2020 to Kamala Harris's margins today, we are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4-point swings to the left, and that's consistent through almost every county we've looked at thus far. So right now we're looking at Morgan. We're seeing about a 3.1% difference in Kamala's favor over Joe Biden's margin. In Rush County, we have about 0.4 of the vote in. We're seeing over a 4-point margin, a 4-point difference in Kamala Harris's favor over Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. We're getting reporting from Jonathan Martin at New York Times. Still long lines at Philly universities. Some optimism among old pros here that Kamala Harris can near a 500,000 vote margin in the city. Quote, if white women in the suburbs do what we think they're going to do, she will win in Pennsylvania. That is coming from Jonathan Martin of the New York Times. Philadelphia Democratic officials are now predicting 50 to 100,000 higher raw votes out of the city of Philadelphia than they did in 2020. That is the population center, the stronghold for Democratic support in the state of Pennsylvania. So already, for those watching right now, good numbers that we can glean just out of Indiana. Again, I just want to click through some of these counties here. 2 points in Kamala's favor from where Joe Biden was in 2020. That's Fayette County with half of the votes in. If we head up to Jay County, a small rural county, Kamala is beating Joe Biden's numbers there. If we head up to Adams County, another small rural county, we are having Kamala beating Joe Biden's margins there by 3 points. If we head up to Allen County, which is a population center where Fort Wayne is, again, Kamala Harris is beating by almost 4 points Joe Biden's number there. So good news that we can glean from Indiana. Of course, we'll wait for all the votes to actually come in. But if anybody's looking for some small nugget of good news to cling on to right now, we just got that out of Indiana. So good news out of Indiana, something that should give people a little bit of hope right now. Heading into Kentucky, let's see if we have some numbers. Of course, I want to compare them to previous numbers in previous election cycles. Guys, it looks like we are seeing the same story out of Kentucky that we just saw out of Indiana. Joe Biden's numbers in Laurel County, where 3/10 of the votes are in, looks like Kamala is beating his margins by just over 2% in Laurel County. In McCreary County, we only have 19% of the vote reporting, so let's go to another county where we have more votes in. Leslie County, another rural county in western Kentucky here, 9% of the vote for Joe Biden. Kamala Harris has 10% of the vote there, so just over a point margin to the left. We've got 32% of reporting in Rockcastle County. Let's see. Kamala Harris is... Actually, this is the first county we've seen where Kamala isn't hitting Joe Biden's numbers. But again, these reporting numbers are a little bit low for comfort here. We've got about half the votes in Casey County. 12.8 for Joe Biden, 13.1 for Kamala Harris. So the same story that we've seen over and over and over is replicated in the counties that we've seen where the reporting, where the numbers are being reported thus far, and that is a small gain for Kamala Harris over Joe Biden's numbers in the individual counties. Let's go back to the general map here. Of course, we are about 15 minutes away from the polls closing in a number of the East Coast states here. So we will see polls close in South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky for good, 7 p.m. Eastern. So we are 13 minutes away. So a lot of news coming shortly there. A quick note, the best way to support my channel if you're watching right now and you enjoy this analysis is to subscribe. I don't do any paywalled content. I don't do any ads. I don't do any sponsorships. I don't believe in any of that. The best way to support me is simply to subscribe. It is completely free to do, and I very much appreciate you doing it. Okay. How's everybody feeling so far? We have about 10 minutes to go until the polls close in Georgia. Do not pay attention to the electoral votes. No electoral votes have been rewarded. I put this up here so that we can take a look at the map as it stands thus far. Here's a little bit of an idea of what to expect this evening. First of all, and I know some folks have heard this before, but I think it's worth reiterating. First of all, the most important thing, if and when Donald Trump declares victory, it counts for nothing until the votes have been counted and the race has been called. He will try to declare victory. He did it before. He will do it again. Do not allow Donald Trump's the usual BS and delusions that he lives in impact in any way what's happening on the ground here. He's already tried to perpetuate some disinformation about there being law enforcement heading into Detroit and heading into Philadelphia, completely unsubstantiated. We had the Republican commissioner in Philadelphia come out and say that there were zero reports of that happening. So when you hear Donald Trump make up these lies, ignore it. It counts for nothing. He lies. His lies that he's going to make from behind a podium as if it's some official edict count for just as much as they count for when he does it on a campaign stage somewhere in Grand Rapids, Michigan before the election. Just like he lies then, he will lie now. It does not count for anything. Keep that in mind when you hear some grand proclamation or some edicts being handed down, some grandiose edicts behind a podium. It counts for nothing. He does not certify the election results. The states do. And they will be accurate and they will be fair. It will be transparent. Let's head over to, we'll go to live results. Let's head over to Indiana. And I want to head over to Hamilton County here. Take a look at this. We don't have much reporting right now. We have 0% reporting. Let's see how many... Do we have live results out of Hamilton? By the way, in terms of what I was speaking about before, where we had Donald Trump come out and say that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia, which, by the way, again, the whole point of that is to serve as a predicate for him to be able to cry fraud later. The Philadelphia DA has come out and said there is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. If Donald Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now. And of course, he won't give them to them because there is no valid allegations for him to hand over. So just something to consider, that the DAs are asking him for proof and we don't have them. So interestingly, I am seeing reporting online that we have votes from Hamilton County right now. We have 0% reporting on here. Let me refresh this. Hang on one sec, Joe. We've seen reporting that Hamilton County went for Donald Trump by 7 points in 2020, and that right now it's 1.2% in Kamala's favor. So that would be a massive swing of 8 points in Kamala's favor in Hamilton County. I'm not seeing this update right now. It might just be a mistake on my end here. In any case, we'll make sure to refresh these results. Here we go. Hamilton County, take a look at this. This is kind of amazing. This was a county in Indiana that Donald Trump won by 7 points. Kamala is leading Donald Trump by 1.2 points. That is an 8-point swing in Kamala's favor in Indiana. And by the way, 83% white, 4.4% black. So not exactly the most diverse county in the entire country here. Certainly more diverse than some of the rural counties where we've seen, but this is 83% white. And again, this shows an 8-point swing in Kamala Harris's favor. Something that's especially indicative of how the night has been going thus far, just in these couple of states. All right. Hey, Joe, what do you want me to do with this? You want me to go live?
Am I good?
Back in just one quick moment. I'm going to go full screen on this map here. Okay. Yeah. If we look in Hamilton County, this is a county that Donald Trump won in 2020, 52-45. That is a 7-point margin in Trump's favor. Kamala Harris is now leading that county 50-48.8. So especially telling here in terms of the numbers that we've seen from counties all across the state of Indiana, not just Hamilton County, but if you look at some of these rural counties across the state, Kamala is beating her number of Joe Biden's number by 3 points here in Morgan County, which is a small county of only 13,000 people. Take a look at the county of Decatur, almost 70% in. She's beating Joe Biden's numbers by about 2%. Rush County, she's beating Joe Biden's numbers by 4%. Fayette County, she's beating Joe Biden's numbers by 2%. So good news in all of these counties across the state right now where Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden's numbers, which, by the way, is, again, not to say that we're looking for some upset in the state of Indiana. But if we're seeing 2, 3, 4-point swings, or as is the case in Hamilton County, 8-point swings in Kamala's favor versus the margin that Donald Trump had over Joe Biden in 2020, then that bodes really well for what we're going to see in this election tonight. So a sigh of relief for Democrats as we just try to glean some good information this evening. For those who are just tuning in, The map that I'm using right now is Decision Desk HQ. This is usually what you would see on mainstream media. This is the first foray into streaming. So to the folks at Decision Desk HQ for giving me the opportunity to bring this kind of technology onto the internet is a huge boon. Extremely grateful for that, and glad that I'm able to do this for a lot of folks who aren't able to watch mainstream media, who aren't interested in watching mainstream media this evening, because we're going to get accurate county level data in all of the states across the country. We are now 2 minutes away from polls closing in Georgia. So let's talk a little bit about what to expect in Georgia. We expect quick counts in the state of Georgia, one of probably two battleground states where we're going to see the results pretty quickly. The other one is North Carolina. In 2020, it did take several days because the state of Georgia was the closest in the country. 0.2 of a point separated Joe Biden and Donald Trump, with Biden obviously beating Donald Trump in that state in 2020. But in 2022, we did see about 90% of the votes counted by midnight and 99% of the votes counted by 3 a.m. We expect to see a blue mirage in Georgia. That means the first ballots counted are going to be early votes that are going to skew Democratic. So the first votes are going to be more Democratic. The second tranche of votes are going to be Election Day votes. Those are going to be more friendly to Republicans. We expect that about 60% of the ballots are counted by 8 p.m. Eastern. And there are almost no provisional ballots cast in Georgia. So if a race is separated by more than 5,000 votes, with all the early votes, all the early in person and the election day votes counted, they'll likely call that race. We do expect 99% of Georgia votes to be reported tonight on election night. So we are a minute out here from the polls closing, and that's it. It's 7 o'clock. So the polls are now closed in a number of states here. We have polls closing in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and Florida. So for those tuning in right now, expect some election results coming in quite soon. Looks like we have the first call of the evening, so let's go to the U.S. Senate. We'll refresh this map. And I believe Decision Desk HQ has called this race for Jim Banks. Decision Desk HQ has called the race for Jim Banks. It's not showing up here yet, but I am seeing that they have called the race in his favor. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, it looks like we have our first call. Kentucky. Kentucky has been called for Donald Trump. Give me a quick sec. So Decision Desk HQ has officially called Kentucky for Donald Trump. That is the first state thus far. But let's do something here and let's dig into the county data, the county level data. Looking on the outskirts of Lexington, if we look at some of these small counties, it looks like Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's margin by about 1.5 points in Montgomery. Let's see, there's not enough reporting there. By about 1.8 in Girard County. In Casey County, by just over maybe almost 0.5 point. Taylor County, she came in under Joe Biden's margin. And just under, so we're looking at some of these counties on the outskirts of eastern and southern Kentucky, matching or coming in just below. Here we go. We have some other calls here. Indiana has been called in Trump's favor. South Carolina has been called in Trump's favor. And the state of Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. So our first calls of the evening, all safe calls for this one. Nice. And again, now we have Georgia to look into. So we should start seeing results come in the state of Georgia. That one we're going to be following closely along now that the polls have closed in the state of Georgia. I suppose as we look at this electoral map right here for the entire country, this is probably the point where we hear Donald Trump come in and say, stop the count. Right now, 3 electoral votes to 28. Safe Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. Safe Indiana, Kentucky, and South Carolina have been called for Donald Trump. All eyes right now are on Georgia, where we will start to get results in soon. Thank you to everybody joining. We've got 100,000 live viewers right now. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you haven't yet subscribed to this channel and you want to support this stream, all you got to do is hit the subscribe button. I don't do paid ads. I don't do sponsorships. I don't do host-read ads or anything like that. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. The best way to support my work is simply to hit the subscribe button. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, or Instagram, please make sure to hit the subscribe button. Let's head into Hamilton County in Indiana again. We have 55% of the vote reporting right now. This is a county that Donald Trump won in 2020 by 7%. 7% Donald Trump won Hamilton County in Indiana. Right now, Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump with more than half of the vote reporting, 50 to 48. That is a 8-point swing in Kamala's favor from 2020, if we see anything close to numbers resembling that in states across the country, then this will be a very good night for Kamala Harris. We have reporting here from CNN that 3 polling locations in major blue areas of Fulton County, Cobb County, and Gwinnett County are going to stay open later because of bomb threats originating from Russia. And of course, there is one political party in this country that works hand in glove with Russia, and that is Republicans. So at this point, Republicans, I think, thought that they had devised a smart plan to work with the Russians to call in bomb threats, and yet now, rather than celebrating the fact that they've depressed turnout by calling in bomb threats, we know that those polling locations are going to stay open later on this evening. But for everybody in Georgia right now, if you're watching, get in line, stay in line, do not leave. Make sure that your ballots are cast. Again, a lot of good information we can take from just counties like this. Here's another county, Allen County, another population center where Fort Wayne is. Joe Biden's margin in 2020 was 43%. Kamala Harris is beating that by 4 percentage points. Donald Trump is losing about 3 percentage points out of his margin in Allen County, Indiana. And again, just to give you an idea of the makeup here, 73%, so a little bit less white than some of these rural counties. But even in these rural counties, if we want to go to, for example, Jay County, where again, Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's numbers by about 1.5 points, the demographic makeup of that county is overwhelmingly white, almost 95% white. So a lot that we can glean. It's not just that she's consolidating a little bit more support, 2, 3, 4, as many as 5, 6, 7% percentage points from Joe Biden, but she's doing it even in these counties that are overwhelmingly white. Again, if we're looking at Jay County right here, the census data shows that this is a 94.5% white county. So a lot of good that we can glean from looking at this county level data as it comes in. White County out of Indiana, again, same story. 3 points in Kamala's favor. Donald Trump losing about 3 percentage points from where his 2020 margins were. And this isn't going to help us much in Indiana, but it could be telling in terms of the numbers that we're going to see if these numbers are replicated throughout the country. Thank you to everybody tuning in. We are at almost 105,000 live viewers right now. And a big thanks to Decision Desk HQ. This is the first time this kind of technology is available for streaming. So we are seeing county level data right now among the states in this country. Do we have any votes yet out of Georgia? Not yet. All eyes are on Georgia this evening. That is the first state that we're keeping an eye on. Polls closed in Georgia at 7 p.m. Eastern, so about 12 minutes ago. Of course, they'll still, for anybody online, they can still vote, and they should stay online so that they have the opportunity to vote. We expect about 90% of the votes to be counted by midnight here. So within the next few hours, we should have the vast majority of the votes counted in that state of Georgia. So we're going to keep an eye on Georgia. Looking to see if there's any votes that have come in any of the population centers of Frankfort, Lexington, or Louisville. And we don't have any votes reporting yet. Of course, we have about half the votes coming in from the smaller counties around Frankfurt and Lexington right now. And again, roughly the same story here. So we're looking at Woodford County, about half the votes coming in, small rural county on the exurbs of Frankfurt, Kentucky. Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's numbers by about 0.5% here with just over half of the votes in. I don't know if this is going to be replicated in every county in Kentucky, but it sure does look like it so far. Jessamine County, we're seeing, again, about 2 points different in Kamala's favor from Joe Biden's 2020 margin. Let's look at Clark County. We just have 4% reporting in Clark County right now, so can't really glean too much. Montgomery County, we are seeing Kamala Harris beating Joe Biden's numbers by about 1.5 points there. So I think the consistent theme that we're seeing in county after county, in at least some of these overwhelmingly white states, which also can tell us a lot about the electorate in some of these other white states, like Wisconsin, for example, like Iowa, for example, where we're keeping an especially close eye after the Ann Seltzer poll, is that even in these counties where you wouldn't think Democrats would be leaning into their margins because it's an overwhelmingly black population, for example, look at the demographic data in Montgomery County, where we're looking right now. This is almost 94% white here. And for a county like that, that shows that there are white people who should normally be part of the base of Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Enough of them are defecting that we are seeing 2% margins go in Kamala Harris's favor, even in these small rural counties in Kentucky. And of course, we've seen that as well in Indiana also. Let's see. Let's go back to So it looks like we've had the race called for Bernie Sanders before a single vote was counted here. Bernie Sanders will win re-election in the state of Vermont. So congratulations to Bernie Sanders. We've also had another call for the U.S. Senate. Jim Banks will win the U.S. Senate in the state of Indiana. So those are two races called. Of course, it's purple because Bernie Sanders is an independent. He caucuses with the Democrats. I want to head back to Indiana for a moment here. Oops, let's go to the presidential race. Back to Indiana. Hamilton County. As soon as we have an update here, which I think is coming soon, this is the county to look at. If we head out to a comparison from 2020, again, look at these numbers. Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's margins by 5 points. Donald Trump is losing on his margin by about 4 points here. So good numbers for Kamala Harris, at least as it relates to Hamilton County. As soon as we have an update there in Hamilton County, I will bring it to you. So we'll go back to our regular map here as we await some election results and as we await some results out of Georgia. There we go. We've got some results coming in from Georgia. Small numbers reporting right now. Let's go to historical comparison. Now, when we do the historical comparison, wow. Look at these numbers here. Rockdale County, 76% reporting. Kamala is beating Joe Biden's margins by 5 percentage points. Donald Trump is losing on his margins by 5 percentage points. I wish I knew how to do quick math. 70 minus 29. 41, 75 minus 24. 10-point swing. That just goes to show how good at math I am all that time to be able to add 5 and 5. That's why I was an English major. Okay, a 10-point swing in Rockdale County in Georgia right now. Let's head over to Douglas County. Again, 75% reporting. We are seeing again the same point, about 6-point swing in Kamala's favor so far. I do want to caution that the votes that we're seeing out of Georgia are blue mirage numbers. So the votes that are coming in first are heavily early votes, mail votes, early in-person votes. The votes that are going to be counted after are going to be Republican-heavy election day votes. So good signs right now that Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's numbers and that Donald Trump is not meeting his 2020 benchmarks. But again, wait until until we get more results in before we can read too much into this stuff. We just got 5% reporting out in Burke County, so not much we can read into there. And a small rural county with about 3,000 votes remaining here shows Donald Trump beating his numbers. So it'll be an interesting test case to see how Donald Trump does out in these counties here. But we have still a lot of votes left to be counted. We have 4% of the vote reporting here. So we will check in as these votes continue to get counted out in Georgia. But some welcome signs as we look at a county like Rockdale, where 76% of the vote has been counted thus far. So there's a few counties that we're going to want to look at in Georgia once these votes start coming in. Let's see. We have no results from Clayton. So once we get more votes in, we have some good benchmarks in terms of what Kamala Harris has to hit. So as those numbers continue to get reported, we can look at counties like Clayton, Fulton, DeKalb, Cherokee, and Forsyth to give us an indication of how Kamala Harris is doing. But right now, we just don't have enough data that's come in so far out of Georgia to be able to make anything even close to an educated guess. We do expect, though, Donald Trump to be gaining in some of these deep red rural districts. Of course, we hope that for a lot of the suburban outposts of Atlanta, for example, and Savannah, that's where Kamala Harris sees a lot of her support consolidate. So as soon as we get those numbers in, we'll bring them to you here. We have 3% of the vote reporting in Georgia. Now, one thing that I do want to caution, when these votes do start to come in, they should be heavier blue than red. So right now, Kamala Harris is not only leading Donald Trump, 51 to 48. It's only 3% reporting, but she's also beating Joe Biden's margin of 49.5 to 49.3. But we do expect these numbers to get blue before they get red. So expect her to build up her lead as they continue to count mail ballots and early votes, and then for her lead to be chipped away at as the election day votes, which are going to be overwhelmingly red, continue to come in. So that's the situation in Georgia right now, where the polls closed 22 minutes ago. For folks who are wondering how long we're going to be at this, I know we have a lot of viewers right now who weren't here earlier. Here's the laydown, here's the breakdown of what I expect to see in terms of when these races are going to be called. We are right now getting results reported out of Georgia. I do expect that there is the possibility, depending on the margin, that we could see Georgia get called late tonight. The same in North Carolina. Same in North Carolina. We do have the possibility, if the margin isn't too close, that we can see North Carolina called tonight too. Then we go to the blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Unlikely that we'll see them be called tonight unless the margins are wide enough that they do feel comfortable making those calls. Otherwise, we might see more of a Wednesday, tomorrow situation in those blue wall states. Then you get out to Arizona and Nevada. Unlikely that we'll have those states called either, because I know Nevada accepts mail ballots that come in up to several days after the polls close that are postmarked by Election Day. Okay, let's look. We are looking in Virginia right now, where polls closed at 7 o'clock as well. Votes just starting to trickle in. We only have about 5,000 votes that have been recorded out of Virginia. A couple of races that we're keeping an eye on in Virginia are Virginia's 2nd House Congressional District and 7th. So let's see where we're at on those. We can go over to the House map right here in Virginia. We're going to be keeping an eye on this race. Jennifer Kiggins, who is the Republican incumbent, will be in a close race with her Democratic challenger, and also in Virginia's 7th Congressional District, where Eugene Vindman, who is the brother of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Alexander Vindman, is running for the House here. And these are bellwether districts, so we'll get a good idea of what the rest of the country is going to look like once we have results reporting from these districts. But right now it looks like in Virginia's 7th Congressional District, we only have about 1,000 votes reporting. And in the 2nd Congressional District, we have 0 votes reporting. So buckle up. It is going to be a night here as we wait for these votes to get counted. 369,000 votes remaining, with 0 in right now on these 2 bellwether districts out of Virginia, which again will give a clear indication of what we're looking at in the country more broadly. let's take a look down in Florida to see what we have thus far. As it stands right now, Donald Trump, with about half of the vote reporting, is leading Kamala Harris. Of course, I don't think there was anybody that really believes that Florida is a swing state at the presidential level. But let's take a look at, it looks like he is running above, Donald Trump is running above his margin in 2020, with about half of the votes reporting right now. Let's take a look at how the Senate looks, because there is a Senate race where Debbie Mukersel-Powell is running against Rick Scott in the state of Florida. So we'll head down to Florida, and it looks like Rick Scott is running about 10 points ahead with 15%, I'm sorry, about half of the vote reporting right now. So Rick Scott beating Trump's 2020 margin, and also Trump beating Trump's 2020 margin, running about 10 points ahead of Debbie Mukersel-Powell with 10% of the vote to go. Florida should be one of the quickest states to get their election results fully in. So a little bit of a rough result for Debbie Mukersel-Powell right now. The polling, let's see how Debbie Mukersel-Powell, the polling as of the latest poll had her running about, let's see if we have any. Morning Consult had Rick Scott running 3 points ahead. So yeah, about 3 points ahead. So we'll see if this race tightens a little bit. Well, let's see where the votes remaining stand right now. So here we go. Population centers. Palm Beach, Orange, Pinellas. So these are population centers right here. So Palm Beach County, Polk County, and Orange. We have no results in from Palm Beach County. We have no results in from Polk County, and we have no results in from Orange County. So if it looks lopsided, that's because the Democratic population centers, where Orlando is, West Palm Beach, and Tampa, we don't have those votes in yet. So sigh of relief here, because we're not seeing these population centers report. Again, if you're looking at the votes remaining right now, that is these Democratic strongholds where the vast majority of votes. We also, I believe, don't have, it's not, up here Tallahassee isn't too much of a population center. But you can see Palm Beach, or Orange, Pinellas, and Lee. Let's see what the breakdown of Lee County is. That is a Trump-friendly county. Palm Beach is a Democrat-friendly county. Pinellas is pretty damn close. Just about tied. Joe Biden eking out a victory in Pinellas in 2020. So a lot to keep an eye on out in Florida right now. .30. It is 7:32 East Coast time. That means the polls are now closed in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Now, here's a call. Jim Justice has won in North Carolina. In West Virginia. That means that we officially have seen our first flip in the U.S. Senate of the election cycle. We all, of course, expected, since Joe Manchin was not running, this seat was pretty much a giveaway, and without a single vote being counted thus far, the race has been called for Jim Justice. So this is a loss for the Democrats on the U.S. Senate column, one that was fully expected. as we move ahead here. Back to the presidential map. That state of West Virginia has also been called for Donald Trump. So as it stands right now, Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes from the state of Vermont. And then, of course, Trump has 32 from the safe red states of West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and South Carolina. All eyes, of course, are on Georgia as these votes continue to come in. We have about 7% of the state reporting right now. 0% reporting from Fulton County, 0% reporting from DeKalb County, 0% reporting from Clayton, 0% reporting from Richmond County, where Augusta is, 0% reporting from Chatham County. So for anybody looking at this map and getting worried because we're seeing Donald Trump up by 18 points in Georgia, do not worry. None of the population centers have counted their votes thus far. Let's head over to North Carolina, where the polls have just closed. We don't have any numbers reporting yet, but as soon as they come in, we'll make sure to bring them to you. No polls, no numbers reporting thus far. We should have numbers out of North Carolina not too long from now. North Carolina is one of the quickest states to report. We are about 25 minutes, by the way, away from polls closing in Pennsylvania. Let's go back to Georgia and see how it's looking out in that state. Not much different from previously, where we saw about 7% reporting. We now have 8% reporting. Still nothing coming out of Fulton County. Still nothing coming out of DeKalb County. And nothing coming out of Gwinnett. So all of these major population centers out of Georgia, it remains to be seen how those votes are going to look. But we have the historical benchmark, so we know what numbers Donald Trump has to hit. We know what numbers Kamala Harris has to hit in a lot of these counties. Let's head back to Indiana, where we were keeping a close eye on Hamilton County. It looks like Trump has squeaked into the lead there, but here's why this is important. Just to give a historical comparison here, look at the numbers, how Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden's 2020 numbers and how Donald Trump is underperforming his 2020 numbers. While Kamala Harris may not be leading in this county, to see her pretty much tied in a county where Donald Trump was leading by 7 points is pretty telling, and I think we can read a lot from the tea leaves there. Of course, that's only 59% of the vote reporting here, so we still have much more of the vote to come in, but already an interesting story being told out in Indiana. According to NBC, the top issue among voters is democracy at 35%, the economy at 31%, abortion at 14%, and then immigration at 11%. So Republicans largely predicated this entire campaign on immigration, on mass deportations, and it looks like even though mass deportations unto themselves aren't popular, it's not even registering as one of the principal issues. Democracy being at 35%, according to an NBC exit poll, bodes well for Democrats and Kamala Harris. Some news out of Iowa. Johnson County, which is Iowa's most Democratic county, is on track to shatter turnout records tonight. Shatter turnout records tonight. And of course, that comes in line with what we heard out of the Ann Seltzer poll showing Kamala Harris winning the state of Iowa 47-44. It remains to be seen whether that comes to pass, but would lend itself to exactly that. To give a lay of the land right now, this is where it stands on the presidential plane. Safe Republican states of Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina have been called for Donald Trump. Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. At the U.S. Senate, we have Indiana and West Virginia called for the Republican candidates. So we have the race called for Jim Banks in Indiana, and we also have the race called for Jim Justice in West Virginia. That is a flip since Joe Manchin opted not to run. And then, of course, for the Democrats, we have Bernie Sanders, who maintained his seat in the state of Vermont, an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. Taking a look at the House races right now, let's see if we have any results from Virginia's 2nd congressional district. We have 4% reporting here. If we look at the historical comparison to where it was, this was a very close race in 2022, and we only have 4%, so we're not going to be able to glean much from these results thus far. But Virginia's 2nd congressional district is something that we're going to keep an eye on. Let's see if we can go.
And who did you vote for?
Can we hear this on the stream?
Tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't gonna vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone, telling me to go vote. And if I did, she was gonna break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously gonna break up with you?
No, I made that up to say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't gonna vote at all.
You were just gonna stay home.
I was gonna stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing: how long did it? Most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us.
Oh, we have an echo here, so I'm going to.
How long it took you to vote?
So I got off at work at 4:30. Drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about the little bit of echo there, but I just thought that was an interesting little video there that we had. Okay, let's head back to some of these poll results that we have here. Going back to Virginia's 2nd congressional district, we're going to keep an eye on Virginia's 2nd and also Virginia's 7th These are two bellwether counties in Virginia, two very close races that will determine, in large part, who is able to control the House this cycle. So, with we have we have 1,000 votes reporting right now in VA7, and also just over 20,000 here reporting in Virginia's second. So we're going to keep an eye on those and see how that continues to shake out as we have more results that come in. So let's go back to the presidential race and see if we have any results out of North Carolina here. It looks like nothing reporting yet out of North Carolina. Heading back to Florida, we have almost 2/3 of the votes counted in Florida. Let's look at how Donald Trump is doing relative to his 2020 numbers, overperforming his numbers from 2020. I want to head over to the Senate race in Florida and see how Debbie Mukersel-Powell is doing. Rick Scott besting Debbie Mukersel-Powell by about 9.5 percentage points right now, with about 60% of the vote reporting. If we look at how she's faring on Joe Biden's 2020 margins, she's running below his margins right now. Still 4 million votes remaining to be counted, so a lot can happen. And of course, it's worth noting that the places where where votes are still outstanding are Orlando, for example, are Tampa and Jacksonville and Miami. So a lot of the Democratic population centers, Miami-Dade, Orange County, still has almost more than 500,000 votes remaining. Let's hear from a voter. Your headset. Oh, it's all good. I'll mute myself. Let's hear from a voter out here in Michigan.
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
So we are seeing a lot of these kind of voters come out and learning about why they're coming out to vote. Again, we saw that democracy, that abortion rights are first and foremost on people's minds. Okay, let's now head over to Georgia and see if we have an update out of Georgia. About 12% reporting, so just a little bit more reporting than before. Still 0% in Fulton County, 0% in DeKalb, 0% in Gwinnett, and 0% in Richmond. These are the Democratic population centers. We have 5% reporting in Chatham County, which is where Savannah is, and not too much we can glean with just 6,000, 7,000 votes cast right now, but we'll keep a close eye on Georgia and see how everything continues to shake out there. Remember, we are looking at the gubernatorial races in the country right now. I anticipate that we will see a call soon for the North Carolina governor. I do want to announce that Fox has called the race for Josh Stein over Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor right there, who obviously got himself into a lot of hot water, what with his pro-Nazi comments and some issues he had with some posting boards that he felt the need to post on. So Fox has called North Carolina governor for Democrat Josh Stein, which would be a major win. We are waiting for Decision Desk HQ to call the same thing here out of North Carolina. We'll keep an eye on that. But let's go back to the presidential race. And as we approach 8 p.m., we are looking toward Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania polls close at 8 p.m. All eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania. Michigan's polls in the northwestern portion of the state close at Michigan's going to close, depending on it's in the middle of two time zones, but we should see polls close at 9 p.m. Let's see. 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 8 p.m. and 9 p.m., depending on where you live in the state. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Pennsylvania polls closing in about 12 minutes here. %, reporting out of Georgia. Not much we can read from 19% reporting thus far. With regard to Donald Trump's tweet about Philadelphia and Detroit seeing heavy law enforcement, in Philadelphia and Detroit, Detroit's mayor's office said they don't know what Trump is talking about. A spokesman for Detroit's elections department says, "We are unaware of any police presence in the city for elections beyond what was outlined in a press conference last Thursday and widely reported nationally." So again, Donald Trump doing his level best to spread disinformation that he can later use as a predicate to help him cast doubt on the election results. Still about 19% reporting in Georgia. So we will come back to Georgia in just a moment. Let's take a look over to Virginia. 21% of the vote is in right now. What I'm especially interested in Virginia, again, probably too soon to glean much from the numbers, but right now Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump by 13 points in Virginia. He is running below his 2020 margin, and Kamala is running above Joe Biden's 2020 margin. So a good piece of news right now as it stands in Virginia. But again, only 20% of the vote thus far. I want to go to the House races in Virginia and see if we have any news there. There are two bellwether bellwether districts that we're going to be looking at. The first is Virginia's 2nd congressional district. Only 7% of the vote in right now. The other is the 7th congressional district, 12% reporting thus far. So two races that we're going to keep a close eye on this evening as the results continue to come in. And we are about less than 10 minutes away from polls closing in Pennsylvania. All eyes will be on Pennsylvania shortly. Two races to watch in Florida here, and that is Florida's 13th congressional district, where Democrats had been eyeing unseating Anna Paulina Luna. That race has been called for her, so that is one offensive race that isn't going to pan out for Democrats. The other was Florida's 27th congressional district. Let's see how that turned out. Again, that has been called for Republicans as well. So a story that we've seen in a few election cycles thus far is Florida Republicans bucking the national trend and overperforming among the GOP as that state continues to move farther and farther to the right. So those are two targets that we were keeping an eye on out of Florida that seem to be out of reach or are out of reach for Democrats. Now, here's what to expect out of Pennsylvania. When Pennsylvania's polls close in a few minutes from now, what we can expect is to see something of a blue mirage and then a red mirage. So early votes are going to come in Pennsylvania. Then we're going to see election day votes come in, and then they will continue counting. So dominated by mail ballots, overwhelmingly from Philly and Allegheny counties. So that's going to be the initial votes come in. So they will be heavily blue. And then in-person votes are going to be reported. And so that will be heavily red. And then finally, as Philadelphia, as the large counties continue to count and report their remaining mail-in ballots, that will continue to shift the race back in Democrats' favor. So a bit of a seesaw is what we're expecting out of Pennsylvania when the polls close. I do not think that we're going to see quick results out of Pennsylvania this evening, but let's go back to the presidential map right now as it stands and see where we're at thus far. Still nothing reporting out of North Carolina. Polls are closed in North Carolina, but still nothing reporting thus far. Heading out to the map more broadly. Oh, hey, Joe. Cool. So these early numbers that we saw out of Hamilton, where Donald Trump had taken, or Kamala Harris rather, had taken, hey Joe, can we get back real quick? There we go. Where Donald Trump had lost his lead to Kamala Harris. We are now seeing, with about 60% of the vote reporting right now, Kamala Harris still leading Biden's number. They are about neck and neck in Hamilton County, Indiana. This is not to say that Kamala Harris is going to win Indiana, but just to show the difference in where they were before. Trump beat Joe Biden in Hamilton County in Indiana by 7 percentage points. Right now, with 59% of the vote reporting, we are seeing neck and neck. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris just by half a point. Oh, okay. And I think as of right now, we have a guest here, or in a second. Okay. Copy. And going back to, let's see. The presidential race right now, we are still waiting for some updates out of Georgia, Florida, Virginia, and North Carolina as we continue to count those ballots right now. Let's head back into Georgia, see if we have any further. Let's see. Joe, can I get... We have 0 counted from Fulton County, 0 from DeKalb. So all of the major population centers, we don't have votes counted. We have 5% reporting right now from Chatham County, which is where Savannah, Georgia is located. And of course, nothing counted thus far from Richmond County, which is where Augusta was. But these are going to be the major population centers, the Fulton, the DeKalb counties, that we're going to be keeping an eye on as soon as those votes come in. If we take a look at the historical comparisons and see what it looked like in 2020, these are the major population centers where Democrats gained their votes. Joe Biden was able to win DeKalb County, for example, by I can't do this math, 83 minus 15, 68% margin, I think that is. So that's clearly where the vast majority of Democratic votes come from. If you take a look over at Fulton County, it's much the same. Whatever 72 minus 26 is, that's going to be that margin as well. And we have, do we have these votes reporting here? 55% of the votes reporting right now. Okay, it looks like we do have votes reporting out of Fulton County. So Kamala Harris nearly matching Joe Biden's margin, but right now falling a little bit behind. So if we want Democrats to win the state of Georgia, they're going to need to match Joe Biden's 2020 margin. But still not enough votes to be able to make anything close to a calculated guess as to how things are looking right there. We have about an hour left in Iowa for those polls to close. And of course, the Ann Seltzer poll showed Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump by 3 points out of Iowa. It is 8 o'clock Eastern right now. I believe we will have some race calls right now. So let's go back to the presidential map here. Moments away, likely from a state like, for example, Massachusetts being called. I know NBC has just called Massachusetts for Kamala Harris. Here we go. We have some race calls. Okay. So according to Decision Desk HQ, we have the state of Massachusetts that's been called for Kamala Harris. We have the state of Rhode Island that's been called for Kamala Harris. Washington, D.C., Maryland has been called for Kamala Harris. Florida has been called for Donald Trump, as has Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Let's look at the Senate map right now. Tennessee, Mississippi, and Florida have been called. So the state of Florida has officially been called for Rick Scott. That was an offensive opportunity. Debbie Mukersel-Powell was trying to take on Rick Scott. That race has officially been called for Rick Scott. So he will retain his Senate seat in Florida. I would caution against reading too much into trying to glean the way the election's going by looking at Florida. Florida has kind of been bucking national trends and getting redder even as the rest of the country continues to move to the left in recent election cycles. So again, that was a potential pickup opportunity for Democrats in the U.S. Senate, but Rick Scott will retain his seat in the U.S. Senate against Debbie Mukersel-Powell. And the polls have closed in Pennsylvania. Let's see if we have live results. Okay, and I believe we are bringing on a guest in just a moment now. Are we ready? Okay. Would like to welcome in Zateo's Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi, thank you so much for joining. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me, Brian. It's a quiet night so far.
A quiet night. So how is everything looking from your end? How do you feel about the election thus far?
I just want it to be over, Brian. I've wanted it to be over for a while. And I feel like we're in the closing straights of it being over. Obviously, I want a result that doesn't mean America is going full fash. But I do want this whole process to be over. It's been a very stressful, exhausting year, and we are in the finishing moments, I hope. Tonight, whether we get a result or not, let's see. So far, I'm seeing mixed signals from what we're hearing from various states. You know, you look at the exit poll from CNN, which had democracy as the number one issue nationally, but in Georgia, it was the economy as the number one issue nationally. So it's going to vary from state to state. We're hearing a lot of reports about women turning out in record numbers. Let's see how that translates. We're hearing record numbers of young people turning out, although in Nevada, they're saying the signatures don't match because young people don't know how to sign anything anymore. So, yeah, forgive me if I don't have some great prophetic view right now.
Mehdi, talk about what the situation is like in Michigan. I mean, I know you cover international affairs, you cover Israel, Gaza, Israel, Palestine as a principal issue over there. How are things looking, I think, from that vantage point?
It's a great question. And for a lot of months now, the uncommitted movement, which tried to get the Democratic Party to change policy on Gaza, bring in some restrictions on these weapons that we're sending to Netanyahu to kill kids with, they were pressuring Harris and Biden to change course. Harris and Biden have sadly not changed course. The uncommitted movement came under a lot of pressure to endorse a third-party candidate. It didn't. They said Trump is still the bigger threat. A lot of Muslim Americans, Arab Americans, I know, Brian, in Dearborn, are saying they cannot bring themselves to vote for Harris because, you know, a lot of their family members were killed by weapons sent to Israel by the Biden-Harris administration. So they either want to sit out the election, vote green. Some of them are voting Trump. I interviewed an imam from Michigan who supports Donald Trump, and that was an entertaining interview. Not sure he's quite thought that one through. But look, I suspect still Harris will win the plurality of the Muslim vote in Michigan and in the United States. Let's see, I may be wrong. I think there's a lot of people who don't want to say openly that they're voting for Harris because they're worried about being attacked as pro-genocide or pro-Israel or whatever it is. Let's see what happens. Michigan, I've talked to people in the Democratic Party for weeks who say, look, we can win without Arab Americans, which I think is a little bit complacent. But you do know, Brian, better than me, that a lot of white women voters on abortion are really worked up in suburbs around Detroit, around major cities in the United States. And the Democrats are hoping to ride that to victory.
Right, and of course there's been a heavy focus even among the Republicans for Harris and that contingent of people to give something of a permission structure for these white voters, white female voters, even previously former Republican voters to come on board with the Harris campaign. I think they've done like a multi-pronged approach where they have had these surrogates reaching out to these folks. I do want to point out one thing, and that is that Donald Trump has already begun spreading a lot of these lies, to call it what it is, about this idea of there being a fraud or danger happening in Detroit and Philadelphia. What do you make of that?
So what on earth do Detroit and Philadelphia have in common, Brian, that Donald Trump would want to pick on these two cities? I can't imagine what about the racial makeup.
Can't possibly put my finger on it, yeah.
Can't put my finger on what about the racial makeup of those two cities might attract Donald Trump's attention. We also know he's not a fan of Milwaukee in Wisconsin or Atlanta in Georgia. I don't know what these cities have in common. Just cannot put my finger on it. He is a man who is a race baiter. He is a man who's an election denier. He's a man who's never going to... I just did a British radio hit earlier, and I said, I'll come back here on this show and I'll eat whatever you want me to eat if Donald Trump concedes tonight. If he loses, He may win, God help us all. But if he loses, the idea that he will concede to a black woman happily is absurd. He's not going to do it. He has a problem with a black woman opponent. He has a problem with black voters in places like Detroit and Philly. We've had Larry Krasner, the Democratic DA in Philadelphia, come out very strongly tonight and say this is all BS. There's no evidence of anything that Trump is claiming. He even claimed there was law enforcement in Detroit out by the ballot. But Detroit mayor and government told Daniel Dale of CNN that's just not true. They don't have any idea what he's talking about. But Brian, we know this is the playbook, right? You just throw as much mud against the wall, see what sticks with your followers, create enough doubt, make people have no faith in the electoral process. I mean, this is a man who shouldn't be allowed to run for president, number one, because he incited insurrection, but number two, because he wants to undermine the entire American democratic system.
Mehdi, what do you make of Donald Trump's closing message here? I believe it was just last night at his final pitch, closing message at his last rally, where he decided to call Nancy Pelosi an expletive. And that, of course, comes in the immediate heels of him bringing one of his comedians on stage to decide to call Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. He has, that's just one of a raft of things that he's decided to do in this closing week. Do you think that's going to have some impact here?
Well, if you're looking at some of the polling and some of the anecdotal reporting and people on the ground talking to Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, where there's, I believe, 500,000 Puerto Rican American voters. Remember, these are Americans, despite what some MAGA people might think. I think it could hurt him. Wouldn't it be hilarious, Brian, if he lost Pennsylvania because of a racist comedian who his campaign booked to warm him up in New York, of all places? I mean, it's finally cutting through to some communities how racist this man is. You talk about a closing message. This is a closing message which was supposed to be about the economy and immigration. In fact, Donald Trump can't stick to any kind of message discipline, so he reverts to his core, to his mean, and that means misogyny, racism, fascism. So we've had him saying, I wish I hadn't left the White House. We've had him, trying to use the B word for Nancy Pelosi, calling Kamala Harris low IQ, lazy as hell, stupid person, all the tropes that you have about black people from this white supremacist candidate. You've had him muse on the size of Arnold Palmer's genitalia. You've had him talk about the UFC setting up a league for migrants to fight for survival in. This kind of insane, fascistic, dystopian worldview that he adopts. This is his closing message, right? It's fascism, it's racism, it's misogyny. And that we've normalized in America is a great tragedy. And let me say this, Brian, to you and your viewers. Donald Trump might lose tonight. He may win. God help us all. But even if he loses, we can celebrate for a day or two. But the reality is tens of millions of people will have happily voted for this guy, despite the racism, the misogyny, and the fascism. We have a real problem in this country that tens of millions of Americans have signed on for MAGA fascism. They've made that very clear, and it's not going away even if Donald Trump loses tonight.
I think that's a great point. And something that has been upsetting for me is we are now seeing different jurisdictions around the country come out and say that they're now treating our elections as high security events. They're closing down streets in Green Bay around City Hall. We're seeing that kind of thing replicated across the country. And look, we're supposed to be this beacon of democracy in the entire world. And if we saw this kind of stuff in other countries, we would happily call it the stuff of banana republics. And yet the fact that it's happening here is a testament to just the way that Trump and the Republican Party, this cowardly Republican Party, have sought to just kind of destroy the fabric of America, all for his petty personal political gain here, all in service of lies and something that they themselves know are lies. I mean, we've heard from these Fox hosts behind the scenes when they peddled these same BS lies in 2020 that they all knew they were lying, and yet it didn't matter to them because they were in such desperate pursuit of power that they were willing to say anything. And just to look at the way that they have fundamentally changed how American elections are perceived is, I think, the great tragedy in all of this, where any of us a few years back would go to the polling place and not in a million years would think that this is a cause for danger or these bomb threats, as we're seeing across the country, even though we're learning more and more that these bomb threats are emanating out of Russia. But this isn't something that happens in this country. And I hope the Republican Party can look at this insofar as they have an ounce of shame left and see how they have fundamentally changed the fabric of our country, all in service of Donald Trump's easily disprovable lies.
They don't have any shame left. And the reason we know they have no shame left, Brian, is that Donald Trump is their candidate in 2024, despite many of them having come out, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, many of them have been coming out loudly against him on January the 7th, 2021, the morning after that insurrection. The Republican Party was done with him. They were, Ron DeSantis is going to be our candidate. Donald Trump is finished, but they wouldn't vote to convict him in the Senate during that impeachment trial and disqualify him from running again. And they all fell in behind him once he smashed DeSantis out of the park, which some of us warned he would do. And that's how we know they have no shame. We know they have no shame because Megyn Kelly turns up at a rally to speak alongside him, the same Megyn Kelly who he insulted and attacked when she was trying to interview him when he was running the first time round. Joe Rogan endorsed him for president. Joe Rogan, the same Joe Rogan who said he's a dangerous bastard. He's a dangerous guy who's undermining American democracy. He's got morons going and attacking the Capitol. We know they have no shame because they're the ones, Brian, as you say, who attacked him in 2021 after January 6th. And yet a few years later, they all got behind him. They have no shame. Many of the base, many of the voters want a strong man. It's not like they want a better democracy. They actually prefer a strong man. They want a tyrant. They want a dictator to own the libs and to crack down on all the brown and black folks. That's just a reality. Right. And separate to them, there's far too many liberals and centrists who have accepted American democracy in the way it works right now and not fought for reform. Joe Biden kicked a commission on Supreme Court reform into the long grass when Democrats should have been leading the way on Supreme Court reform, on rebalancing the court. We haven't seen the same efforts on filibuster reform in the Senate. We saw it very belated late in the day, not early on in the Biden presidency. I hope if Kamala Harris wins, the Democrats understand that just winning this one time is not enough through the skin of your teeth. You got to do stuff to make the American system more democratic. I see Republicans, Brian, saying if Democrats win, they're going to get rid of the filibuster. They're going to make Puerto Rico and DC states. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. And I'm like, don't promise me a good time. I wish Democrats were going to do that stuff. They should do that.
It's true. You're exactly right. They shouldn't be making the case in a stronger way than Democrats. That should be what we go out in the campaign trail and say, look, these people in Washington, D.C., in Puerto Rico deserve representation. Yes. We should absolutely make sure that these people get representation. There's no reason that Republicans should be making the case stronger than Democrats. But with that said, Mehdi, I know that you have to go. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us this evening.
Thanks, Brian.
Talk to you soon. Okay. Heading back over to our presidential map right here, let's take a look at Georgia and see if we have any further results. We have about 43% of the vote in Georgia thus far. Donald Trump leading about 10 points in Georgia right now. Let's see the population centers. We have about 55% of the vote in Fulton County. We have 0% of the vote in DeKalb. And just to give an indication of how important DeKalb is, we have about 377,000 votes remaining to be counted in DeKalb County, and that is where Joe Biden in 2020 took home 83% of the vote compared to Donald Trump's 15% of the vote. So a lot to keep an eye on out of DeKalb County. Fulton County, we are still looking at about 55% of the vote reporting thus far. Even within this 55%, we have Kamala Harris not meeting the benchmark that she needs to meet from Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. And of course, with a state as close as Georgia, we have to be meeting those benchmarks that have been set in 2020. Georgia, of course, went for Joe Biden over Donald Trump by 0.2 of a point in the last election cycle, the closest of all the races. And I believe we have some votes coming in Pennsylvania right now. So let's take a look over at Pennsylvania and see where we stand. We have 4% of the vote in right now. 11% reporting out of Bucks County, and Bucks County in 2020 was a close county, one of the few bellwether counties in PA, another one being Northampton, which is just north of it. We don't have any reporting results from Northampton right now, but heading back to Bucks County, right now with just 11% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is certainly leading the margin set by Donald Trump, but too many votes outstanding to be able to glean any accurate information from that thus far. Allegheny County, we are seeing blue mirage right now, so do not take this to the bank. The votes that are coming in early are mail ballots that have been counted, so that is why they're skewing overwhelmingly in Kamala Harris's favor. These will even out as Election Day ballots continue to get factored in. Again, I would caution for people looking at any partial results. There is not much we can learn from partial results. I have to remind you that Pennsylvania was decided by a point in 2020. We likely won't even see the results out of Pennsylvania this evening. So do not read too much into Pennsylvania. Do not read into any of these states until we have full reporting results thus far. Just a quick note for those who are watching the stream right now. If you want to support this stream, I don't do paid ads, I don't do sponsorships, I don't do advertisements. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. If you're looking to support the work that I do, the best way to do that is to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost you anything. Just hit the subscribe button. That's the best way to support my work. We are going to go back to Georgia and North Carolina in just a moment here. Let's see. Okay. Let's go back to Georgia, where we have 43% of the vote in. Just a flag for people. Georgia will, once we start getting these result totals in from the major counties, we're going to see reporting early in-person and early mail ballots first. So we're going to see something of a blue mirage in Georgia. That hasn't happened yet because we are still waiting for vote totals to come in from Democratic population centers like DeKalb County, where I know that we are waiting for almost 400,000 votes to come in, and we have 0% reporting thus far. If we look at the historical comparison in Fulton County, we can see that Joe Biden took 72.6%, Kamala Harris running similar numbers here with 55% of the vote in. So that is good. We need to see those numbers tick up a little bit, but right now to see her breaking that 71% threshold is good news for Democrats. Let's see if we have any other results. Let's see, we're looking at Clayton County will give us a good indication of how things are going. 73% reporting. Now, if you look at this margin right here, 83.3 to 14.2, the margin Kamala Harris wants to beat is 71 points. A 71-point margin. She is sitting at 71.1. So in Clayton County, Georgia, Kamala Harris is meeting the number she needs to meet. We have 73% of the vote in, so there is still room for her to move up or down. But right now, good news out of Clayton County. She needs to be at D plus 71. Right now, she is at D plus 71.1. So close, but good news for Democrats out of Clayton County right now. Let's see. Just doing some math here, courtesy of the person who does not know how to do math. So we are still waiting for more of these votes to come in right now. We will take a look back. We'll check back in to see how things are looking in Fulton County. It looks like we did get some more votes, and Kamala Harris, her margin has ticked up a little bit. So we're looking at 71.5%, getting closer to that 72.6% that Joe Biden hit in 2020. So good news for Kamala Harris as that number continues to tick up and Trump's number continues to tick down. Basically, because this state is so close, we do want to make sure that we're hitting the same margins as we did in 2020, if not exceeding them. Well, this is only 5% reporting. Right now, 62% reporting in Richmond County. We are seeing Kamala Harris overperforming by 1.7 points. Again, a little too soon to be making any major conclusions from this stuff, but we'll keep an eye on Georgia. Sad to report that Matt Gaetz has won re-election. Some good news to counter that Matt Gaetz news is that a Georgia court has extended voting hours for 6 DeKalb County polling sites in Atlanta that received bomb threats. So good news out of Georgia. The Harris campaign is reporting that they are seeing college campus lines of 1 to 2 hours at 8 different colleges in Wisconsin, and of course to ensure that people stay in line. They're sending some folks out to the campuses to ensure that the kids stay in line if they're in line right now. Paul Rudd is going to Pennsylvania. Others are FaceTiming in, including Jennifer Gardner FaceTiming into Villanova, Josh Gad to Lehigh, Mark Cuban to UNC Charlotte, and Demi Lovato to University of Nevada at Las Vegas. Let's head back to a couple of House races in Virginia. We are looking at Virginia's 2nd. Only 23% of the vote reporting thus far, but this is a race that we're going to keep a close eye on. And also 7th Congressional District. Eugene Vindman is still running ahead of, Eugene Vindman is still running ahead of Abigail Spanberger's numbers in 2022. So again, small numbers there. We can't extrapolate too much from that, but so far so good out of Virginia. And of course, back to the 2nd Congressional District, the numbers are too small to glean much from right now with over 250,000 votes remaining. We have had other races get called. Let's see. The Electoral College, as it stands right now, is composed entirely of safe red and blue states. So for Trump, we have Florida, South Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Missouri. For Kamala Harris, we've got Washington, D.C., Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont. Wow. Some news out of Florida, according to, I'm not sure which news outlet is reporting it, but it looks like Florida has rejected the right to include a right to abortion in the state's constitution. A surprising result out of Florida. Let's see if we have that result right now. So there it is. Florida has rejected the right to an abortion, including that in the state constitution. I believe, did it have to reach a 60% threshold? I believe it had to reach a 60% threshold. Yep. It needs a 60% threshold, and it just missed by 1.6%. So a bad result out of Florida, where, again, the right to reproductive freedom being on the ballot needed to win by 60%, and it only hit 58.4% with 99% reporting. So bad news out of Florida for that abortion rights initiative. I believe legalization was on the ballot as well, marijuana legalization, and that also failed to reach that 60% threshold. So a high bar to reach in Florida, and both abortion rights and legalization of marijuana have failed to reach the 60% threshold in Florida. So pretty much no good news coming out of Florida this evening, but that was, I think, to be expected. So again, I would caution against extrapolating too much information out of Florida in terms of looking at the national environment here. We are starting to get some votes out of Pennsylvania. Looks like we only have 7% reporting. Some House races that we're going to look at out of PA are Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, for example. And we have 0% reporting thus far. Let's see what other House races we're going to keep an eye on this evening. Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. That's one that we're keeping an eye on. We're going to keep an eye on Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. If we look at the historical comparison here, that is one that Democrats just barely held on to in 2022. And then finally, Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district, where with 6% reporting, Democrats are in the lead. But Scott Perry, who won by a 8-point margin in 2022, is endangered right now in 2024 against Janelle Stenson. So we'll keep an eye on all of these House races out of Pennsylvania, and of course we're going to head back into Virginia and see if we have any update with Virginia's 2nd congressional district. With 27% reporting, it doesn't look like we have much of an update there, but this is one that we are keeping an eye on. This is a Democratic target in the state of Virginia. We're also keeping an eye on Virginia's 7th congressional district, where Eugene Vindman has a 5-point lead right now over Derek Anderson, his Republican challenger. This was a seat that was won by Abigail Spanberger back in 2022. This is the Senate map as it stands right now. As I reported earlier, Rick Scott has kept a hold of his seat in Florida, defeating Debbie Mukersel-Powell. That was a hopeful pickup opportunity for Democrats, but with a 14-point margin, it looks like Rick Scott has handily won that race. Also, Republicans win in Mississippi, retaining that seat. Democrats will win in Virginia. So that's some good news, as there was talk lately about Tim Kaine being a target for an offensive opportunity by Republicans. Tim Kaine holds onto his seat by a 6-point margin. So good news out of the U.S. Senate in Virginia, where Democrats are able to fend off a potential flip by Republicans. So that is some good news this evening. Back to the presidential map here as we await some more results. Again, just to caution, do not read too much into any of this data. We are looking at very incomplete results, especially in the battleground states. We'll likely be able to call, depending on how close it is, Georgia and North Carolina later this evening, but unlikely we'll be able to call races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. So I would highly caution at 8:30 p.m. against reading too much into what's happening in a lot of these battleground states. We just do not have enough data yet to be able to make any informed decision here. Now at 8:30, I believe we'll have some calls here that we can make. So they will likely be coming in shortly. But I believe that New Jersey's ballots our polls are closed, so I believe we'll be able to call New Jersey shortly. Again, highly recommend that nobody draws too many conclusions from the very incomplete vote totals that we have thus far. Here we go. We finally have 14% reporting. So again, not much to glean too much information from right here. I will say with regard to North Carolina that the first votes that are going to be counted are going to be mail ballots. So we will see blue heavy results, and then early in-person ballots are going to be tabulated after those polls close. So those are going to start coming in, around now. And as those votes are continue to be counted, we will see a shift toward Republicans when those are joined with the Republican-heavy Election Day votes. So we are going to see blue-heavy votes first and then shift toward the right. With only 6% reporting, there's a few counties that we're going to be keeping an eye out for. Again, 6% isn't enough to tell us anything really, but basically at this point we want to make sure that Kamala Harris is beating the benchmarks set by Joe Biden, because Trump won this state in 2020, so she has to beat the benchmarks that were set by Joe Biden back then. So the counties that we're going to be keeping into account here are Mecklenburg County, which is where Charlotte is located, as well as Wake County, which is where Raleigh is located. Let's go to the Senate map. We have no new calls as of right now for Decision Desk HQ. And as soon as we have those calls, we will make them. So here is some good news. We can announce that Josh Stein has won the gubernatorial race against Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Right now, with only 14% reporting, it is a pretty staggering defeat. A lot of votes still left to come in, but obviously a big enough margin that that DDHQ felt comfortable making this call. So Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson in North Carolina, and Democrats will retain the gubernatorial seat in that state. So that is some good news out of North Carolina. And I know a lot of you are just thinking, like, how do we even get to this point where Mark Robinson was able to gain 40% of the vote, 310,000 votes? And look, 5 million votes still remain to be counted in that state, but the fact that he has still got 40% of the vote in that state, I think is a sad commentary on how some folks viewed some of his, how permissible some of his rhetoric was. So this is where we stand right now. It looks like Phil Scott has retained his seat, a very popular Republican governor in Vermont. So he has retained his seat as well. Heading back over to the presidential race. This is where we're at right now. I anticipate that we'll get some calls soon in states like New Jersey, for example. Heading over to Pennsylvania, 10% of the vote reporting. Not much we can read into PA with just 10% of the vote reporting right now. Let's head down to Georgia and see how things are looking there. So right now we're at about 2/3 of the votes in Augusta, for example. Richmond County, Kamala Harris is still beating Joe Biden's numbers by about 1.7 points. Trump is coming in under his number by about a point here. So good news so far out of Richmond. I want to go to Chatham County, only 5%. Not much we can learn from that. Let's see. I want to find... Still nothing from DeKalb County. Let's go to Fayette County. Donald Trump not meeting his number right now with about 90% of the vote in. He's not meeting his 2020 numbers. That is good news in this Atlanta suburb, this Republican Atlanta suburb. This is the suburb that he won by, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 points in 2020. Right now, he is just eking out 48.1 to 51.2. So about 3 points difference between the two. So Kamala Harris certainly closing the gap in this crucial county that I think can give us some indication of what the rest of the state hopefully looks like here. But good numbers out of Fayette County, where we have 89% of the vote already reporting right now. We've got 82% reporting in Douglas County, where Kamala Harris is beating Joe Biden's numbers by about 3.5%. Donald Trump is missing out on his numbers by a few percentage points. So some good news out of these high reporting counties in the Atlanta suburbs. This is exactly the kind of thing that we want to see out of Atlanta. Look over at Cherokee County. Donald Trump had 68.8% of the vote in 2020. He's just eking out a higher number, but then again, so is Kamala Harris. So that is pretty much a wash, and that is an area where Democrats are hoping to gain. So with 78% of the vote in, we'll see how that does. Democrats are gaining by about 0.5%, but Donald Trump is as well. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Cherokee County out in Georgia here. But so far, numbers are looking good in Georgia. Again, I would caution not to read too much into it as it stands right now. We have no results thus far from Iowa, and I will be keeping a close eye on Iowa this evening. .6% reporting out of Kansas. Kamala Harris beating Joe Biden's numbers in 2020 by about 3 points. Donald Trump coming in short by about 3 points. So a 6-point swing out in Shawnee County, which is where Topeka is. And we can look at Kansas City, and we are seeing just about the same numbers as in 2020. So not a lot of information that we can get right now. We look in, as we await some more numbers, 0% reporting out in Wichita. Going back to North Carolina, we've got 21% of the vote in. We are still waiting for some of the vote here. Only 6% reporting in Wake County. Let's look at what Joe Biden's numbers were in 2020. So, look, I anticipate, we know that there's going to be a bit of a blue mirage in North Carolina. So as we wait for mail-in ballots to be counted first, and then Republican-heavy Election Day ballots to come in, those numbers are obviously going to go down. But again, we're looking at 6% reporting, so no use in trying to read too much into any of these results. I'm hearing that the AP has called Illinois and New Jersey safe blue states. I anticipate that those will be called as well for Kamala Harris shortly on this map from Decision Desk HQ. As we approach 8:45, as we approach the 9 o'clock hour, polls will close in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. So a lot coming up in the 9 o'clock Eastern hour to keep an eye on. So if you are watching right now, make sure you stick around because we're going to get a lot more results soon. For those who are watching, if you want to support this live stream, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do paid ads or sponsorships or anything like that, but the best way to support my work is simply to hit subscribe. Let's take a look at Michigan, where I believe we have 8% reporting right now. Not only is the presidential race important in this state, but we also have a Senate race in Michigan that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and that is where Alyssa Slotkin is running against Mike Rogers. Only 7% reporting right now, but this is going to be an especially close race. Joe Biden only won this seat by just over 2 percentage points in 2020, and it's going to be a close race between Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers. Michigan, I think, will have Republican-heavy votes coming in first, and then we will see those numbers get more and more blue. Republican localities will report before Democratic localities. So the small counties will report. Those will be Republican heavy, and then Democratic cities like Detroit, Grand Rapids, and Ann Arbor will eventually get their votes in. And we'll see that go from a red mirage to the true vote. Whether Democrats have enough, obviously, will be the question here tonight. This is the Senate as it stands right now. Democrats with 32, Republicans with 43. All of the swing states remain to be seen. Florida was a hopeful pickup opportunity by Democrats, but Rick Scott was able to secure his seat by a pretty sizable margin of about 14 points. So no worry for Rick Scott in Florida as that state continues to buck the national trend and get redder and redder every election cycle. Back to the presidential race here. Let's see if we have an update out of Georgia. We've got 61% of the vote counted, and looks like we have some votes here from DeKalb County. 68% reporting from DeKalb County. Let's compare that to 2020. Joe Biden was able to get 83.1, Kamala sitting at 82.7, so right around where she needs to be, but we need, remember, Biden won this state by 0.2 of a vote, so we need to be hitting benchmarks everywhere. So this is DeKalb County with 2/3 of the vote in. We go over to Fulton County. Kamala Harris is just about even with Joe Biden's benchmark in 2020. Clayton, just about even there as well. Douglas County, Kamala just leading Joe Biden's number by about 3 percentage points. So this is the kind of results that we want to see. Douglas County, obviously much smaller. We're talking about just 60,000 votes counted thus far, with 11,000 remaining. But these are the kind of numbers that Kamala Harris needs to hit to win this race. Cobb County, a major population center. Biden was able to win this by 14 points in 2020. Kamala leading by about 16 points right now with 78% reporting. So this is what she needs to be doing in some of these counties right here. This is where it stands in Georgia right now. Remember, a lot of the population centers do not have all of their votes in. If we look at the votes remaining in Georgia, we can see it's all these population centers right around Atlanta, the Atlanta suburbs, Savannah, and Columbus, and Augusta. So good news for Democrats as we await a lot of these population centers votes to come in, and that will continue to skew the results in Democrats' favor in that this is where Democrats live. I don't know if I reported this before, but Kamala Harris has won the state of Virginia. Look at this. Look how close this state is right now. 49 to 48. Well, actually, it's only separated by half a point. If we look at the margin in 2020, this was a 10-point margin. So we saw 54% of the vote to be counted, but for Kamala Harris to hold on to the state is good news. The race has officially been called for Kamala Harris here in Virginia. So good news out of Virginia. Kamala Harris has won the state. Let's look at Texas right now and see if we have any vote. Right now, with 54% of the vote reporting, Kamala trailing Donald Trump by about 4 percentage points. Let's see where the votes are remaining right now. So some good news in that the vast majority of votes are still outstanding in the population centers: San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Lubbock, and El Paso. So that is good news for Kamala Harris. If we look at these numbers, just adding these numbers up right here, which of course I'm not able to do, but looks like we have at least a million, 1.3 outstanding. And going back to the live results, that is okay for right now. I mean, Trump is leading by 300,000 votes, and there's still over 1 million votes outstanding. So obviously, we will keep an eye on Texas. Let's look at the U.S. Senate race out of Texas and see where that stands right now. Colin Allred leading Ted Cruz, 50.8 to 47.2. See, this is interesting because it looks like Colin Allred may be running ahead of Kamala Harris in this race. So with 51% reporting, he's leading. And let's go back to the presidential race right now. 54% reporting. So it looks like Colin Allred is running a few points ahead of Kamala Harris. If you know anything about Ted Cruz, that should probably not surprise you. But an interesting thing to keep an eye on right here as we await more results out of Texas from the Senate race. Of course, looking back into 2020, this is a state that Donald Trump won over Joe Biden by about 5.5 points. So interesting to see thus far with half of the votes in, Colin Allred leading Ted Cruz in the state of Texas so far. Something that we will, of course, keep an eye on. Let's see if there's any races to watch out of Texas as far as the House is concerned. Okay, here we go. We're going to keep an eye on Texas's 15th congressional district. It looks like 12% in right now, so not much we can glean from this race right here. And it looks like the race has been called in New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. So New Hampshire has officially been called for Kamala Harris as she leads Donald Trump in that state with 33% reporting. So good news out of New Hampshire, which again was there were rumblings of that looking like something of a pickup opportunity for Republicans. Going back to the U.S. Senate, it looks like no new calls thus far. Okay, let's take a look at the state of the Senate race in Maryland. Do we have this? Maryland, we have no reporting thus far. That's going to be a race to keep an eye out for as well. So as of 5 minutes to 9 Eastern, this is where it stands right now. No surprises thus far in this race other than for the U.S. Senate. A hopeful pickup opportunity for the Democrats was Debbie Mukersel-Powell edging out Rick Scott. That obviously didn't come to pass, with Rick Scott handily winning that race by a 14-point margin. Okay, let's take a look back at Virginia. Kamala Harris's race has been called. We are taking a look in the House race right now. I want to check out Virginia's 2nd and 7th. So this is a race that we're watching tonight. Eugene Vindman is still leading by 1.5 points over Derek Anderson in this close race. If we take a look at what this looked like back in 2022, Abigail Spanberger did win this seat, so the margin has closed a little bit since then, but we still have about 26% of the vote remaining, 93,000 votes to go. Looking back at congressional district number 2, Virginia's 2nd congressional district, with only 31% reporting, it looks like Jennifer Kiggins, the incumbent, has a comfortable lead thus far over her Democratic challenger. So we'll keep an eye on both of these races out of Virginia. Let's see what other races we want to take a look at right now that can be kind of informative of the way that this election is going. So let's look at Michigan's 8th congressional district. Nothing reporting yet. Okay. And let's look at North Carolina's 1st congressional district. Okay, this is a race that we're going to keep an eye on as well. A close race here. A pickup opportunity for Republicans where they're looking to unseat Don Davis in the U.S. House. But with only 32% reporting, not much we can glean from this map so far. New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district. Let's take a look at that. Oh, I went to Vermont. I'm going to have a lot of angry New Hampshireites. Okay, this race has been called for the Democrats, so that is good news here. This was a pickup opportunity for Republicans, so good news for Democrats in New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district. That race has been called for the Democrats. Here we go. All right, let's go back to the House map, see what else we should be looking at right now. New Jersey's 7th. Close race here with only 23% of the vote in. Democrats are looking to unseat Thomas Keene. Right now, again, we don't have many of these votes in, but it looks like only separated by 700 votes as it stands right now. We're still waiting for over 330,000 votes to come in. So we'll keep an eye on New Jersey's 7th congressional district as this night continues to progress. And I believe that may cover it for the vote for the races that we're looking at in the House right now. Let's take a look at Ohio. Ohio's 9th and 13th. So we have about half of the votes reporting right now. This is a good result so far, but again, we're waiting for almost 250,000 votes out of Ohio's 9th congressional district. And let's look at the 13th congressional district. Again, a good result thus far with 40% of the votes in as Democrats look to hold on to their seats in Ohio. Let's go back to the presidential map right now. It looks like we had some other races called. New York has been called for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has won North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. Let's see if we have a call on... well, they have it called, but I think we're waiting for the 2nd congressional district to see how that is going to be called. So as you can see right here, Nebraska, we still have one of the congressional districts, or one of the districts waiting to be called. Donald Trump has also won Wyoming, Kansas, and Arkansas since we last spoke. He's also taken Ohio. So no surprises thus far. If anything, good news for Democrats in that they were able to handily win the state of Virginia as it stands right now. You can let him in. Hey, buddy. Okay, we have a mascot this evening. All right, as you can see right now, Texas has been called for Donald Trump. Again, nothing surprising there, but Texas has been called for Donald Trump. So if you look at the vote total, again, nothing surprising. These are all states that we fully expected to be called in the way that they've been called so far. So it's going to be lopsided. A lot of these states are easy and safe Republican states. The states that we're waiting to hear right now are North Carolina and Georgia, which should be called within the next few hours, depending on how close they are. And of course, within the next day, we expect the results out of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I know the map looks red, no cause for alarm right now. This is all completely expected. Let's head back to Georgia to see some Georgia results. "65% of the vote reporting, so we have 2/3 of the vote in Georgia. Let's see where the votes are still outstanding. You can see that a lot of the votes remain to be counted in the Atlanta suburbs. We're looking at Gwinnett, Fulton. Let's see. Fulton County still 140,000 votes. DeKalb County still 120,000 votes. Gwinnett County still 365,000 votes. And if you're looking how they're breaking right now, for 365,000 votes remaining, and Kamala Harris is winning 60 to 38. It's good that those are the votes that are remaining. Just to give an idea of what it looked like, this is a county that Joe Biden won by 18 percentage points. So the fact that the vast majority of votes are remaining from Gwinnett County still bodes well for Kamala Harris, but only 17% reporting out of Gwinnett County. Also, only 6% reporting from Chatham County right now. If we look at how many votes are outstanding, we're at 130,000, and those votes broke in Biden's favor in 2020 by about 18.5 percentage points. So again, a lot of the places where we're waiting for votes are places where Democrats largely overperform. So we look at Augusta, that's Richmond County, where Joe Biden won by 38 percentage points back in 2020. And if we look at Columbus, where Joe Biden overperformed, beat Donald Trump by over 20 points there. And so we're waiting for votes to come in from all of those places. So again, if we look at where the votes are remaining, these are all in areas that are going to be favorable to Kamala Harris and Democrats, especially Gwinnett County. I think that is the bastion where we have the most votes remaining right now, 365,000. And again, just to give an idea of where Gwinnett County lands, that is where Kamala Harris is leading right now by about 22 points. 22 points, and by the way, that is an overperformance from 2020, where Donald Trump trailed Joe Biden by just 18.5 points. So still too close to call out of Georgia. How's everybody doing so far? Everybody holding up? Not too much panic? Nauseously optimistic? For those who are worried, do not worry. There's nothing to worry about right now. The fact is that we don't have enough numbers to make any accurate judgment one way or the other on how things are looking. We are still waiting on results from Georgia to be able to make any sense of an accurate prediction. We're waiting on results from North Carolina, out of Pennsylvania, so do not worry about it right now. We do not have enough votes to be able to panic. So. Fayette County is interesting because right now we've got 94% of the vote in. Trump won it 52.7 to 45.9 in 2020. Right now he's only garnering 51% of the vote. So he is missing his mark by 1.7%. Kamala Harris is overperforming Joe Biden by 2.3%. So that is a good result thus far in Fayette County, which is a bastion of Republican support where Donald Trump needed to hit his numbers and needed to overperform Democrats, and he isn't doing that to the extent that he needs to. So some good news out of Georgia, where we have a high number of votes already returned. 4,800 votes still remaining, but some good news out of Georgia in that small county right there. Let's head over to Michigan. We only have 10% reporting right now. Michigan, I should note, once those votes come in, we'll see a little bit of a red mirage. So we should see Michigan, Donald Trump take the lead shortly, and then that lead disappear as the votes come in the population centers. If you look to see where the votes are remaining right now, it is largely in Detroit and Grand Rapids. So that's Wayne and Macomb County. So we'll keep an eye on these counties right here: Wayne, Macomb, and Kent County. Again, for those who are just tuning in, if you'd like to support this live stream, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. I never will. The only thing I would ask for is that if you're not yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. That's the best way to support this channel. Okay, let's take a look at the U.S. Senate and see if we have any updates or called races here. Nothing surprising so far. Some good news out of the U.S. Senate is that Tim Kaine in Virginia was able to hold on to his seat. That race has been called for the Democrats. That was looking like it would be a pickup opportunity, an offensive pickup opportunity for Republicans. That race has been called in favor of Tim Kaine out in Virginia. So some good news there. Not so good news down in Florida, where Democrats were hoping to pick off Rick Scott. And you can see here that his margin is certainly high enough that it doesn't seem like anything close to a race, as Debbie Mukersel-Powell trails Rick Scott by about 13 points. So a big overperformance from Republicans in Florida, which often seems to be the case. Let's see if we have any updates on the gubernatorial maps. Nothing thus far. If you're just joining, you'll note that North Carolina, the race has been called for Josh Stein. Mark Robinson was plagued with some scandals of his own making in North Carolina because of some things that he posted on message boards and some things that he just said out loud, didn't even bother posting to message boards. So Josh Stein has been called for the gubernatorial race there, and that is a hold as far as North Carolina's gubernatorial seat is concerned. We can zoom out now to the presidential race and see if we have any updates here. So far, no updates on this front. We are also waiting for Nebraska's smaller districts to be called for the presidential race, and you can see thus far that we are still waiting on them. For those asking how it got to 194, this is the bastion of Republican support. Look, none of these races are surprises. I want to caution. I know that this is that there's a lot of red on this map. There's nobody that's surprised that North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma, and Texas went for Donald Trump. This is all completely unsurprising results thus far. A lot of the states where Kamala's support resides is California, for example, with 54 electoral votes. That is going to immediately bump her half the way closer to where Donald Trump is right now. And Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii we have waiting as well. And as soon as they call New Jersey, which I don't think is going to be too much longer, or the state of Connecticut, which I don't think is going to be too much longer, that will add to the vote totals also. Let's take a look at Virginia and see where we're standing right now. The votes remaining in Virginia continue to be the Atlanta suburbs, Savannah, Augusta, and Columbus. So all of the Democratic population centers. Let's see how Donald Trump is doing relative to the numbers in some of these small. We don't have much of votes reporting there. Here we go. Overperformance in Heard County for Donald Trump with, this is just a few thousand votes here, about 5,000 votes in this county. Another one for Troup County. So some of these red counties are going to go redder, and some of what we hope the blue counties are going to go bluer. But all of that remains to be seen. Clayton County, Kamala Harris is just trailing with 16% still left to count. So 18,000 votes left to count, just trailing Joe Biden's number in 2020. Same with Newton County, but only 41% are reporting right there. Yes, there's not enough votes to be making any accurate assessments right now. Only 6% reporting in Chatham County. Let's see how things are looking in North Carolina. Only 43% of the vote in North Carolina right now. So it is 9:15 right now. We should see some of these states get called shortly. Let's look at Douglas County. So if we look at Douglas County right now, 95% of the vote reporting. Joe Biden had 62% of the vote. Kamala Harris right now was 65.5% of the vote. Trump not meeting his numbers in Douglas County. So again, for a lot of these smaller counties that we've seen on the outskirts of Atlanta, where Donald Trump is beating his numbers, we're seeing some of the counties closer to Atlanta, Kamala Harris extend her lead over Joe Biden's lead in 2020. So that's what we expect to see to compensate for some of these rural districts getting even redder. But this is with 95% of the vote reporting. So this is a good overperformance thus far by Kamala Harris in Douglas County. Some good news out of Georgia. Fani Willis has won re-election in the state of Georgia. Thanks. Fani Willis winning re-election in the state of Georgia. I'm reading a projection that Democrats have won the Michigan Supreme Court race, flipping that court 5 liberal, 1 moderate, 1 conservative. So that is some good news out of Michigan. Thanks. Again, do not read too much into incomplete results. I cannot say that enough. I know people are going to look at maps that seem overwhelmingly red and get worried. Just to give some background here, Biden won Georgia in 2020 by 12,000 votes. Trump won North Carolina by just 75,000 votes. Biden won Pennsylvania by 82,000 votes. So a lot left to be counted here. I believe Biden won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. So a lot left to be counted, and with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes, if not millions, we're looking at 1.6 million left in Georgia. The notion that we could determine who's going to be the winner right now is completely backwards. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not worry or panic because of the results with 69% reporting. First votes out of Wisconsin, and just 3% reporting. This is a 50-50 state. So we'll head back to Wisconsin when we have more votes here. 22% reporting in Pennsylvania. Not much we can determine from this. If we look at where the votes are remaining, it's probably most of the state, but especially around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania. 52% reporting in North Carolina. Votes remaining, Democratic population centers. Still 500,000 votes left in Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. So if we look, for example, that is a county that Joe Biden won by over 30 points in 2020. So the fact that the vast majority of votes are still outstanding there is at least a sign of good news. There are 90% of votes still remaining. 90%. That's 500,000 votes still outstanding in Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte, North Carolina. So we'll keep an eye on North Carolina there. Let's see if we have any Senate races called. We do. We have New Jersey Senate race has been called for Andy Kim. So good news for Democrats. Held onto that seat that was previously held by Bob Menendez. Still no gubernatorial races called other than the ones that we've spoken about before. And this is where we stand right now. Not much we can determine from this map. A lot of votes left to be counted. None of the swing states have been called. In terms of, I know a lot of people are asking who's winning. No way to tell. There is no way to tell. It is still a jump ball. We are waiting to find out results from North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate race in Texas and see if we have any update there. So it looks like Ted Cruz has taken the lead over Colin Allred, but there is still a third of the votes left to count. So we only have 64% of the votes in. There are still 4.3 million votes remaining. And if we look at where the votes are remaining, obviously they are the Democratic population centers. We have 500,000 votes left in Harris, which is right here, Houston, San Antonio, Texas, Dallas, Lubbock, and El Paso. So a lot of votes left to be counted there. Okay, it looks like we have a call. Decision Desk has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won the swing state of North Carolina. Just to give some comparison here, this is a state that he just eked out a victory, 50.1 to 48.7 in 2020. There's still 48% of the vote remaining, but Decision Desk HQ has called North Carolina for Donald Trump at this hour. And with it, it's 16 electoral votes. Remember, this is not necessary to Kamala Harris's path to victory. North Carolina is not required for Kamala Harris's path to victory, and Donald Trump did win it in 2020. I do want to point your attention toward some results so far in Georgia. So it looks like thus far, the Atlanta suburbs are shifting 4 to 7 points in Kamala Harris's favor. The rural suburbs, the rural counties are swinging 2 to 5 points toward Trump. So if you look at some of these margins here, where the vote totals are the highest at the top, so 91,000 votes in Paulding County, 4.5 points toward Kamala Harris. Columbia, a marginal shift toward Donald Trump, but the next few counties, Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, Jackson, all pretty large suburbs of Atlanta, are shifting 4 points to the left, 3 points to the left, 4 points, 6.3, 6.7, 2.5. So these are good numbers so far for Kamala Harris out in Atlanta. The numbers that we're looking at right now are in Atlanta, so I'm going to switch over to Georgia. This is what we're looking at right now. So good news out of Georgia thus far. For people panicking over North Carolina, remember, Joe Biden did not win North Carolina in 2020. It is not required for her path to victory. But some good margins that we're seeing out of these larger counties. Look, 4.5 points swing to the left in a county like Paulding, where it's 91,000 votes, with 95% in, is objectively good news there. And again, the votes remaining, all Democratic population centers: Gwinnett, Henry, Chatham, DeKalb County. So this is how it looks right now. This is the map as it stands right now. I believe we are going to have a call in the U.S. Senate race. Other news networks are calling Texas for Ted Cruz. If we look right now, Ted Cruz's margin of over Colin Allred is about 6 points as it stands right now. I know that at least one network, Fox, has called Ted Cruz for the U.S. Senate in Texas. Let's see if we have any other Senate races that have been called. Still nothing right now out of the U.S. Senate that's any different than what we saw before. Let's see if we have any gubernatorial races that have been called. Still hanging on, waiting for some gubernatorial race results. By the way, in the U.S. Senate, we're waiting on results for Nebraska. Let's see if we have 20% reporting with Dan Osborne leading. This would be a huge upset if this is what we're going to see in the end, but still a lot of votes left to be counted. Let's see where those votes are remaining. They're remaining overwhelmingly in Omaha and Lincoln. So let's see what the breakdown right now is. Dan Osborne is taking 62% of the vote right now in Omaha and 64% of the vote right now in Lancaster County, which is where Lincoln, Nebraska is. So we'll keep an eye on what Dan Osborne, the independent, is doing out of Nebraska. And of course, Missouri, we're watching the Lucas Kuntz, Josh Hawley race right now, but there's only 14% reporting. Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. We can report that Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. So that will add to her total now. She's at half of the electoral votes that Donald Trump is. Again, none of this is a surprise. Looks like Maryland voters added an abortion rights protection to the Constitution. Let's see if we can find that result right here. We have 0% reporting right now. So as soon as that comes in, we will bring that to you as well. And let's look at the Senate race out of Maryland as well. Okay, that race has been called for Angela Alsobrooke. So that's some good news out of Maryland. Larry Hogan, an extremely popular former governor of Maryland. So for Angela Alsobrooke to win that state is a big victory for Democrats there as they sought to wage some type of a pickup opportunity against Democrats in Maryland. So good news out of Maryland as far as the U.S. Senate is concerned. Still no call in Nebraska or Missouri, where we are awaiting those results. There's also Senate races happening in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that we're going to keep an eye on for the rest of the night tonight. Just a quick note for those watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you want to stay on top of my coverage throughout the entirety of this week until the election is called in all of these races, the best way to support this channel is to subscribe. I don't do paid ads or sponsorships or anything like that. All I would ask for is that you hit the subscribe button to support my work and stay on top of these live streams until the entirety of the election is finished here. So go ahead and hit the subscribe button right here on the screen. It doesn't cost you anything, but again, the best way to support my work, this live stream, and the team that I have with me. 73% reporting in Georgia right now. Let's look at where the votes are remaining. all the Democratic strongholds. We are seeing the vast majority of votes remaining in the Atlanta suburbs, where Kamala Harris is overperforming, and as well as Savannah, Augusta, and Columbus. So still a lot of votes left to be counted. As I mentioned before, if we want to look at how the vote totals are comparing with 2020, right now Kamala Harris is seeing swings to the left of between 4 and 6 or 7 points in a lot of these suburbs of Atlanta. So Paulding County with 91,000 votes, 4.5 point swing to the left. Columbia County, 82,000 votes, just a pretty negligible 0.5 point swing to the right. But then Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, and Jackson all swinging 4 points to the left, 6 points to the left, 6.7 points to the left, 2.3 points to the left. So these are the numbers that she needs to hit. And again, Georgia is going to be a close race because this is a race where Joe Biden only beat Donald Trump by 0.2 of a point in 2020. But good news so far on these numbers out of Georgia. We won't know anything until all of these ballots are counted, and we still have 1.4 million left to be counted. And remember, Biden only beat Trump by about 12,000 votes in Georgia in 2020. So not a lot that we can glean so far with the numbers that we have. Let's take a look out of Pennsylvania. Only 28% reporting so far. And the votes remaining are in the population centers. So a lot of votes remaining in Philadelphia, in Harrisburg, in Pittsburgh. If we look at Pittsburgh, for example, the historical comparison, Donald Trump and Joe Biden in 2020, Kamala Harris is right now exceeding those margins in Allegheny County. So that is good news so far for Democrats with half of the votes counted there. Let's go to Philly. Kamala Harris with 22% reporting, so not much, but Kamala Harris is beating her margin there, so she is hitting the numbers she needs to hit. We go up to Bucks County. Kamala Harris is well overperforming, but again, not much we can read out of that because we're only 18% reporting. We go up to Northampton County. Again, 32% reporting, but Kamala Harris is far exceeding Joe Biden's number in 2020, so something to keep an eye on out there. And I believe Lehigh County, is that north? I don't think so. Let's see, where's Lehigh County? I'll get it eventually. I'll just hit every single county until I find Lehigh. There we go. We got Lehigh County. With only 18% reporting, Kamala Harris is running 9 points ahead of Joe Biden. So good news so far, but a lot left to be counted out of Pennsylvania. Let's talk about North Carolina for just a brief moment. I know people are upset about North Carolina. This was not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory. It wasn't part of Joe Biden's path to victory in 2020. This would have been gravy. So I wouldn't look too much into this in terms of what we're seeing in North Carolina. This is a state that Democrats have not won statewide in a long time. It has been several election cycles. I believe the last time we won North Carolina was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. So it has been quite a while. Right now, no surprises from this map. The only swing state that's gone in Donald Trump's favor is North Carolina. But again, just to caveat this was not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory. Let's take a look at some of the House races, or let's take a look at the Senate map real quick and see if we have any calls. So far, no interesting calls that we didn't expect or that we haven't spoken about before. The Senate, again, if you look at the win probability, the Republicans are likely to control the Senate because we did give up West Virginia, and it's going to be a close race in Montana and Ohio. So the pickup opportunities were Florida, and of course Rick Scott has beat Debbie Mukersel-Powell in Florida. Let's go over to the gubernatorial map. Nothing thus far other than to reiterate what we spoke about before, which is that Democrats have retained the gubernatorial seat in North Carolina. Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson, who got himself into a lot of trouble with some of the things he said on message boards and some of the things he said out loud in the last few weeks and months. So not a huge surprise there on the gubernatorial front. Heading into the House, it is a neck-and-neck race here. Let's look at some of these races out of Pennsylvania, for example. We're going to keep an eye on Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. Let's see. Do we have... Okay, we're looking at the 7th congressional district here. This is a closely guarded district. We're looking at the 9th congressional district. Let's see, was that on the list? Nope, I made that up. It is the 8th congressional district that we're keeping an eye on. Here we go. So still a close race here. 2/3 of the vote in. Matt Cartwright is hanging on. And if we look at the historical comparison, he is exceeding his margins from 2022. So that is some good news. Then we head over to, I believe it's PA 10, where 40% of the vote is reporting. So we still have 60% remaining. But right now, Democrats are looking to unseat Scott Perry. That would be a huge flip in Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. Far-right Republican Scott Perry is right now fighting for his life out of Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. So we will keep an eye on all of those races out of PA. And of course, let's head over to Maine's 2nd congressional district here. Only 2% reporting, but this is Jared Golden. He's somebody who's been able to buck trends from his state and stay in office before. If you look at his race back in 2022, able to eke out a win by 4 points, or 3.5 points, really. So we'll look for him to maintain those margins, but only 2% reporting out of Maine's 2nd congressional district. Let's head over to Michigan. The seats that we're looking at are Michigan's 7th congressional district, which has been, maybe that wasn't the right one. This doesn't look like much of a, oh, no. No, this isn't the right one. I'm trying to look for Alyssa Slotkin's district back in You would think that I would be. I probably missed it. Okay, well now that we've... Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong state. That's probably why. I meant to click on Michigan and I'm in Wisconsin. So let's go to Michigan here and go to Michigan's 7th Congressional District. And we have no call right now. Only 35% reporting. This is a district that Alyssa Slotkin held barely in 2022. So we'll check back on this one when we have more of the vote reporting here. Nothing reporting out of Michigan's 8th, which is another one that we're going to keep an eye on, as well as Michigan's 10th. And this is one that only has 4% reporting right now. So let's head back to the presidential race. And we will go to Georgia. %77% reporting. The votes remaining, of course, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, and many of the counties around Atlanta, with I think the lion's share in Gwinnett County. To give you an idea of what that looks like in terms of results, Gwinnett County is going for Kamala Harris 60-38 thus far. That's only with 17% reporting. So good to have those votes still outstanding. This is the presidential map as it stands right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only 33% reporting right now. But if you look, the win probability is just about even, 51-49. And of course, that's important because Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. So right now, it's just about even. But again, if anybody's looking for anything to cling on to for some sense of hope here, it is the fact that Kamala Harris has a 1-point probability lead over Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. A lot of votes left to be counted, though. But if you look at where those votes remain, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and let's see what Harrisburg, how that's breaking. So that's breaking in Kamala's favor as well. So good news that the votes that are outstanding right now are largely in areas of the state where they are favoring Kamala Harris. And we take a look at Erie. 0 votes reporting from there, but that's going to be a very close county as well. Joe Biden only leading by a point in 2020. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania, but hopefully just by virtue of looking at where the votes are remaining in this state, that should give you at least some comfort as we head deeper and deeper into this process. For those just tuning in, this is what the presidential map looks like right now. Only swing state to go thus far is North Carolina, which was one of the 2 states that we expected to be called this evening. This is not a state that Democrats have won in the past. This is not a state that Democrats have won in the last several cycles. The last time Democrats took North Carolina was 2008. So just to give you an indication of the extent to which this state was a reach. The fact that it was on the list for Democrats was was a testament to how aggressive they were being in these last few weeks of this campaign, but not by any means necessary to win North Carolina if we want to win this race. Let's go to the Senate map right now and see if any races have been called. It looks like not. No races have been called since we looked at it last. Reproductive rights initiatives. Let's look here at Nebraska. We only have 12% reporting right now, but right now it is the right to an abortion is winning on that ballot in Nebraska. Then we head over to Missouri. Only 2% reporting, so not much that we can glean from there. Also, that ballot failed in Florida. Florida has a 60% threshold, so you can see that they got 56% of the vote voted for a reproductive rights ballot. 56% still wasn't enough because there is a supermajority threshold, basically, where you need 60% of the vote to amend the state constitution, which of course is a form of voter suppression in and of itself, because you need a supermajority to be able to pass laws, meaning the minority will be able to rule in this instance, and you only have 43% of the voters who voted who voted against this amendment. For those who need some good news, Bloomberg's Jennifer Epstein reports some signs of hope that the Harris camp sees, slightly higher than expected support in early votes from suburban Georgia, outperforming the 2020 results in Douglas and Rockville counties, no rural surge for Trump. Long lines remain at 2 UNC campuses, although at this point that's not going to be very helpful, and favorable additional late arriving mail ballots and long lines at the University of Michigan. So just a little bit of good news out in a few of these states here. It is 9 minutes to the hour, almost 10 p.m., where we're going to see a raft of states close, including Idaho, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. I would not hold your breath for any result in Nevada tonight. Nevada may take several days to be able to count votes, depending on how close it is. I believe in 2020, we were literal days, if not close to a week, for Nevada to finally get all of its votes in. Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Oh, only 19% reporting. Let's see where the votes are remaining. Well, probably the vast majority of the state, with only 19% reporting. So a lot of these counties, these rural counties up here, 0% reporting, 0% reporting. So we will check back in with Iowa shortly. Heading back over to Georgia, 79% of the vote in. Still 1.1 million votes remaining. This is a race that Joe Biden won by just 12,000 votes in 2020. Let's take a look at the blue wall states as they stand right now. So we'll start off with Wisconsin. Right now, Kamala Harris leading 51% to 47% with only 28% in. Head over to Michigan. Kamala Harris leading 51.9 to 46 with only 16% of the vote in. And of course, heading out to Pennsylvania, we're looking at Kamala leading 50.7 to 48.5 with 38% of the vote in. So that's a quick look at the blue wall. Just a reminder, if we are looking at the forecast here, if Kamala Harris is to win Wisconsin, let's go to the forecast. Let's make a prediction here. If Kamala Harris is to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, something happened to this map. What have I done to this map? Let's see. It should be 270. I think I flipped something somewhere. Let's refresh this map. Oh, I have forecast. Oh, I don't think it's oh, weird. 276. What else have I accidentally flipped? Here we go. Iowa. So just with these blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that would be enough to win the Electoral College for Kamala Harris. And then, of course, we're still waiting on results from Iowa, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. North Carolina has gone red for Donald Trump, so that is one state off of the board for Democrats. And that was a pickup opportunity, but it was not required for her path to victory. In fact, Joe Biden didn't win that state either in 2020. So let's head back to the live results here. We're still at 79% reporting out of Georgia. It is going to be a lot of counting left in Georgia. We have 1.1 million votes remaining. That's what the historical comparison looks like. Of course, it's not really too helpful right now because if you look at the votes remaining, they come from these Democratic population centers of where Savannah is, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, and Atlanta suburbs. If you look at the main county where the votes are still outstanding, it's Gwinnett. And to see how Kamala Harris is faring in Gwinnett, it is by a 22-point margin here. So the fact that there are still 365,000 votes remaining in a county where Kamala Harris is beating Donald Trump by 22 points is at least some welcome news for Democrats. Thank you, by the way, for everybody watching. We've got about 100,000 people watching live right now, which is great. And a big thank you to Decision Desk HQ, which made this technology, this county-level tech, available for live streamers for the first time. So I know a lot of people don't have the ability to watch mainstream media, don't have the desire to watch mainstream media. So it's very cool that we now have the opportunity to be able to get accurate, up-to-the-minute information to everybody online on YouTube, where more people are watching anyway. With that said, just a quick note for those who are watching, if you want to support this stream, support my work, the best way to do that is to just hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. It is, and I don't do paywalls or sponsorships on my channel, so that is the best way to support this stream. Okay, and now we wait for votes to be counted. We checked in with the blue wall. So far, Kamala Harris is leading in all of them, but a lot of votes left to be counted so far. Okay, so that is the update we have right now. Not a lot of news as we await these votes being counted. Decision Desk HQ has just called a race. Utah for Donald Trump, so no surprise there. Montana as well called for Donald Trump. So none of these races are surprising, but it is now 10 o'clock Eastern, and we're looking at a few more races that have been called for Trump. Again, all safe Republican states, no surprises in any of these. As soon as we have any updates besides Montana and Utah, we'll bring them to you here. Let's head over to the U.S. Senate map. Utah's Senate race has, of course, been called for John Curtis before a single vote has been counted. No surprise there as well. Let's check in Nebraska, 40% almost reporting, and Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer. He is the independent candidate leading Deb Fischer, 53 to 46. So we will, of course, keep a very close eye on that race. Let's see where the votes are remaining there. Overwhelmingly in Omaha and in Lincoln. So just to give you an idea for Lincoln, Nebraska, what the vote totals are like so far. Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer by about 30 points. Let's take a look at Omaha, Douglas County, leading Deb Fischer by about 17 points. And finally, Sarpy County leading Deb Fischer by about 9 points. So the fact that Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer in all three of these counties where the majority of votes are remaining is at least some welcome news. But of course, there are other counties out here in the middle of the state, and let's see how those are breaking. So smaller counties, but breaking in Deb Fischer's favor. We have no results here. So a lot left to be counted in the state of Nebraska here. We will keep an eye on that. Again, 39% reporting as Dan Osborne leads Deb Fischer with almost 600,000 votes left to be counted. Checking into Missouri, where Lucas Kunce is facing off against Josh Hawley. Right now, with 23% reporting, Lucas is leading Hawley by less than a point, or by about 1.1 points. So a lot of votes left to be counted there, about 77% of the vote left to be counted out of Missouri. We will check in as soon as we have any updates with that one as well. The gubernatorial races, no calls thus far since the last time, other than, of course, the big one, which is Josh Stein defeating Mark Robinson, one of the more deplorable figures that I've ever seen. Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson after Mark Robinson made himself out to be somehow more extreme than Donald Trump. Let's head over to the presidential map once more. So we are waiting for votes to be counted at this point. So you can get up, take a stretch. Still no call from New Jersey, although I imagine that will be that'll be called pretty soon. Decision Desk HQ has called a race in Colorado. Lauren Boebert has won her re-election in Colorado's 4th congressional district. So let's go to the House, and we can head over to Colorado. Lauren Boebert has won re-election in the 4th congressional district. I don't know why it's not showing up right now, but they have made that call, and Lauren Boebert will remain in Congress. She, of course, moved out of the 3rd congressional district to escape Adam Frisch, where she only won re-election by 534 votes in 2022, and went over to the more conservative 4th congressional district. We don't have results showing up right now, but that race has been called for Lauren Boebert in Colorado. Of course, Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado over Donald Trump. Worth pointing that out as well. So far, with about half of the vote in, she's beating Joe Biden's margin by about half a point. In terms of reading into the win probability, I'm getting that question. I wouldn't focus on it too much. These races are going to be razor thin. There are still there are millions of votes left to be counted in the states. So at this point, I would just wait and see. There's really no point gleaning anything from win probabilities. For people who are worried about the Electoral College numbers, they are lopsided right now, but not bad. These are all exactly what we expected. Look, remember, we're expecting 54 right off the bat for California. When those come in, we have Oregon and Washington, which will go blue as well. New Mexico will go blue as well. So do not worry about the fact New Jersey's electoral votes and Connecticut's electoral votes are going to bring it right back up to where we expect it to be. Just take a little bit more time to count these votes. All of those states are safe blue. So do not worry about the electoral vote differential right now. It's going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So those are the votes we're looking at. I'm not concerned about the fact that Trump is leading 220 to 108 in a bunch of safe red states. That's not really a concern at this moment. Let's take a look at Iowa, where the Ann Seltzer poll predicted Trump losing by 3 points. Right now, only 24% of the votes being counted. And if we look at where these votes are remaining, it's probably going to be the majority of the state. So no point reading too much into this right now. But as it stands right now, it looks like actually it's been called. Iowa has been called. So a miss from Ann Seltzer, who hasn't missed since 2004. The state of Iowa has been called for Donald Trump. So, of course, not not on the pickup list for Donald Trump, but when the Ann Seltzer poll came out, that was kind of sent shockwaves through the zeitgeist here, because she hasn't been wrong since 2004, but clearly overstated the support for Kamala Harris, as Donald Trump is leading about 49.9 to 48.8. There's still 76% of the vote in, but this race has been called for Donald Trump, and that is Iowa. Again, not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory, but interesting that Ann Seltzer was wrong on a presidential poll, and she hasn't been wrong since 2004. So that is the map as it stands right now. Let's take a look at early Arizona numbers. 33% are reporting right now, and Kamala Harris up 50.7 to 48.5. Not much we can learn from this, with Maricopa County reporting about 56% of its votes, and that is where 70% of the votes in the state come from. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Nevada. The majority of the votes come from Maricopa County, but not 70%. Okay, gonna go full screen on these results for a minute while I just stretch for the first time in 4 hours here. So let's go full on these results. The map will update if we have any results, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Back to the presidential map here. No new results. Let's head over to Georgia and see how it's looking so far. We've got 83% reporting. Right now, the win probability is in Trump's favor as he leads 51.8 to 47.5. But if we look at where the votes are remaining, again, same story. It is largely the Atlanta suburbs as well as Columbus, Savannah, and actually it looks like Augusta might be fully counted here. Let's check out the live results in Augusta. 92% counted there. So that is one less county where Kamala needed to pull some votes out of. But of course, if we head over to Chatham County, which is where Savannah, Georgia is, we still have 88,000 votes to go, and she's leading by 22 points there. Head over to Columbus. Same story, about 24,000 votes to go, and she's leading 62 to 37. And then, of course, once we get into the blue cluster, that is the Atlanta suburbs, still a lot of blue votes remaining. Gwinnett, she is leading 22 points. DeKalb, she's leading by a healthy margin, 81.3 to 17. And let's see that comparison to where it was in 2020. So with 93% of the vote to go, she is not meeting the benchmark that was set by Joe Biden in 2020. She needs to get that number up to 83%, but 35,000 votes still remaining there. It looks like about a 2-point swing in Trump's favor in DeKalb County. With that said, there are a lot of these Atlanta suburbs, for example, where she has made gains. So, for example, if we look at a lot of these suburbs here, we're looking at Paulding County, 91,000 votes, 4.5 points to the left. Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, all swings to the left, 4.1 points, 6.3 points, 6.7 points. Jackson County, 2.3 points to the left. So we'll see if these numbers hold up, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in Georgia. Votes remaining. Let's go to live results here. We still have, let's go to statewide, rather. We still have almost 900,000 votes left to be counted. And remember, Joe Biden won this state by 12,000 votes. So it is going to be close. You don't have to glean anything one way or the other from what we're looking at here. Back to the presidential map, nothing new that we're waiting for here. Let's take a look at the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So first, taking a look at Wisconsin, is this 99% reporting? No, I think there's an issue here. That doesn't seem right. This seems to be glitchy in some respect. This is not 99% reporting. I'm not sure what. Very strange. I think we have a little bit of a glitch happening in Wisconsin because right now it's saying win probability is 50-50 with 0 votes remaining. So there's an issue in Wisconsin, but we'll come back to that. Let's go to Michigan. Statewide, Kamala Harris is leading 52 to 46. Only 23% of the vote is in right now. So still a lot of vote left to be counted, over 4 million ballots left. And taking a look at Pennsylvania, only half of the votes have been counted, and Trump is leading by just over 2 points. If we look at where the vote totals are remaining right now, largely Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Take a look at Erie County up in northwestern Pennsylvania. Let's look at the live results there. If we look at this compared to the 2020 race, with only 34% of the vote in, we can see that Kamala Harris is far exceeding the vote total that Joe Biden was able to take. So some good news out of a county like Erie, where Right now, she's running ahead. Of course, we'll see those numbers get a little bit closer as the Election Day vote continues to get counted. But so far, good signals out of Erie, Pennsylvania, and good signals considering the votes that are remaining right now are largely in Philadelphia, where she's leading 78-20. Let's see, for comparison, how that looked with Joe Biden. So she is not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit in Philadelphia, but a lot of votes left to be counted, over 400,000 to be exact. Curious to see why they haven't called New Jersey yet, but I presume that will be called pretty soon. Still a lot of votes, 1.6 million votes left to be counted in New Jersey. And we can check out the Senate races to see if there's been any calls in the U.S. Senate. Nothing since the last time we checked in. We're still waiting on Nebraska, for example. So let's look at Nebraska, where Dan Osborne is still leading Deb Fischer, 52.5 to 47.5. That is a 5-point lead over the incumbent Republican senator. This is an independent candidate who's been overperforming throughout the entire evening. So let's see where the votes are remaining, largely in Omaha and Lincoln, which favor him. So if we click on Omaha, he's leading 58 to 41. And if we go to Lincoln, he is leading 62 to 37. So if that's where the vast majority of votes are remaining, that favors Dan Osborne. But overall, in Nebraska, we still have 500,000 votes left to be counted. So we will stay on top of that race as soon as we have any updates. Let's check in on Lucas Kunce versus Josh Hawley in Missouri. Hawley has taken the lead since the last time we checked in on this. There's about a third of the votes have been counted, and Hawley's leading 50 to 47.4. So not much we can glean from this here. If we look at where the votes are remaining, definitely within the Democratic population centers, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in this state. Over 2 million left to be counted in Missouri. Back to the presidential race here. It looks like there has been a call. Georgia has flipped to Trump. Decision Desk has called the race for Donald Trump in Georgia. Which seems very surprising to me. Georgia has been called for Donald Trump. That is true. Okay, so this is the map as it stands right now. I do want to reiterate that Kamala Harris has a path to victory. It is the blue wall. It is through Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But some bad news for Kamala Harris's campaign in that North Carolina, one swing state that her campaign was heavily focusing on, has been called for Donald Trump. And the other is Georgia, that, according to Decision Desk HQ, has been called for Donald Trump as well. There are 500,000 votes, 600,000 votes remaining, but Decision Desk has called this race in Georgia for Donald Trump. So this is the map where it stands right now. Again, looking at Georgia, this race has been called by Decision Desk for Donald Trump. We are looking at still 630,000 votes remaining, but with 88% reporting, Decision Desk has called this race in Trump's favor. Okay, so let's talk about the path to victory here. The path to victory remains the same, and that is through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So let's keep an eye on those states right now. I'm not worried about the fact that most of the map is red. These are safe Republican states. At this point, we are looking at Wisconsin. We had a little bit of a glitch here before. Now it's been fixed. So there is... Trump is leading just by 0.4 of a point in Wisconsin, a 50-50 win probability. Really, with 1.55 million votes, it is anybody's game in Wisconsin. If we look at where the votes are remaining, Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison are the main population centers, and those perform well for Democrats. So that's the situation right now in Wisconsin, a 50-50 race. Trump is only up by 0.4 of a point with 52% in. Heading over to Michigan, Kamala Harris leading 51.7 to 46.5. Again, right now, the important thing to note is that there is only 24% reporting, so a lot of votes left to be counted in Michigan. Anyone's game here as far as the winner is concerned. And finally, heading over to Pennsylvania, this is what it looks like right now. Trump leading 50.9 to 48.2. The win probability is just about even. There's still 3.1 million votes remaining, about half the votes left to be counted. If we look at where the votes are remaining here, the majority of them are in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs, as well as Pittsburgh. So we'll keep an eye on these races as they continue to play themselves out here. But really, the rest of the map is kind of inconsequential at this point. Her path to victory, Kamala Harris's path to victory, is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It's not entirely likely that we'll get results in any of those places tonight. So we'll keep an eye on what's going to happen in those blue wall states up in the Rust Belt, hopefully within the next few hours, but possibly within the next day. As we head toward 11 o'clock, we're waiting for the polls to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. So that's going to happen within the next 20 minutes. But again, all of our attention right now is going to be on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. As far as Pennsylvania is concerned, CBS is reporting that Kamala needs to win 52% of the remaining vote to win in Pennsylvania, and they think that she'll win 54%. So I know that our path to victory is narrow, but it certainly is winnable. Certainly is winnable at this point. Remember, Kamala Harris can also afford to lose Nevada and Arizona so long as she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Let's see how the results are looking right now in Arizona. With 53% of the vote, Kamala Harris is leading 49.8 to 49.4. So a very tight race in Arizona with Kamala Harris up almost half a point. About half the votes are in, 1.5 million votes remain. Going back to the U.S. Senate races, in Nebraska, 44% of the vote is in. Dan Osborne is holding on to his almost 5-point lead, 52.3 to 47.7. He is the independent candidate running against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. So we'll come back to this, and we've got 500,000 votes left to be counted in Nebraska. Seeing how Lucas Kunce is doing in Missouri against Josh Hawley. He is down about 5 points here, with only 37% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, we have Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana, as well as Nevada, Arizona, and Missouri to keep an eye on as well throughout this evening. So we'll keep an eye out for any updates as they're called from Decision Desk. What's interesting is Decision Desk has called Georgia, but I don't believe any other network has called Georgia. Let me know in the chat if you're seeing any other network having called Georgia, whether it's NBC, CBS, Fox. I'm just curious, or AP. So it sounds like MSNBC has called Georgia, but the other outlets have not. AP has not called it. So interestingly, AP has not called Georgia, and I don't think, let me see. And neither has NBC. So right now I'm going by the results that Decision Desk has, and they have called Georgia for Donald Trump. Remains to be seen what happens, but as of right now, the information that I have in front of me is that Georgia was called by Decision Desk HQ. So remains to be seen, but it is, let's see what the New York Times has done with regard to Georgia. They have also not called Georgia, so... So this is the map where it stands thus far as Decision Desk is concerned. Again, there is a little bit of disparity between other maps. I know AP, NBC, New York Times have not called Georgia. I also know that they haven't called North Carolina either, which Decision Desk has called. Neither has NBC or I believe the AP has not called. The AP hasn't called it either. So Decision Desk HQ has called these races. So this is what we have right in front of me right now. But again, the path to victory has remained the path to victory all along, and that is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And I do expect that those will take a long time to count. We may see, as far as Michigan is concerned, we may see votes come in the morning as late as 4 a.m. So we could see Michigan get called sometime very, very, very late this evening. And that is because we're going to be waiting for votes out of Detroit, Wayne County. And that's Michigan. And if we look right now where the votes are remaining, right there, we can see 782,000 out of Wayne County, which is Detroit, and almost 500,000 out of Macomb County. And Kamala Harris is leading in Macomb County right now. Let's see how that compares to Joe Biden's margin in 2020. She is exceeding Joe Biden's margin by 6 points, but only 12% of the vote reporting. If we look at Detroit right now, exceeding but only 6% reporting. Grand Rapids, Kent County, she's exceeding but only 31% reporting. So a lot of votes left to be counted in the state of Michigan. And then finally heading back to, let's see if we can get more information in terms of when we will see results from Wisconsin. Let's see what we've got right now. A little over half of the vote is in. Let's go to Waukesha County. So Donald Trump not meeting his benchmark in Waukesha County yet. He is polling about 1.5 points below where he was in 2020. So Kamala Harris doing her job in Waukesha County right now. The margin that she needs to beat is plus 21 for Republicans, and right now she's at the margin that she needs to beat is plus 21 for Republicans. Right now, Republicans are at plus 19. So a little bit of movement in favor of Kamala Harris here in Waukesha County. And on the flip side, Donald Trump exceeding his numbers that he needs in, I think it's Ozaukee County. I'm probably saying that wrong, but this is him overperforming in this county here. So again, it goes both ways, and it's gonna really come down to what happens when the vast majority of these votes are counted. Right now, we are looking at 1.4 million votes remaining statewide. But Donald Trump just a tad bit above Kamala Harris, 0.7 of a point lead in the state of Wisconsin. We are waiting for votes to come in. A lot of these are in the population centers: Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay. Okay, let's take a look at House races right now. I know that we have an update in Virginia, where we are looking at Virginia's 2nd congressional district. This has still not been called, but I think there is possibly a mistake. So Eugene Vindman's race, we've been able to hold that seat in Virginia's 7th congressional district that was previously held by Abigail Spanberger. This says 99% reporting, but it's not been called for Jennifer Kiggins, who is the incumbent. So I'm not sure if that's a mistake or if we're waiting for more results to come in, but it says 0 votes remaining. I think that might be a little bit off. Let's take a look at Arizona. Arizona, I believe it's the 1st congressional district. Yes, Arizona's 1st. So here we go. Let's see how we're doing on Arizona's 1st congressional district. 63% of the vote in, and right now we are looking at a slight lead and an overperformance over incumbent Republican Senator David Schweikert. David Schweikert just barely eked out a victory by 0.8 of a point in 2022, and right now trailing Amish Shah by a little over almost 2 points here in Arizona's 1st congressional district. Another one that we're keeping a look at is Kristen Engel in Arizona's 6th congressional district, about half of the votes in, and she is leading, overperforming her 2022 performance thus far. So at this point, we are waiting for votes to be counted. We're waiting, and we have all eyes on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for people who are tuning in who aren't yet subscribed to this channel. If you want to support this channel, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or anything like that, but the best way to support my work is just to hit the subscribe button right here on this screen. Okay, I do think we have a result in the U.S. Senate in Ohio. The race, let's see, live results. Do we have the Senate results here? I am reading online. Bernie Moreno has unseated Sherrod Brown in Ohio. So that was a race that Democrats were absolutely looking to hold. That pretty much puts the U.S. Senate out of reach for Democrats. Actually, it puts the U.S. Senate out of reach for Democrats. So the probability, as you can see, is 99%. It is all but a certainty that Republicans are going to take control of the U.S. Senate, having ousted Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That is a tough defeat. In a state, by the way, that Trump won by 8 points. So the fact that Sherrod Brown kept this competitive in a state that has trended so far to the right is a testament to how effective he's been in that state. But look, Ohio has not been a good state for Democrats in several election cycles. And if we're seeing 8 or 9 point margins, let's see what the margin is in the presidential race in Ohio right now. Margin in the presidential race is more than 10 points. So this is 12 points in Trump's favor. That margin was smaller for Sherrod Brown, but not enough for him to hang on to his seat, with that margin being at about 4 points. So ran ahead of Kamala Harris, but not enough to retain his seat. The state of Ohio has been called for Bernie Moreno unseating Sherrod Brown in the U.S. Senate. Let's go back to the presidential race here. Actually, let's go to see if there's any other updates in the Senate. Let's check in on Dan Osborne. His lead is shrinking as we approach the halfway mark, but he is still leading Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, by 3 points, 3.5 points here in Nebraska. Then looking over to Missouri, Josh Hawley, that race has been called. So Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz, who ran an excellent campaign, and as good a campaign as one could possibly run in the state of Missouri. Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz. That one hurts. Lucas is a good friend of mine, or has become a good friend of mine. So this race again has been called for Josh Hawley over Lucas Kuntz in the U.S. Senate. Again, a reach for Democrats and a reaching offensive opportunity, not one that was expected to go Democrats' way, but one that Democrats remained relatively competitive in, even just seeing the numbers right now. Lucas is running about 7 points, not even 7 points, 6.5 points, if I've got my math correct, 5, 6, 7, 7.5 points behind Josh Hawley. When you compare that with the presidential election in Missouri, it's a little bit better, a half a point better than Kamala Harris in that race. Let's check back in the blue wall states. So we have 79% reporting in Wisconsin, with Trump leading 62-36. Of course, remember that the votes remaining right now are largely in Democratic population centers like Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison, counties that are overwhelmingly in Kamala Harris's favor. This is what it looks like with 55% of the vote in. Let's see how that compares with her 2020 numbers in Milwaukee. So she is right now underperforming those numbers, but as they continue to count mail ballots, they will hopefully fall heavier in her favor. Let's take a look at Madison, Dane County. She's almost at Joe Biden's number, but again, not quite, with 88% of the votes counted, not meeting the number she needs to meet in Dane right now. And if we look at Brown County, which is where Green Bay is, Trump is running ahead of his numbers, but only 36% of the vote is in right now. So this is what the state of Wisconsin looks like. We have only 60% reporting, with 1.3 million votes left to tally. Let's head out to Michigan right now. Kamala Harris leading 51.9 to 46.4. 31% of the votes reporting. So we still have plenty left to count in the state of Michigan. And if we look over to Detroit, where only 19% of the vote is in, and we see how that stacks up to the 2020 numbers. Right now, of course, that far exceeds it, but that's because we are looking at heavy mail ballots being counted first, and then, of course, Election Day ballots will skew more in Donald Trump's favor. So we'll keep an eye on Michigan right now. And then finally, the last blue wall state, Pennsylvania. Trump leading 50.7 to 48.4, 2.5 million votes left to count. And if we're looking at where those votes remain, they're largely in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. We have Erie up in the northwest corner. And let's see how we're looking right there in Erie. About half of the votes are in right now, and she is beating her numbers from 2020, Joe Biden's numbers from 2020, by about a little over 6 percentage points. So if those numbers hold, that obviously bodes well for Kamala Harris. But the big question is if they hold. Let's take a look at Harrisburg. Kamala Harris, with about a little less than half the votes in, she's also exceeding Joe Biden's margins, which were 53 to 45, and right now she's running almost 60 to 39. So let's take a look at the map. We have California has been called for Kamala Harris here, and Idaho has been called for Donald Trump. Again, a lot of these states are just safe states, exactly what we anticipated would happen, so no surprises here. At this point, we are still waiting for calls in swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which I don't anticipate are going to happen anytime soon. But we're also waiting for calls in Nevada and Arizona, which I anticipate will take a few days. Let's take a look at Maine right now. Only 6% reporting in Maine. And if we look at the House districts in Maine, only 2% reporting in Jared Golden's district. Only 7,000 votes in. We're waiting for 350,000 votes left to go. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. A lot of competitive House races in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, for example. Susie Wild is the incumbent, 90% reporting, and right now she is down in that race, but 37,000 votes to go. If we look at Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district, Matthew Cartwright seems to be holding on with 86%, the incumbent. The 10th, Scott Perry is failing to meet the numbers that he needs thus far, but only 2/3 of the votes are in right now. So that is a rare glimmer of hope that Scott Perry, one of the more conservative members of the House, one of the most conservative members of the House, is currently trailing in his bid for re-election in Pennsylvania. Not even worth it to look at California because these votes will take probably a week before we see any certainty in terms of the updates here. But this is the map as it stands right now. Her path to victory is narrow, but certainly exists, and that is through the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So we're going to keep an eye on all of those states, and hopefully we get some update relatively soon. But again, looking at Wisconsin, 60% reporting. Looking at Michigan, we've got 30% reporting, and looking at Pennsylvania, we've got 67% reporting. So a lot of votes still left to count in all of these states. They are neck and neck, and we'll stay on top of them. As soon as we have any updates here, I'll bring them to you. Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate map. We can say that Adam Schiff is officially the U.S. Senator from California. Congratulations to Adam Schiff. This is what the map looks like thus far. We are still waiting on Nebraska as well as senators in a raft of swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Montana, along with Dan Osborne's race, which about half reporting right now. Half of the state is reporting right now, so we still have 53% of the vote to go, 500,000 votes left to count in Nebraska. But this is what the Senate looks like. Republicans will have control of the U.S. Senate. In that it is likely going to be a situation where, let's see how the race looks right now in Montana. 5% reporting right now. John Tester in the fight of his life. He is trailing by about 11 points right now, about 10.5 points right now. But a lot of votes left to count, only 5% reporting. Let's check Virginia's House races. I'm being asked if we can get an update on Virginia's House races. So let's go to Virginia's 2nd and 7th. Here we go. Virginia's 2nd congressional district. It looks like, I think there is a bug on this one because let's see the other ones. It does look like maybe this is true. I'm curious why they haven't called this one. If we're looking at 99% reporting and 0 votes remaining and a difference of 16,000 votes, I anticipate there's an issue with this one, because if there's no votes remaining, then I do think they probably would have called it, unless we're waiting on provisional or mail ballots to be counted still. Going to the 7th congressional district, Eugene Vindman, that was another one that we were keeping an eye on. He has retained that seat. That seat was previously held by Abigail Spanberger, who also won that district in 2022. So that is a glimmer of good news out in Virginia. Just a note for those watching, I know that some other sites do not have the same results. I'm going by Decision Desk HQ's results. That's the results that I have in front of me. I do want to flag that the New York Times still has North Carolina and Georgia as not called yet, although both of them have very likely Republican as far as those races being called. Let's go back to our map here. And let's check in Georgia. I know that this race has been called by Decision Desk HQ. Let's see how many votes are remaining. We have 500,000 votes remaining here, many of them from Democratic population centers. I do want to flag that I know that AP, New York Times, and NBC have not called the race in Georgia. They've also not called the race in North Carolina. But right now I have the numbers that I'm going by in front of me, and so I'm going to use these numbers here. It looks like, let's check New Jersey's House races. We may have a call in New Jersey's House races. Is it New Jersey's 7th? Yes. Tom Keene looks poised to defeat Susan Altman. I believe that that's been called on a different site. ABC News has projected that Tom Keene has defeated Susan Altman. DDHQ has not yet called that race. Let's go to some New York races here. I believe we have possibly an update in New York. Okay. Nick LaLota was one of the Democrats that one of the Republicans that Democrats were looking to oust, has won re-election in his seat. He was a vulnerable Republican. You can see that he won by just a hair less than he won by in 2022. So really no change other than about 1/10 of a point. New York's 4th congressional district. This is Anthony D'Esposito, who barely won his seat in 2022. He is currently trailing by 4/10 of a vote in New York's 4th congressional district, with 76% of the vote remaining. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's move over to New York's 17th. Mike Lawler currently beating Mondaire Jones. Mike Lawler unseated Sean Maloney, who was the head of the DCCC in 2022, in a surprise upset. Seems to have extended his lead quite a bit, but there's still 87,000 votes remaining in that race, only 76% reporting, so we will continue to keep an eye on that one. Moving over to New York's 19th congressional district, Josh Riley seems to be in good shape against Mark Molinaro, who is the current Republican incumbent House member in New York's 19th congressional district. About 3,000 votes remaining. 99% of the vote is in the 19th congressional district. Heading over to the 22nd congressional district. The incumbent, Brandon Williams, is currently trailing with 87% of the vote. So some good results thus far in New York that we're going to keep an eye on as these votes continue to come in. That's the state of the House right now. Let's go to the U.S. Senate, see if we have any update there. Still no update on the U.S. Senate. A lot of races to watch, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Nebraska Taking a quick look at Nebraska right now, we should be about halfway through. Still 47% of the vote. Let's refresh this, see if there's any change. Still 47% of the vote, just over 500,000 votes left to count, as Dan Osborne continues to lead Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, out in Nebraska. Let's go back to the presidential election right now. Still no races called in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. I believe we do have a flip in Democrats' favor in the House. Let's go to the House races here. And we can go to Alabama's 2nd congressional district. It doesn't look like it's updated here, but I do believe that's going to be a flip for the Democrats. NBC News has projected that Democrats win Alabama's 2nd House seat. So that isn't showing up yet, but I do anticipate that we will see that flip out of Alabama's 2nd. Right now, it doesn't look like we have any votes through Decision Desk HQ in Alabama right now. Okay, still no update right now. We are just waiting for votes to be counted. So at this point, I'm just going through Twitter right now and seeing if there are any updates across the broader political ecosystem here. According to Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is Kamala Harris's campaign manager, she said to Kamala Harris's staff, quote, "As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race, and we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing." Tells them to get some rest tonight. Let's take a look back at these blue wall states and see how Pennsylvania is looking. 74% of the vote in. We are still waiting for a lot of the vote to come out of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but we have 1.8 million votes to go. 229,000 of those are in Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris is leading, 77-21. Another 83,000 are in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, where Kamala Harris is leading by 20 points, 59-39. And of course, in the outskirts of those counties as well. Let's take a look at Northampton County, Pennsylvania, 84% reporting. And to give you an idea, that was a county that Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden. So we'll see what happens with these remaining 29,000 votes in Northampton County. I know there's still a lot of students, and there were hours-long lines at Lehigh University, which is in Northampton. Bucks County, only half of the votes are in. Kamala Harris is trailing Joe Biden's margin, 49-51. So, but still winning Bucks County overall, but not the numbers that she needs to win as it relates to the 2020 margin. Just a quick note for anybody who's watching right now, if you want to support this channel, I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or put my content behind a paywall, the best way to support this channel is to just hit the subscribe button. It is completely free to do so, and this way you can stay on top of the election coverage as I continue to cover this throughout the evening. So just hit the subscribe button if you are not yet subscribed. I'm being told that, yes, the New York Times did call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I know that was a disparity between the Decision Desk map and the New York Times map, but according to the New York Times, North Carolina is in the Trump category. Hey, buddy. Let's see if we have any updates from some of these states like New Jersey, for example. 73% reporting. I wouldn't worry about this at all. We're just waiting for the votes to come in from New Jersey. It looks like in the time since, Connecticut has been called for Kamala Harris, 51 to 46. So that should bring those numbers up in the Electoral College. We're looking at 177 to 246 right now. I know that a number of outlets have not called Georgia, including the AP has not called Georgia. The New York Times has not called Georgia. And NBC has not called Georgia. I'm sure other outlets as well have not called Georgia. But we will. But Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia, and so that's the numbers that I have in front of me right now. Obviously, if something changes, then we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it. So at this point, it is going to be a lot of waiting for votes to be counted in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And let's take a look at those results right now. Heading back to Wisconsin, right now it's looking like 50.7 to 47.8, so about 3.1% difference, but only 2/3 of the votes have been counted so far. And if we look at where the votes are remaining, it is largely in Madison, Milwaukee, and Green Bay. Green Bay is actually beneficial to Trump. If we look at the live results right now, how they're breaking in Trump's favor 61 to 37. But if we look down at Milwaukee, that's a complete inverse of what we just saw out of Green Bay. So it's 66 to 31 in Kamala Harris's favor. And of course, Madison, another major population center, 71 to 24. But if we're looking at the margins in 2020. She's not yet meeting the margin that Joe Biden had in 2020 in Dane County, and that is 75.7. Right now, we're about 1.6 away from that. So she needs to hit those numbers that Joe Biden hit if she wants any chance of winning this state here. In Milwaukee, she is also not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit, but 56% of the vote in, and as mail ballots continue to get counted, those numbers will go up and she will close the gap. What remains to be seen is whether she has enough votes to close the gap and hit those 2020 numbers. Let's look at some other counties where there's some votes remaining. We've got Racine County here. Let's see the results there. About 78,000 votes remaining, and Trump is winning 67-31 compared to 2020. He is far exceeding, but only 24% of the vote in right now. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Racine County, Wisconsin. Let's move over to Michigan. Only 36% reporting. Kamala Harris is leading 49.9 to 48.4. Again, 2/3 of the vote still left to be counted out in Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on that. 3.4 million votes left to be counted. And finally, Pennsylvania, 75% of the results are in, but we are still waiting for almost 1.8 million votes. Trump is leading 51 to 48 at this point. So that is the state of the presidential race as it stands right now. One thing I would say to people who are worried seeing this map, our path to victory was always Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and there are millions of votes left to be counted in states where the margin is likely going to be tens of thousands, if not thousands of votes. So do not be discouraged by the fact that we still have, that we don't have Georgia or North Carolina available on this map. Our path to victory, our easiest path to victory was always Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not despair. Just hang on and they will count the votes. We should have some results within the next few hours, I presume. Not seeing any updates right now. So at this point, I think what we're really waiting for is just any news and just vote totals to continue going up. That's it. We are just waiting for votes to be counted at this point. One thing that I would note is that among Latinos in Michigan, it looks like we are seeing a 36-point swing in Donald Trump's favor from 4 years ago. Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points. Donald Trump is now winning them by, I believe, 25 points. That's right, 25 points. So a 36-point swing from 2020 in Michigan among Latinos. It does look like we have an update. North Carolina Attorney General, some rare good news here. It looks like Jeff Jackson in North Carolina has defeated his Republican opponent. Jeff Jackson has defeated his Republican opponent in North Carolina. So that is some good news. That is Jeff Jackson defeating Dan Bishop in North Carolina as the North Carolina Attorney General. So far in the House, Democrats have won 5 seats where they were favored, including they flipped a seat in their direction in New York's 22nd congressional district. Republicans have won 6 seats where they were favored, including 3 flips, all of which were thanks to North Carolina's redistricting, which was an absolute debacle for Democrats as Republicans gerrymandered the hell out of that state. We still have 61 seats outstanding in the House, so a lot of votes left to go. Here's where we stand right now on the House. No clear majority. We need 218 for a majority, and right now, no clear winner in the House in terms of these races so far. Heading back over to the U.S. Senate, still no change from earlier. We're waiting to see what happens in a raft of swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and of course, Nebraska, where we have exceeded the 50% threshold with 51% reporting. Dan Osborne is still holding on to his lead of 51% to 48.9% in Nebraska, the independent candidate holding on to his lead against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. Going to the gubernatorial map, no surprises here. Republicans hanging on to their Republican states. We have Phil Scott, very popular governor in Vermont, holding on to his seat. And of course, Kelly Ayotte in New Hampshire holding on to her seat as well. And those races have been called for the Republicans there. So no surprises necessarily in these seats. I will note that, sorry, I clicked the wrong one here. I guess we don't, I'm in the gubernatorial elections. Let's go to the Senate. And we do have some good news in the Senate where Angela Alsobrooks was able to fend off a challenge from Larry Hogan. 61% reporting, she's leading by 17 points. So she will fend off a very popular Republican governor who ran for the Senate in Maryland. Otherwise, again, we're waiting for a lot of races in the U.S. Senate, but I think at this point it's abundantly clear that Republicans will control the Senate, having won the Ohio seat where Bernie Moreno unseated Sherrod Brown, who has been able to hold on in a number of these elections. All right, going back to our presidential map here. Let's take a look back at the blue wall states. We have 71% reporting. I think that is the same as what we had before. Still almost 1 million ballots left outstanding in the state of Wisconsin, which is could go either way because that was a state that Democrats won in 2020 by, I believe, 12,000 votes, 0.6%. So it's going to be close, and we knew it was going to be close. Heading over to Michigan, Donald Trump leading by just under a point here. Only 39% of the vote reporting. One big story, obviously, is Dearborn, Michigan, where Donald Trump does seem to be overperforming, and that is in, let's find Wayne County. So it doesn't seem to be making a huge impact yet, but only 24% of the vote is counted thus far. Right now, she's exceeding Joe Biden's 2020 margin of 38.5 or 38 points. Right now, she's running higher than that. But I believe that Donald Trump is overperforming in Dearborn as voters kind of revolt against Biden and Harris with regards to their Israel-Gaza policy. And of course, let's head over to Pennsylvania. With 76% of the vote in, it still looks pretty similar to what we saw before. We have almost 2 million votes left outstanding. So a lot of votes left to be counted in PA. We may have an update here with the presidential election. So let's go back to our national view here. I believe that soon we will see Washington called. There it is. Washington has been called for Kamala Harris. So now it is 189 to 246. I do want to note that the AP has not called Georgia. New York Times has not called Georgia, and CNN has not called Georgia, but Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia, and so that's what the disparity among this map with the other maps is the result of. Okay, just going to take a quick stretch break. I'll go full screen on the presidential map as it stands right now, and I will be back shortly. And okay. All right, everybody, we are back, still waiting on these blue wall states. That is what we're going to be looking at the entirety of the rest of this evening, I feel like. Let's refresh our map, see if we have any updates here. Doesn't look like anything was refreshed by Decision Desk, although I anticipate that Hawaii will be put in Kamala Harris's column. I know that other outlets have already called Hawaii for Kamala Harris. Most of this is not a surprise. The main surprise here is North Carolina and Georgia. I should also note, AP has not called Georgia for Donald Trump. Neither has New York Times and neither has NBC, but Decision Desk HQ has. So at this point, let's take a quick look at these blue wall states right now. So we're going to look at Wisconsin. Right now, Trump is leading 51.1 to 47.4. 79% of the vote is still remaining here. And if we look at where the majority of the vote lies, that is in Milwaukee, 171,000 ballots, and Green Bay, which is actually a Trump-favored county. So if we look at the results from Green Bay, Donald Trump will continue to gain votes here. Really what we want to be looking at is whether Kamala Harris is beating or meeting the margins that Joe Biden was able to hit in 2020. So if we look over at Dane County and compare that to what we saw back in 2020. By the way, if anybody has audio issues, I know some folks do, refresh the feed. That's all you got to do is refresh the feed. I know people watching on Twitch, on Facebook, all you got to do is refresh the feed if you're having any issues with audio, and then it should be all fixed. Okay, going back to what I was saying before, we look at Dane County where 98% of the results are in. Kamala is running about 0.8 of a point behind Joe Biden's margin, and she has to be hitting those numbers. Again, we saw this state go to Donald Trump. We saw this state go to Joe Biden by 0.6 of a point in 2020. So there isn't a whole lot of room for error here. So she has to get a lot closer to Joe Biden's 2020 margin than she is right now. We look to be about 0.8 of a point away. So that needs to be closed up. If we look to Milwaukee County, it looks like Kamala Harris is actually overperforming those numbers. So that is a good result for her, that she's overperforming by a rate of a little over 5%. So maybe that can undo some of the damage that's being wrought by Dane County over here, where she's not meeting her numbers. But if we go back to Milwaukee, it does look like this is a good result, although it looks like we just had an update here. I think I misspoke when I said that we had 98% of the vote in. It looks like we have 61% of the vote in, and that it is that she's not meeting those numbers. I'm not sure what county I clicked on. I might have clicked on the wrong county here. Or they just updated. So if you look here in Milwaukee, she's also not meeting these numbers. Might have just been a little bit of a glitch in the numbers that I was looking at before. But she is not meeting the numbers that she needs to meet, but there's still 61% of the vote outstanding in Milwaukee. Let's take a look at some other counties. Rock County, for example, Kamala Harris falling behind by about 2 points Joe Biden's margin in 2020. We look at Greene County. Again, Kamala Harris about a little over a point behind Joe Biden's margin in 2020. Donald Trump running about 1.5 points. So she is not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit in a lot of Wisconsin as we await these votes to continue being counted right now. Let's go statewide. It looks like we still have 21% of the vote that we're waiting on to come in. Decision Desk has this race rated 23% to 77%. I'm more concerned with just getting all the votes counted and then figuring it out from there. Remember, this race went to Joe Biden in 2020 by 0.6 of a point. So it really will come down to all the votes being counted in the end. Let's head over to Michigan and see the lay of the land in that state. A little bit better as far as the win probability is concerned. We're looking 54 to 46 in Kamala's favor right now, with about half of the votes reporting Donald Trump is leading 50 to 48.1, so about 1.9% lead, with a lot of the votes remaining in Democratic strongholds of Detroit. So we still have 600,000 votes remaining in Wayne County, and it's worth noting that Wayne County is going for Kamala 74 to 22. But I do want to compare that to the 2020 numbers. She is exceeding her mark that she needs to be exceeding. So that is good for right now, but it's worth noting that we're only looking at 28% reporting. So a lot still to be counted in the state of Michigan. I'm sorry, that's Wayne County. That's Wayne County. Let's look statewide and see what has to be counted. We're about halfway there. So a lot still to be counted here. And finally, let's head over to Pennsylvania, see what the state of that race is right now. 84% reporting Donald Trump leading right now. Let's take a look at some of these population centers so that we can get an indication of how Kamala Harris is doing relative to Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. If we look in Philadelphia, for example, a lot of ballots still left to be counted. I believe we have a number of mail ballots still remaining. Let me confirm. So the results right now in Pennsylvania will be more red than we expect the final results to be, because large counties like Philadelphia will continue to count and report their remaining ballots, and that will shift the race back into Democrats' favor. So if we're looking at these margins right now, just know, for example, in Philadelphia County, that these numbers will continue to go up as mail ballots continue to be counted. To give an idea of how big the red mirage can be, in 2020, the Pennsylvania results by 3 a.m. Eastern on election night were 7 percentage points more Republican than the final result. So the extent to which the red mirage is real in Pennsylvania until these ballots are counted in the Democratic population centers like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, we don't know what it's going to look like. So in 2020, it was 7% more Republican than the final result was. So do not be discouraged when you're looking at results that are more Republican right now. It won't matter what the numbers look like right now. What matters is what it's going to look like at the very end when all of the votes are counted. I should also note that in 2022, in the Senate, by 3 a.m., there was also a red mirage that was 1 point more Republican than the final margin. So what we see in Pennsylvania over and over, mostly because Republicans refuse to change the law there, which would allow the election workers to start counting mail ballots earlier, like they did in Michigan. What we're likely to see in Pennsylvania is that the numbers will be more red than the final numbers. And so if we're looking, for example, at this statewide number, where Donald Trump is winning, this is the red mirage that we've been hearing about. And so these numbers will continue to get bluer and bluer, redder and redder up until about 3 a.m. And then we should likely see the numbers become more and more and more and more blue as the rest of the mail ballots are counted from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and so on. You can see right here that there is still 150,000 votes remaining in Philadelphia. There are still 40,000 votes remaining in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. There are still 50,000 votes remaining in Dauphin County, which is where Harrisburg is located. And then, of course, in the outskirts of Philly, Delaware County, there are still almost 40,000 votes remaining. Chester County, there are almost 63,000 or almost 64,000 votes remaining. And, of course, in Montgomery County, all of these are Democratic strongholds, by the way. Over 120,000 votes are remaining. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not despair, because that won't get us anywhere for right now. But we know that this is going to be a long slog with these blue wall states. And so all eyes are going to be on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's see how things are looking in Arizona. Pretty close right now in Arizona. Half of the votes are counted, and Donald Trump is leading by just about half a point here. So that's where it stands in Arizona as of right now. Let's see, compared to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Let's go to Maricopa County. Right now, it looks like Kamala Harris is slowly, narrowly exceeding her threshold from Joe Biden's threshold in 2020, and Donald Trump is slightly exceeding his as well. That's because there isn't a third-party candidate taking from both of these in the way that Joe Jorgensen did in 2020. Let's go over to Flagstaff and see how it's looking. Kamala Harris exceeding Joe Biden's margin and Donald Trump falling below his margin in 2020. So a little bit of good news from Arizona. Also, it's worth noting in terms of path to victory, let's do a little bit of electoral math right now. So if we say, whoops, sorry about that. Okay, I think I have this correct right now. So if this race is showing, I think I have this correct right now. So let's say, for example, if Kamala, where she seems to be meeting her marks in Arizona, so if she's able to win Arizona, that would mean that she wouldn't need to win Wisconsin, for example. Those 11 electoral votes should compensate for Wisconsin's electoral votes. If she's able to win Arizona and Nevada, then that would mean that she wouldn't need to win Michigan. She'd still need to win Wisconsin, but she wouldn't need to win Michigan. So there are two states on the board in the West, Arizona and Nevada, whose results we won't know for maybe a week. But those states could compensate either together for Michigan, or Arizona alone could compensate for Wisconsin. But at this point, it is absolutely necessary that Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania at this point, so long as Georgia stays in Donald Trump's column. I should note Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump. AP has not, New York Times has not, and NBC News has not. But right now I'm just going by the numbers that I have with Decision Desk HQ, and so as far as we're going to operate here, it'll be that that Georgia was called for Donald Trump. Let's head back to some of the Senate maps and see how those races are looking. Okay, it looks like the U.S. Senate was called for, let's see, I think there might be a little bit of a glitch here. Let's see, try that again. So Decision Desk HQ has called the U.S. Senate race for Deb Fischer, where she was running against Dan Osborne, who mounted an independent bid against the sitting Republican incumbent. So that is some bad news for those of us who wanted to see a workers' rights champion here in the U.S. Senate. So not great news out of Nebraska, where we've been closely watching that race. Some other news out of the U.S. Senate is that Lucas Kuntz has lost his race in Missouri to Josh Hawley. A hard-fought race here in Missouri. Looks like we had a little bit of a glitch there. There we go. And a hefty margin there, but Missouri is not an easy state for Democrats to compete in. We have had the race called in New Mexico. And of course, we are waiting on Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona. At this point, we do know that Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. With Deb Fischer's win in Nebraska, that means Republicans officially have control of the U.S. Senate with 51 seats. So even if Democrats win out here, they will not gain control of the Senate. It is very likely that Montana will also be Republican. We're waiting for those votes to come in. About 500,000 votes left to be counted, but right now with 16% reporting, it's looking like John Tester is going to lose his seat to Tim Sheehy, the Republican from Montana. So we'll keep an eye on that race. But right now, best guess is that Republicans will likely control 52 seats compared to 48 for Democrats. That's what I would guess right now based on what I'm seeing. Going back to the presidential race. This is the map as it stands right now. Again, I do want to note that AP, New York Times, and NBC have not called Georgia for Donald Trump. They all have that race as too close to call. Decision Desk HQ has called the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. I do not anticipate that we will have results from Pennsylvania this evening. I actually think it'll take a few days. Depending on how close it is, they may need to count provisional ballots as well. So just flagging for you that we may not have final results this evening. Here's what I do have to note in Pennsylvania. So let's see. Within a few hours, what we want to see is Kamala Harris within 3 points of Donald Trump. That means she can be trailing by 3 points by 4 a.m. Eastern. So what time is it right now? It's just half past midnight. So about 3 hours from now, if we're looking at Pennsylvania, and right now we can see that she's trailing by about 3 points, a little less, 2.7 points. If within the next few hours she is still trailing within 3 points, then she has the chance to win Pennsylvania. So like I said, there is often a really heavy red mirage before the votes are fully counted from Pennsylvania. As I mentioned before, 7%. There was a 7% difference in 2020 from the vote by 3 a.m. on election night versus what the actual results were. In 2022, the vote at 3 a.m. on election night was 1% redder than what it actually was. So if Kamala keeps it within 3 percentage points by 3 or 4 a.m., so within 3 hours from now, then there is still a chance to win Pennsylvania, and she is in good shape. So something to keep an eye out for. A quick note for anybody that wants to continue supporting this channel and watching this live stream or the election coverage as it continues to go on, please make sure to hit the subscribe button. As you know, I don't do any paid ads or sponsorships. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. Simply subscribing is the best way to support my work. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Just looking through Twitter right now to see if there's any new news that I can speak about. Okay, not seeing anything right now. So at this point, all eyes are back on the votes that are going to be counted here. So we are going to just keep watching Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Again, what we're looking out for in Pennsylvania is for Kamala Harris to keep her deficit within 3 points of Donald Trump. There is a major red mirage that happens until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and then from there we should expect more votes to be counted in Democratic population centers like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. If you look at the votes that are outstanding right now, we have about 144,000 in Philly, 38,000 in Delaware County, 63,000 in Chester, 123 in Montgomery, all of these Democratic population centers. Lehigh County, about 10,000 votes still remaining. Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is located, another 50,000 votes remaining. Cambria County, 57,000 votes remaining. And Pittsburgh, 40,000 votes remaining. Also, let's see, Lackawanna County, 4,000 votes remaining, so not much there. So a lot of votes still left to be counted in total in Pennsylvania. We fully expect Donald Trump to be ahead right now, and that red mirage will continue until a few hours from now. And then we'll start seeing, again, those ballots continue to get counted in Philly and basically Democratic votes to chip away at the Republican lead. By the way, if there's audio issues or anything, just refresh the feed. That's all that you need to do. Let's take a look at Arizona and see how the vote count is going there. 86% reporting. It looks like there are still 1 million ballots left to be counted. I do not anticipate. Let's see. This is strange. Let me do this again. Here we go. I do not anticipate that we will get results from Arizona this evening. If we look at Maricopa County, Kamala Harris is leading. Let's look at how that compares to the past in 2020. She has a slight lead over Joe Biden's lead in 2020, where he had 50.3% of the votes. Now Kamala Harris has 50.7%. Donald Trump himself, though, is also exceeding his 2020 total by the same exact margin. So all of that comes from third-party candidates who took a percent of the vote, more than Chase Oliver is doing right now. Head over to Flagstaff. Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's 2020 margin by about 2 points, and Trump is below his margin by about a point. So good news in those two counties. Let's look at Tucson. Trump is falling below his margin. Kamala Harris is exceeding Donald Trump's margin in Pima County. Now we look at small Santa Cruz County. Kamala Harris is not hitting the numbers that she needed to hit, and Donald Trump is exceeding his performance by a few percentage points, by about 5 points here. We go into some of these red counties here. Smaller, but you can see Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's margins in Cochise County. Donald Trump is not hitting his margins in Cochise County. That's only 15% reporting, so we still have a lot of votes to go there. Heading on up to Graham County, almost all of the votes are counted. She is not hitting the margins that Joe Biden hit in 2020, and Trump is exceeding his margins but this is a small county here, and only about 800 votes are remaining. Now we go over to Greenlee County, another small county. We're only talking about a couple thousand votes here, but Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's margin. So some good news here out of Arizona. Let's head up to Gila County. Again, we're just talking about a few thousand votes here. Donald Trump is able to bring his margin about a point higher. Kamala Harris is losing about a point of her margins. Navajo County, with 59% reporting, Donald Trump is far exceeding his margins in this county. So Kamala Harris has to bolster her numbers here. There's only 59% reporting, so a lot of votes still to be counted, but she needs much higher numbers here in Navajo County. Doesn't look like we have any results from Apache County right now. Let's head over to the western part of the state. With only 35% reporting, Kamala Harris is not hitting her numbers compared to Joe Biden's, and Trump is. Going up to La Paz, 60% reporting. Again, she's falling just below Joe Biden's numbers. Let's go up to Mojave County. Same story. Trump is exceeding his margins by a little over a point, and Kamala Harris is falling behind by about 0.8 of a point. Still plenty of votes left to count, about 35,000 votes left there. And finally, the last one, I cannot say this, Yavapai County. Again, Donald Trump is exceeding his margins, and Kamala Harris is meeting them. So not a huge difference here, but still have about 40% of the vote to go in Arizona. So overall, let's go back to Arizona for a quick second. Overall, a close race with 45% of the vote left to be counted in Arizona, and we likely will not know the winner of Arizona for a few days here. This was the second narrowest margin in 2020. It was just a 0.3% margin in Biden's favor in 2020. Biden only won Arizona by 10,000 votes in 2020. So we know this is going to be close. The numbers we want to see in Maricopa, right here, is a 2% lead for Kamala Harris. Right now, we are looking at a 2% lead for Kamala Harris. So this is the number she wants to stay at. We are at about 2.2% lead for her. That is the number that she wants to stay at. 2% is about tied. So as long as she can stay above 2%, that is her in good shape in Arizona. So we will, of course, stay on top of Arizona as we have any updates. Let's take a look at Nevada. I believe, we have nothing reporting from Nevada right now. I think, when does Nevada's polls close? Nevada closes in 24 minutes, and then we'll have some votes. We are not going to see Nevada's results tonight. I can damn near guarantee you that much. And of course, we will stay on top of any changes we get from the blue wall states. So we're keeping a close eye on Wisconsin here, where 84% of the results are in. Let's do a quick bit of research on Wisconsin. Okay, 84% reporting. Let's see where the votes are remaining right now. It looks like Madison has its votes in. 99% reporting in Dane County. Let's see how that matched up to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Kamala Harris fell just short. So she doesn't seem to be hitting the numbers that she needs in Dane County. Let's go up to Green Bay. Donald Trump is exceeding his numbers by about 3.5 points in Green Bay. Kamala Harris is falling behind by about 3 points in Green Bay. So not hitting the numbers that she needs in Green Bay. Let's see where the other remaining votes are largely found, and that is here. Let's take a look at the historical comparison. So Trump again exceeding his vote share in this county, where we have about 25% of the votes still remaining. We have about 27,000 votes here. Kamala is falling a little less than a point behind Joe Biden's margin. And finally, we have Winnebago County, where Trump is, with about half of the votes counted, Trump is leading considerably by about 6.5 points. Kamala Harris is falling behind Joe Biden's margin by about 6 points. So a lot of votes left to be counted here, but remains to be seen whether she can hit these margins that we need to hit out of Wisconsin. This is what these numbers, the final numbers, look like. Joe Biden ran about 2 points ahead of Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump is running about 2 points ahead of his 2020 numbers right now. But again, we have about 500,000 votes still left to be counted in the state of Wisconsin. Taking a look at Michigan, 63% of the vote has been counted right now. Let's see how it's looking in Detroit. Only 34% of the vote has been counted in Detroit. So we still have more than 500,000 votes remaining. And those numbers, I think, those margins will get driven up. But right now, as it stands in Wayne County, she's not hitting the same margins as Joe Biden did in 2020. She can afford a little bit of wiggle room because this was a state that Biden won by over 2 points. But not too much. And so we'll get a better idea of where she stands once Wayne County is reporting a little bit more votes. Head over to Kent County as well. Kamala Harris is actually exceeding Joe Biden's margins in Kent County, and Trump is falling behind his margin by about 0.5 point. So a little bit of good news out in Kent County. Washtenaw County, Kamala Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers here by about a little over 5 points. And Trump is exceeding his numbers by about 4.5 points. So not hitting what we need to hit in this suburb county of Detroit. Let's go to Oakland County. Same deal with about 94% reporting. We've got about 2.5 points below Joe Biden's numbers, and Trump is running about 1.5 points ahead of his numbers. But a lot of votes remain in Michigan. We are still only seeing 63% reporting right now. So it is anybody's race in Michigan. All eyes, of course, stay on the blue wall states. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. 87% reporting. As I mentioned before, we want to stay within 3 points of Donald Trump. Right now, he's at about 2.6% above Kamala Harris. If we can keep that number to below 3%, that is good news for Kamala as we head toward the 3-4 o'clock in the morning range. A quick note for anybody who wants to support this stream. I do not do paid ads or sponsorships. The best way to support this stream is just to subscribe to this channel. This way you can stay on top of my live streams, my breaking news, and the interview series that I do. So if you're not yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. It is 100% free. We may have an update, let's see, from the Harris campaign.
All that you have done, thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Too surprising here, we are just waiting for any update that we're going to get from these blue wall states. That is the path to victory. That is the path to victory, and we will continue to keep an eye out for any vote updates in the blue wall. Let's take a look at some of Iowa's elections here for the House races. So we have one clear win for Republicans in Iowa's 4th congressional district, another in Iowa's 2nd, we have a close race where it looks like we can unseat a Republican congressman in Iowa's 3rd. And finally, let's see what it's looking like in the 1st. We have the opportunity to unseat Marionette Miller Meeks in Iowa's 1st. So that is a little bit of good news out of Iowa, where we have the opportunity to unseat 2 Republican incumbents. Again, that is Zach Nunn in Iowa's 3rd, and also Mariette Miller Meeks in Iowa's 1st. So a little bit of good news out of Iowa. Let's see if we have any results from Virginia's 2nd. Still no race called for Jennifer Kiggins. And of course, the other race we were watching, Eugene Vindman has defeated Derek Anderson. So a little bit of good news out of Virginia as well. Arizona's 1st, we are looking for David Schweikert to be unseated. Let's see. Right now he is trailing with 63% of the vote reporting. So a little bit of good news out of Arizona so far. Alabama, we're looking at the 2nd congressional district. Let's see how we are looking there. That is a flip. So right now, if we look at the historical comparison, this is a seat that Republicans held. So that is a flip in Democrats' favor in Alabama's 2nd congressional district. So a little bit of good news out of Alabama. So the states are offering us a little bit of good news as far as the House is concerned. Going over to Pennsylvania, let's take a look at Pennsylvania's 1st. That is a seat that Democrats were eyeing. Brian Fitzpatrick, the Republican, holding on to his seat. Pennsylvania's 7th, it looks like still too close to call, with Susan Wild, who is the Democratic incumbent, trailing right now to her Republican challenger. Not this one. Let's look at Pennsylvania's 8th. Matt Cartwright right now trailing. He is the Democratic incumbent, trailing his Republican challenger with 99% reporting. So I'm assuming we're waiting for mail ballots to come in there. And finally, the 10th, Scott Perry currently trailing Janelle Stelson, his Democratic challenger, and that is one of the most extreme far-right members of his 10th. So a lot of races still remain to be called. Okay, still a close race. Anthony D'Esposito trailing right now by about 2 points. So that's a race that we're going to keep an eye on. There's still 7,000 votes remaining. Mike Lawler is right now leading Mondaire Jones by a pretty healthy margin of about 12 points, but there are still 83,000 votes left to be counted. So we will wait for those votes to be counted. That is in New York's 17th congressional district. New York's 19. Mark Molinaro is currently leading Josh Riley, his Democratic challenger, by about a point. So we will keep an eye out on this one. This is with almost all votes reporting, so I presume that we're waiting for mail ballots for this one. And finally, let's go to New York's 22nd congressional district. This is a flip. John Mannion has defeated his Republican challenger incumbent, Brandon Williams. So that is some good news for Democrats on the House front. As it stands right now, it looks like Democrats still have a 61% probability for retaking the majority in the House. If the worst were to come to pass and Republicans were to win the White House or the Senate, obviously the House will be a major bulwark against Republicans being able to enact their agenda without any obstruction. So some good news from the House here. Where abortion was on the ballot. Arizona, protecting abortion rights has passed in Arizona. Reproductive Rights Initiative has passed in Arizona, so that is good news for the state of Arizona. Let's go over to Colorado. Passed in Colorado, so good news out of Colorado. Montana. We are still counting votes, only 19% reporting, but so far leading by over a point in terms of the reproductive rights constitutional amendment in the state of Montana. Heading over to Nebraska. That is currently being counted, but leading by a full point in Nebraska. Still a lot of ballots left to be counted, 300,000. Going over to South Dakota. It is failing right now, but still 54% of the vote left to be counted, and I believe that the votes remaining are going to be from Sioux Falls, which, let's see how Sioux Falls trends. It trends pretty close, but in yes favor. And of course, I think we can look at the county below it. Was that one of the ones where the votes were remaining? Yes, that is Lincoln County was also where the votes are remaining, and that is trending no. So let's see where else they're remaining. We have a lot of ballots left to be counted in Pennington. Let's see how those are trending. Those are trending. We have no answers. So we don't have any reporting results from Pennington County. Okay, so as we await South Dakota, we can head over to Missouri. Leading 53 to 46, only 53% of the votes have been counted so far. I do want to report that the New York Times has called the state of Georgia matching what we've seen from Decision Desk HQ. So right now, if we go to the presidential, we saw that Georgia is red. That now matches what we're seeing in the New York Times, which is called the race for Donald Trump in Georgia. I also want to note that NBC News has called Georgia for Trump. So matching what Decision Desk HQ has called. So now there should not be any disparity. We are looking at, I believe, a little bit of a disparity because Decision Desk HQ has called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. And we still haven't seen that call from New York Times, although they have it listed as very likely Democratic. And NBC also has it tilting in Harris's favor, but they have not called it thus far. Same with the AP. AP has not called that race thus far. So a little bit of a disparity here between Decision Desk HQ and a few of the other networks. But right now, what we're looking at is 213 to 248. Let's take a quick look back at the blue wall states right now. Wisconsin, 87% reporting. Again, Trump leading right now. Let's take a look at where the votes are remaining. Most of them are, I believe, in Milwaukee. Let's see. So this is one of the WOW counties, the other being Waukesha. And so these three counties, let's see, it doesn't look like we have anything in Waukesha remaining. Those results show 99% reporting. Let's compare that to previous years. It looks like Donald Trump has not matched his margin from 2020, and Kamala Harris has exceeded Joe Biden's margin in 2020. So good news out of Waukesha. We go up north one county to Washington. Trump has exceeded his margin so far with 70% reporting by about 2 points. And Kamala Harris is trailing Biden's margin by about 2 points. So Trump hitting his numbers that he needs to hit in Washington. And finally, the last one, Ozaukee County, I hope I said that correctly, that is about the same, about a 0.2 of a point difference, but there's still 78% of the votes remaining. Now let's go right into Milwaukee County and see how that looks. 63% of the vote reporting Kamala Harris is not hitting her number that she needs to hit, which is that 69% number that Joe Biden was able to hit in 2020. We are trailing by about 3.5 points from Biden's number, and Trump is exceeding his margin by 2.5 points here. So a big swing in Milwaukee County for Donald Trump thus far. Let's see where else the votes are remaining. We're looking at Green Bay and the counties surrounding it. So if we look right now at Brown County, this is a Trump county. 56% to 42%. Let's see the historical comparison to see if they're hitting their numbers. It is a pretty big swing. This is a almost 3.5 point differential for Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris is trailing by about 3 points. So not what she needs to be doing in Brown County, which is Green Bay. Let's go south a little bit. Trump is far exceeding his numbers that he hit in 2020. About a 6-point difference in his favor, and Kamala Harris is trailing by about 5 points here. So a pretty big difference there, but not the biggest county in the world. We're not talking about a ton of votes. There are 20,000 votes remaining in this county versus 162,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Let's see where else votes are outstanding. That is Marinette County right here. So let's take a look at the live results in Marinette County. Trump at 70%. Let's see what he hit. So he's exceeding his 2020 numbers in Marinette County as well. Kamala Harris is trailing behind her 2020 numbers. Let's see where else votes are outstanding. We're looking at Marathon County, a very small county, and Portage County just below. So let's see what we're looking at here. Historical comparisons. And Portage County, Donald Trump is meeting his numbers, exceeding his numbers. Kamala Harris is not. Marathon County, Trump is exceeding his numbers. Kamala Harris is not. And finally, I believe we have one county left where we are keeping an eye on vote totals remaining, and that is Douglas County, small county up in northern Wisconsin here. Let's take a look at the live results there. And Trump is far exceeding his numbers. Small rural county, so it's not going to have a huge impact, but the fact is that Kamala needs to be matching Joe Biden's margin, and she is not matching that margin right now. But we will keep an eye on the results out of Wisconsin right now. Again, statewide, still over 400,000 votes left to be counted. Remember, we still have this path to victory. So I want to remind everybody, don't despair. We've been here before where we have been trailing and maps looked very bad, and we've won Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania in the very previous election cycle. So we know what we won't get these. We know what it's going to look like for right now. We know, for example, that Pennsylvania is going to continue to show Kamala Harris trailing. But that number will turn around at around 3 or 4 in the morning when Philadelphia continues to get its votes in and the rest of Pennsylvania has its votes in. So let's see where we're at right now. Right now, she is trailing by about 3.3. We want that number to be less than 3 within the next 2 or 3 hours. Less than 3. So we'll see if Philadelphia can bring that margin closer to 3. If she's trailing by 3 points or less, that is a good sign for her as we head into late tonight. Of course, a lot of the votes remaining are in Philadelphia. Let's look and see where the votes remaining in PA are. So a lot of the votes remaining are in Philadelphia, the suburbs surrounding Philadelphia, Harrisburg, and Pittsburgh. We also have this county here, Cambria County. Let's see how Cambria County is looking. Kamala Harris, the slight favorite in Cambria County, far exceeding Joe Biden's margin for right now, but only 21% of votes reporting. So a lot of counting left to be done. We still have over 600,000 votes that still need to be counted. Let's look at Minnesota. Kamala Harris leading in Minnesota, has a 99% win probability. I wouldn't worry about Minnesota for right now. So this is where the map stands as of right now. We're going to keep an eye on the blue wall states. Remember, I don't know why Arizona was not yellow. Arizona should be yellow. Okay, I believe this map is correct. This looks correct to me. Yeah. Okay, so there is still a path to victory, and that path to victory requires Pennsylvania. So just for just so that we can try this out, let's say Pennsylvania goes blue. That'll put us at 247, and then you're able to play around a little bit. You can have Michigan and Arizona, and that would be enough to get to 273. Or you can lose Michigan and win Nevada and Wisconsin. So there are a little bit of paths here. If we lose Michigan, we would have to win both Nevada and Arizona. But either way, there is no path to victory without Pennsylvania, so all eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania. We can do a little bit of mixing and matching from there. For example, we'll be able to use the 10 electoral votes. We can swap out the 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin for the 11 in Arizona. And if we lose Michigan, we can swap out Michigan's 15 with Arizona and Nevada, which would make 17 together. So there is a little bit of playing around that we could do, but all of that relies on winning Pennsylvania. So we'll keep Pennsylvania and these blue wall states undecided for right now. This is what the map looks like as it stands tonight. And this is assuming Democrats win Minnesota, which of course I presume they will. But this is the map as it stands. It looks like we have a little bit of results from Nevada right now. I believe about 53% reporting. The majority of this is from Clark County. I believe these are mail ballots. That might be wrong. Let me just confirm here. So again, the first ballots to report in Clark are probably going to be blue, and then that's going to shrink as we get election day votes. But what's strange is I'm not seeing any votes from the rest of the state here. Nobody else is reporting from any of the others. This might just be like the first batch from Clark County. So about almost 200,000 ballots remain in Las Vegas. Okay, let's go back to the presidential map here. Take a quick look at Arizona. Pretty close race here, 56% reporting. We're waiting on more votes out of Arizona. The vast majority are in Maricopa County right here, where we are waiting for about 44% of the vote. Heading back to Pennsylvania. 91% reporting in Pennsylvania, but the vast majority of votes are coming from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. So a lot to keep an eye on in PA. Donald Trump extends his lead to 3.4%. We want to keep that number below 3% to be in good shape in PA. It looks like we have some results from Nevada's abortion rights amendment. So let's check. It doesn't look like we have those final results here that are being reported by DDHQ yet. But I am seeing that. I am seeing from MSNBC that Nevada has passed an amendment that protects access to abortion. But it doesn't look like we have those results right now. It says 0% reporting, which is a little bit strange because when we look at the presidential race in Nevada, we at least have 68% reporting. So I'm not sure why we're not getting these numbers yet for the abortion rights initiative, but as soon as we have those, I'll bring them to you. But again, MSNBC reporting that Nevada has passed an amendment protecting access to abortion. Decision Desk reports that Donald Trump has won Alaska. So not a huge surprise there. This is a state that Trump has carried before. So this puts us at 213 to 251. And slowly we are getting to the point where once Minnesota and Maine get wrapped up, then it'll all be up to the swing states here. Again, the only absolute necessity right now, as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, is Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for anybody watching right now, if you'd like to support this stream and stay on top of this as we continue to get election results in, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost anything to do so, but that's the best way to support my work. Going back to Pennsylvania, still at 91% reporting. Let's head over to Michigan and see if we have any update there. 71% reporting, still very close. The win probability is 45 to 55. I would imagine it's anybody's game in Michigan. And of course, Wisconsin, 90% reporting. We've gone through these numbers. Kamala is not hitting the numbers she needs in Wisconsin. But with Wisconsin's with Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes, she could still win Arizona, and that can compensate for Wisconsin if she isn't successful there. So there are a couple of path to victories, but right now the guaranteed one is going to be winning Pennsylvania. That is a necessity in this environment right now. Some good news out of North Carolina. It looks like Democrats have broken the Republican supermajority in the General Assembly. So that is good news there. They also North Carolina elected a Democratic governor, a Democratic lieutenant governor, a Democratic attorney general, and a Democratic superintendent of public education. But that state also went for Donald Trump. You can leave it a little bit open. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come on. Okay, so at this point, we are still waiting for results to come in the blue wall states. It is going to be late. I actually don't even anticipate that we will get these results tonight. There are still a lot of votes left to be counted. I presume that Pennsylvania, we won't have final results in until tonight. In 2020, we did not have them on election night, and so I don't think we will here either. Let's see when we anticipate having the results in Pennsylvania. We're likely not going to have the results in Pennsylvania. Remember, in 2020, in the last election, so some news here. Fox has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Decision Desk HQ has not called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Neither has New York Times, neither has NBC, neither has AP. But Fox has called Pennsylvania for Trump. So that's where we're at right now. Okay. Decision Desk HQ projects that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, and that will give him enough votes to become the next president. So that's where we're at right now. As far as the results that we have, it looks like Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States. That is from both Fox and Decision Desk HQ. Democrats have also won the Senate, and it all remains to be seen how things are looking in the House. Let's take a quick look at the House right now, which will serve as a bulwark against a second Trump term. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has it about tied. Republicans leading slightly. So it is possible, where it stands right now, that Republicans could come into office with unified control of government. One thing that I can say, this is a difficult night, obviously. I know a lot of people worked really hard to make sure that this didn't happen. And we will continue to work really hard to make sure that we do whatever we can to defend democracy, defend women's reproductive rights, defend workers' rights, defend healthcare as much as we can. There's a big community of people who have come together and who've made it their life's mission to make sure that this, to do what we can to protect a lot of what is being torn down by Republicans right now. So I don't really have a lot of, obviously I'll have to like collect my thoughts here and figure out a much more articulate way to say this. But as it looks right now, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. Hang on one sec. One thing I can say is the folks watching, you're not alone. There are tens of millions of Americans who are with you, and you'll have a huge community, and we will continue to work and fight to protect what we can insofar as we can. Hopefully, again, we have some bulwark to an uninhibited Trump presidency by winning the House. That remains to be seen. We'll take that race by race. But again, there is a huge community. I know that a lot of people are going to feel hopeless and abandoned and alone, but that is not the case. There are 61 million Americans and counting right now who have voted for Kamala Harris. There are 61 million Americans in this country who understand the dangers that are posed by this guy and who will be fighting for the next 2 years at a bare minimum to make sure that we can protect whatever we can in this country before we have the opportunity for midterm elections. So I think the reason that they haven't officially called the race is because we are waiting to see what happens in these other states. But let's just do this forecast right now and assume that, Trump takes Pennsylvania. That puts him at 268. So I guess the reason that they haven't called it is because we're still waiting to see what happens if Kamala Harris takes all of these, but I'm not sure that that's a viable path. So let's see. Let's say Democrats take 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 270. So I guess we're waiting right now. Is that correct? I can't even tell if that's correct. No, I think that that's, I don't think that that's a viable path. And right now, Decision Desk HQ, I'm reading right now, has called Donald Trump the winner of the election. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ has made that call. So that's where we're at right now. As I was saying before, You can see here, Pennsylvania is officially in Trump's column. Yeah, I don't really know what to say right now. Look, obviously this is a pretty terrible result. I know that some folks are saying that the AP has not called it. We can wait for the AP to call it, but Decision Desk HQ also called Georgia first, probably an hour before the rest of the networks called Georgia. Obviously, it's not looking good, but again, I'm happy to wait until the other networks call. I know, again, Fox has called Pennsylvania for Trump, and Decision Desk HQ has called Pennsylvania for Trump. So again, yes, we could wait until more networks call it. But as I was saying before, I think it's worth reiterating here that over 60 million people came out and voted to protect democracy, voted to protect women's reproductive rights, voted to protect kids who are going to school from being, mowed down by weapons of war, voted to protect health care and pre-existing conditions and the Affordable Care Act, voted to protect combating climate change, and a lot of people in this country didn't. And we've seen these swings before, and there was a big contingent of people who served as a resistance against Donald Trump, and if that ends up coming to pass, where all of the other networks, all the other outlets rather, continue to call this race in the way that Fox and Decision Desk have called it, then we'll be prepared to do what we have to do again. And it's as simple as that. And we will get up day by day and just keep fighting. But I know that there's people who feel really despairing and hopeless and afraid right now, but there will be a big community of people backing you up. Again, we are looking at, right now, 62 million votes for Kamala Harris, 66 million for Donald Trump. One small silver lining is maybe they'll look at the fact that Republicans won the popular vote or are on track to win the popular vote, and maybe that will mean that we can get one step closer to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. So right now it looks like Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. This is the Senate map right now. They're probably going to win Montana, and that will put them at least 52 votes in the U.S. Senate. So best case scenario, we're looking like 52 to 48. And then, of course, it remains to be seen how we're looking in the other states. Eric Hovde right now leading Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. Mike Rogers right now leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. Dave McCormick right now leading Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Remember, a lot of votes left to be counted. We have seen this before, where Republicans are leading late into the night of election night and Democrats have turned it around as they continue to count ballots. Take a look at Philadelphia, for example. Still 150,000 ballots remain. So do not write every state off as some loss. Fox has officially declared Trump the winner. I believe Decision Desk has as well. I think, okay, so we're seeing the 270 electoral votes right now. So that is the path to 270, with Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. He doesn't need Wisconsin and Michigan. We presume that Kamala Harris will take Maine and Minnesota. And at this point, we probably won't find out who's won Nevada and Arizona for several days. Okay, Kamala Harris has just been called for Minnesota, but at this point, it's pretty moot. So let me refresh this. I don't know if Decision Desk has called it for her. It doesn't really matter at this point. Now that Trump has won his 270. I wish I had something a little bit more helpful to say. I wish I had something a little bit more helpful and articulate to convey to people right now. Look, all I can say is this, and this is what I've said before. There is a massive, massive community of people. We're heading toward 62 million Americans who voted the right way in this election. Far too many people didn't. We have some fundamental problems with our media in this country. That is why I do what I do, because the way that the media feels completely unbeholden to reality in this country, whether it's right-wing media, the way the media has allowed itself to both sides fascism into existence is a problem. We have a lot of issues that we're going to be contending with for a long time as the Republican Party kind of benefits from a lot of the structural advantages it enjoys right now. Whether it's, a media, again, that is completely untethered to reality, that's bolstered by literal billionaires, including the richest person in the entire world. We saw bomb threats come in from Russia, which was perfectly content to meddle in our election by calling in threats to voting locations across the country in majority-minority precincts, overwhelmingly black precincts in Georgia. So we have a lot of issues that we're going to be contending with, and they will probably get worse before they get better. But a lot of it is going to rely on people continuing to saddle up and fighting and doing whatever we can do. And a lot of you live in blue states where they voted overwhelmingly to protect abortion rights, for example. A lot of us live in blue states where they will be bastions of resistance against what Donald Trump will try to do. So, but just know there is a massive community, even though it feels alone and despairing right now. Again, I wish I had something more helpful and articulate to say. I don't think that I do, but it is a disappointing result. It's difficult, and I'm not looking forward to what it's going to bring over the next couple of years here. But there are a lot of us that are perfectly willing and able to fight back wherever we can, and so we will. These things are not won or lost. It's a perpetual fight, and I think as long as we're able to come to terms with that, the fact that we'll always be fighting this fight makes it a little bit easier to stomach. We've endured a Trump presidency before. I think this one will be more difficult. But again, to my earlier point, we have endured a Trump presidency before, and I think that we'll be able to do it again. The reality is we have no choice. We have to do it again. And so we'll just fight where we can. We'll put up our fights where we can and take it day by day. And there's going to be a lot of people, the Mark Eliases of the world, the Jamie Raskins of the world, who are going to be, fighting for good. And that's it. We just go to sleep and we wake up tomorrow and we do what we can. All right, let's hear what John Stewart has to say.
Here's what we know, is that we don't really know anything, and that we're going to come out of this election and we're going to make all kinds of pronouncements about what this country is and what this world is. And the truth is, we're not really going to know shit. And we're going to make it seem like this is the finality of our civilization and this and thing. We're all going to have to wake up tomorrow morning and work like hell to move the world to the place that we prefer it to be. And I just want to point out, just as a matter of perspective, that the lessons that our pundits take away from these results, that they will pronounce with certainty, will be wrong. And we have to remember that. If you're in 2008, when Barack Obama won,
there's no question that this is the beginning, the first election of the future, really. And I think we are moving towards a post-racial America.
Yeah, that lasted a day. And then, of course, in 2012, Obama won again. And the lesson was,
the GOP needs to send a powerful signal to Hispanic voters that the party respects them.
that was the lesson they learned after that victory. And they were certain of it. And send a powerful signal to the Hispanic community, the GOP did.
When Mexico sends its people, they're bringing drugs, They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
Which apparently was the winning message. And that taught Democrats in 2016 what?
Maybe what the Democrats will be looking for is somebody with some inside experience, but who's a generation younger.
It's obviously going to be younger. It's going to be from a new generation.
Need I say it?
It's a great honor and humility. I accept this nomination.
And that turned out to be a winning message again, which led to an insurrection. And the lesson from that was...
When Donald Trump leaves office on Wednesday morning, he will leave Washington a pariah.
Donald Trump will never be allowed to set foot in the Capitol again. Never.
Ever. My point is this. But this isn't the end. I promise you, this is not the end. And we have to regroup, and we have to continue to fight and continue to work day in and day out to create the better society for our children, for this world, for this country that we know is possible. It's possible.
That's the more articulate version of what I would have liked to have said. I hope everybody was able to hear that. Yeah, okay. But he's right. We'll wake up tomorrow and we'll fight, and we'll wake up the next day and we'll fight. And we've seen this before, and we got out of it. And we live in a time of a cyclical hellscape where apparently we're going to be engrossed in this stuff again. But in the same way that we fought after 2016, we will wake up every day and organize and fight. And look, I don't know the right answer. I don't know the right answer to anything in terms of what went wrong. There's going to be a lot of thinking about where we're at, what the right messaging is, what to do moving forward. What we've heard from Jon Stewart is correct, that really nobody knows. And so we'll just try to figure it out the best way that we can. And again, I think my earlier point stands, is that while you might feel alone in a country that perplexingly has voted Donald Trump in as president again, you're not. And there is a massive swath of the United States who is standing beside you and ready to fight this with you. So, so that's that. There are still races happening that we'll stay on top of. Probably not tonight, but we have Senate races that are still ongoing right now. If you look at the Senate map, we have races that haven't been called in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Montana is likely to fall to Republicans. Nevada and Arizona. So votes being counted. Let's take a look at the House as it stands right now, which will hopefully serve as a bulwark against Republican control. Inched up a little bit in Democrats' favor. It's now 46-54, so it could go either way. Every race is going to count. Every race is going to matter. Brian Fitzpatrick has held on to his seat. We're still waiting for a result here in Pennsylvania's 7th. Scott Perry is clinging on to a slight lead in Pennsylvania's 10th. So a few more races to watch. I do want to note that Fox News has called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. Yeah, Fox News has just called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. So all of which makes what happens in the House even more important right now. Decision Desk HQ has not yet called that race, but I presume it will follow shortly. We've been covering Wisconsin quite a bit tonight and have been recognizing that, in the counties, we're looking at Dane County, that she is not hitting the numbers that she needed to hit relative to Joe Biden. You can see right here, she's behind about 0.6 of a point, while Donald Trump is up 0.5 point. This is a state that Trump won by 0.6 of a point, so not hitting these numbers isn't what she needs to be doing. We go over to Milwaukee County, and she's falling about 2 points, a little over 2.5 points below Biden's 2020 margin, with 67% of the votes remaining. So still some votes to be counted, but as I mentioned before, Fox has called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. I know a lot of people are afraid for the future of the country. I know a lot of people are really scared right now. As I said before, we will wake up tomorrow and we will figure out how to fight on a daily basis. We have done it before. In some ways it'll be more difficult. In some ways it'll be manageable. So, but remember, again, over 62 million people are with you right now. And that number will continue to grow. So, a little bit of good news out of New York as far as the House is concerned, which is going to be pretty much where all of our Democratic, the basket in which all of our Democratic eggs lie right now. We are targeting 5 to 6 House seats in New York. We've won 3, and we're leading in 1 more. So a little bit of good news that would signal a slight House majority for Democrats. For those watching on the East Coast, Fox has called it for Trump at about 6 minutes ago. They called this race for Trump. California races are going to take a few weeks before we actually know the results, at least a week. But ballots can continue being counted, I believe, up to 3 weeks after. So a lot of races that we're going to keep an eye on, including California's 41st with Will Rollins versus Ken Calvert. That will be, yet again, a bulwark to Trump's presidency. One note for everybody watching right now is just to be nice to yourself, take care of yourself, make sure you get sleep, make sure you eat. Do not let, don't let him win more in the sense that you'll deprive yourself of what you need to take care of yourself. It is okay to turn your TV and your computer off. It's okay not to just stew in this stuff perpetually. It is especially important right now to make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. Again, eat, sleep, hydrate, everyone's a lot more useful if they've taken care of themselves than if they're not, to the effort more broadly. Does anybody have any, if you have any questions, I can answer some questions that you have in the chat. Maybe some questions will help me be a little bit more articulate here in these last few minutes while I'm on this stream. I'm getting the question, how did we lose? The fact is that I don't know. I don't know right now. And there's going to be a lot of commentary in the coming days. Again, as Jon Stewart said earlier, where people are going to pretend that they know exactly what it was. But I don't know. One thing that I can say for sure is that we're dealing with a lot of systemic challenges and barriers as Democrats. We don't have a media ecosystem in the same way that Republicans do. We don't have an oligarch billionaire class that helps Republicans. We don't have foreign interference that helps us in the same way that they help Republicans. So there are a lot of systemic challenges that we're going up against. We don't have the anti-democratic barriers in government in the same way that Republicans have these systemic advantages, like the U.S. Senate, where the same, Wyoming has the same number of senators as California. But regardless of all of this, we're going to have to figure out how to win under these circumstances moving forward. But it's going to take a lot of time to figure out what the right answer is. So, and we don't have those answers right now. And it's okay that we don't have those answers right now. I think that's something that we're going to figure out as we go. But we'll be here to fight, and that's it. There's going to be a lot of people looking to fight. And that's going to come after a good night of rest, or a good few nights of rest, or a good couple of months of rest. But again, my best advice for people is immediately to take care of yourselves. Turn off the TV, turn off this stream if you need to. Make sure that you eat and drink and sleep and try to be in some semblance of a decent enough mindset where we can organize when the time comes. I think right now it's just okay to be disappointed. It's okay to be sad, and there's going to be tens of millions of people across the country who feel the exact same way that you do. And I know sometimes you feel alone in a country that would do this, but you're not. And we will come together and we'll figure out the best way to fight this together. So I think we will leave it there. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Not at all to sound self-serving, but I will be here fighting. If you want to follow along, please support this channel by subscribing, because tomorrow we wake up and we figure out how to fight this, and I'll do my best insofar as I can. It wasn't good enough this time, but we'll have opportunities moving forward. So I hope that you'll stick with me here and figure out how to take tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and figure out what's next. So thank you all for tuning in. I know there are still tens of thousands of you watching right now. I wish I had more wise words to share, but I don't at this point. So I think we'll just figure out what the next steps are moving forward, but it's not going to be tonight. So thank you, everybody, for all of the effort that you gave, all of the time that you gave, all of the money that you donated, all of everything you put into this race. It wasn't for nothing. We didn't get the result that we wanted, but it wasn't for nothing. All of it counts. All of it matters. So with that said, I will leave it there. We'll check back in tomorrow. Remember, we have House races that we are watching very closely. We very much need the House to serve as a bulwark against a second Trump term with a Republican Senate. So don't give up. There are people in office who are going to be fighting on our behalf, and hopefully we have the House, and that can serve as a bulwark again against what Donald Trump and Republicans are seeking to do. Right now, it is 176 to 198. We probably won't have these final results for days, if not a couple of weeks, if it comes down to states like California. So we'll keep an eye on all of this as we go, but for tonight, get some rest, eat some food, drink some water, and we'll figure out next steps moving forward. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.